Chapter 989. Stop the auction? What the hell is going on? Outside the auction house. When the staff went out and said that today's auction was over, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone was discussing. But the staff did not give any explanation. After everyone left, the guards of the trading pavilion immediately sealed off all the entrances of the auction house, not allowing anyone to set foot in. At the same time. Lounge. The staff of the trading pavilion quickly brought over 4 chairs. Young Master Hao helped Qin Feiyang over and sat on a chair in the middle. Then, he sat beside Qin Feiyang. The Phantom Snake Emperor also turned into an exquisite bracelet and coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Wang Yuer sat on the other side of Qin Feiyang. Fu Xiong looked at the empty chair and did not dare to sit down. He stood at the side with a look of fear. For a moment. The 4 of them did not speak, and the lounge fell into dead silence. About 100 breaths passed. A middle-aged man reeking of alcohol hurriedly ran into the lounge. It was Shen Feiyan. When he saw young Master Long lying in a pool of blood, his body could not help but tremble, and his hands could not help but clench tightly. Shwa! Suddenly. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, a cold light surging in his eyes, and said, "Who killed him?" "Me." Wang Yuer said indifferently, without the slightest fear, looking straight at Shen Feiyan. Boom! As soon as Wang Yuer finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent roared out from Shen Feiyan's body. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows, and said, "Shen Feiyan, before you act, think carefully. Don't use the people behind you to pressure me, you have to pay with your life for killing." Shen Feiyan shouted coldly. That terrifying killing intent turned into a stormy wave, pouncing towards Wang Yuer. Seeing this, Fu Xiong, who was at the side, glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, then looked at Shen Feiyan, and a cold smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. Humph! Wang Yuer snorted coldly. The 9-star battle saint's holy aura surged out and collided with Shen Feiyan's killing intent. A destructive wave of air suddenly appeared. Puff! Immediately, Wang Yuer spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, who were standing next to him, also bore the brunt of the blast. They were blown away by the blast and crashed into the wall behind them like meteorites. Boom! With 2 loud bangs, 2 large holes appeared in the wall. The 2 of them fell directly into the auction hall outside. Their bodies cracked and blood spurted out like a fountain. One had to know. Wang Yuer was a 9-star battle saint. And Shen Feiyan was clearly stronger than Wang Yuer. Therefore, how could Qin Feiyang and Yi Shiwen withstand the fluctuations of battle that were born from their confrontation? This strike was fatal. But in comparison, young Master Hao was slightly better. After all, he wasn't injured before. As for Qin Feiyang, the poison in his body had yet to be completely removed. If he were to suffer this fatal blow, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another. At this moment, he lay on the shattered ground, not even having the strength to stand up. His consciousness was also fading away. Whoosh! In the meantime, seeing the situation of Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, Wang Yuer's expression changed slightly. She quickly got up and landed beside them. Then she took out the healing elixir and stuffed it into their mouths. The elixir melted in their mouths and repaired their bodies. Their condition improved slightly. Whoosh! But at this moment, Shen Feiyan chased after them, full of murderous intent. Wang Yuer's face darkened and she shouted, "If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude. You killed my son and said that I'm being unreasonable. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want here just because you're Wang Su's granddaughter?" Shen Feiyan's eyes were like lightning and his expression was extremely cold. He was like a god of death, making people tremble in fear. Young Master Hao's expression changed and he said to himself, "Oh no, he has been blinded by anger. Quickly send a message to my father for help." It's useless. Before we set off, Gong Sun Bei told me that when we leave Divine City, no matter what danger we encounter, he won't give us any help. So now, we can only rely on ourselves. Qin Feiyang struggled to get up and said in a low voice. What? Young Master Hao was stunned. Isn't this old man too heartless? Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao and sent a sound transmission to Wang Yuer. How strong is he? I'm not sure, but he's definitely a war king. Wang Yuer replied, her tone extremely solemn. That's not good. Qin Feiyang muttered. If not for young Master Hao and Wang Yuer, it would have been fine. He could have entered the castle, and even if Shen Feiyun was heaven-defying, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, he could only stay outside and take the risk with the two of them. Suddenly, his brows raised slightly as he raised his head to look at Fu Xiong, who was standing in the lounge above. This person knew their identities, and even knew the whole story of young Master Long's poisoning, but why didn't he help? And Fu Xiong, who had been watching Wang Yuer and Shen Feiyun, suddenly realized that Qin Feiyang was looking at him. A trace of panic flashed past his eyes. Next, he pretended to have just reacted and shouted, Shen Feiyun, what are you doing? Following that, he took a step forward and stood in front of Shen Feiyun, protecting Qin Feiyang and the other two behind him. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang looked at Fu Xiong's back as his eyes flickered. He kept having the feeling that Fu Xiong's current actions were too deliberate. Shen Feiyun stopped in his tracks and sneered, what am I doing? Of course it's to avenge my son. Fu Xiong said, you don't have the right to mention the word revenge, because this matter is your son's fault to begin with. My son's fault? Shen Feiyun raised his eyebrows. That's right. Your son poisoned the tea and almost poisoned Brother Mu. That's why Miss Yu killed him in a fit of anger. Fu Xiong said. Impossible. I've already told my son their true identities. He definitely won't harm them again. Shen Feiyun shook his head. Do you think that your son will stop just like that? Go outside and ask, who doesn't know that he's a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Fu Xiong sneered. Shen Feiyun frowned. You don't even know what kind of person your son is. Aren't you too incompetent as a father? Fu Xiong said with undisguised sarcasm. Shen Feiyun clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, where's the evidence? When the incident happened, a staff member of my trading pavilion happened to be present. When she wakes up, she will naturally tell you the truth. I'll go and check on her now. After Fu Xiong finished speaking, he flew into the lounge again and squatted beside the woman in red. He lowered his head and checked on the woman in red. But suddenly, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two below from the corner of his eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, a wisp of undetectable battle chi emerged from his fingertip and entered the heart of the woman in red like lightning. The unconscious red-clothed woman didn't even have the chance to scream before she died on the spot. And all of this was not seen by Qin Feiyang and the others. Because the lounge was on the second floor and the auction house was on the first floor, the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others would be affected. Moreover, when Fu Xiong made his move, he deliberately used his body to block the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, they didn't know that the woman in red had been killed. After killing the woman in red, the coldness in Fu Xiong's eyes became stronger, but he teleported to cover it up. Then, his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, how could this be? What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised. Fu Xiong turned to look at the three of them and murmured, she's dead. Impossible. Young Master Hao shook his head decisively. The woman in red's injuries were indeed very serious, but she had taken the heart-protecting pill and healing pill in time. Even if it couldn't heal the woman in red's injuries, at least it wouldn't be a problem to save her life. But how could she be dead? Wasn't there no evidence now? At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at Fu Xiong, then looked at Shen Feiyun, and decisively opened a teleportation door. Then he grabbed Wang Yu with one hand and young Master Hao with the other, dragging the two of them, and rushed in without looking back. Stop! When Shen Feiyin found out, he was furious. He suddenly raised his arm and slapped the air. A wave of battle chi emerged and rushed towards the teleportation door. With a bang, the teleportation door shattered on the spot, but Qin Feiyang and the other two had already disappeared. Bastard, I won't forgive you. Shen Feiyin was mad with hatred. Fu Xiong's eyes flashed slightly, and he sighed. Shen Feiyin, this matter is indeed your son's fault, you can't blame them. There are no witnesses, you can say whatever you want. Now I suspect that you are in cahoots with them. Shen Feiyin looked at Fu Xiong with an aggressive gaze. Fu Xiong's face turned cold. He pointed to an exit of the trading pavilion and shouted, simply unreasonable, get out of the trading pavilion immediately. Just wait and see. If I find out that this matter has something to do with you, I will never let you off. Shen Feiyin snorted coldly, picked up young Master Long's corpse, turned around, and strode towards the exit. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't be too arrogant. You know who they are in your heart. If you dare to touch them, you won't have a good ending. Fu Xiong sneered. Even if the person who killed my son is the Heavenly King, I won't let it go. Shen Feiyin said without turning his head, his body full of killing intent. Then let's wait and see. Fu Xiong muttered. After Shen Feiyin left the auction house, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Qinghai City, outside the city. In the sky above a forest, Qin Feiyang and the other two appeared out of thin air. It was the place where they landed when they came from the Divine City. As soon as they appeared, Qin Feiyang scanned the forest below vigilantly. As for Wang Yu, and young Master Hao, they were still in a state of shock. Phew. A moment later. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and locked his gaze on a mountain peak not far away. The mountain peak was more than 5,000 feet tall and was lush with vegetation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up young Master Hao and Wang Yu. He landed on the mountain peak and said, let's rest here first. The two of them finally came to their senses. Young Master Hao immediately said angrily, the only witness is dead. Aren't we too unlucky? If I had known, I wouldn't have killed young Master Long on impulse. Wang Yu sighed deeply and regretted it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked down at the mountains and rivers below and pondered in silence. Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously and walked forward to ask, Brother Mu, what are you thinking about? Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yu and Wang Yu shrugged her shoulders in confusion. After a long time. Suddenly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said without turning his head, it's right to kill young Master Long, because even if we leave him alive, he won't admit to poisoning us. He will only bite us back and make our situation even more dangerous. The two of them were stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Young Master Hao asked, then what should we do now? We haven't gotten the water avoidance pearl yet. I have the water avoidance pearl, there's no need to think about it. Qin Feiyang said. What? You have it? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Yu raised her eyebrows and was very unhappy. If Qin Feiyang had said that he had the water avoidance pearl, they wouldn't have gone to Qinghai City, and none of this would have happened. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wang Yu. Did you ask me? Wang Yu said, I didn't ask, but you can take the initiative to say it. Why? Qin Feiyang was also angry. Wang Yu said angrily, because we are a team, we have to work together. Work together? Why does it sound so funny coming from your mouth? Qin Feiyang sneered. Wang Yu gritted her teeth and roared, are you going to quarrel? If so, I'll accompany you to the end. All right, you're still in the mood to bicker at a time like this? Hurry up and think of a way, we can't be the scapegoat forever. Young Master Hao looked at the two of them helplessly. I have no choice. Wang Yu snorted, turned her head to the side, and said in a strange tone, "Aren't some people very capable? Let him think." Qin Feiyang rubbed his temples and said weakly, "All right, I was wrong. I'll apologize to you, okay? I'm sorry." He had figured out this woman's character. If he didn't take the initiative to compromise, there would be no end to it. Therefore, it was better to be open-minded and apologize to earn some peace. Sure enough. Seeing Qin Feiyang's apology, Wang Yu's face eased a lot. Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Brother Mu, you're the smartest one. Do you have any plan?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao was stunned and urged, "Tell me quickly." In fact, he just asked casually. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang was really confident. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's check Fu Xiong first." "Why are you investigating him?" Qin Feiyang's word surprised young Master Hao greatly. "Yes, he helped us. Otherwise, we would have been killed by Shen Feiyan long ago." Wang Yu also looked confused. "You just look at appearances. And appearances are mostly illusions. I'm sure that Fu Xiong is definitely not that simple. And the woman in red died in such a strange way," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu looked at each other, then at Qin Feiyang and asked, "I'm afraid that the whole city is looking for us now. How do we investigate?" "That's easy." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently and looked at the two of them. "Do you have any unused image crystal?" "I do." Young Master Hao immediately took out a brand new image crystal from his Qinkuan bag. Qin Feiyang held it in his hand and looked down at the phantom snake emperor coiled around his wrist. He smiled and said, "Go." The phantom snake emperor immediately rolled up the image crystal and disappeared in front of the three of them. "What is it?" Young Master Hao and Wang Yu didn't notice the phantom snake emperor until now. Their eyes were full of surprise. "It's a phantom snake. It can change its color according to the environment. With it, it'll be easy to investigate Fu Xiong." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to recuperate. Phantom snake. Damn, even such a fierce beast can be subdued? The two of them were dumbfounded. In fact, this was not a big deal. If they knew that Qin Feiyang had mastered the art of invisibility, their jaws would drop. Of course. Chapter 990. Late at night. On the streets of Azure Sea City, there were very few pedestrians. It seemed very cold and cheerless. The transaction pavilion was also closed for business. On the top floor of the trading pavilion, there was an independent room. There was a bedroom, a dining room, a tea room, and a reception hall. At this moment, Fu Xiong sat alone in the tea room with his head lowered as if deep in thought. On the tea table, the kettle was boiling, gurgling, and the fragrance of tea drifted to every corner. A moment passed. Suddenly, Fu Xiong took out an image crystal and injected a wisp of battle chi into it. Wang. Very soon, a phantom appeared out of thin air. It was Fu Anshan. Fu Xiong respectfully said, "Greetings, father." Fu Anshan nodded and asked with a smile, "What's the matter, sending me a message in the middle of the night?" "Yes. This is still good news," Fu Xiong said. "Good news?" Fu Anshan was stunned for a moment before his interest was piqued. "Tell me about it." Fu Xiong said, "Ancestor Mu has come to Qinghai City." "What?" Fu Anshan was shocked and asked, "What is he going to Azure Sea City for?" "I don't know. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu are also with them," Fu Xiong said. Fu Anshan was bewildered. Why did these three people suddenly run to Azure Sea City? Fu Xiong frowned and asked, "Father, did you not receive any news at all?" "No." Fu Anshan shook his head. Fu Xiong was extremely shocked. One had to know. His father's status in God's city wasn't low either. How could he not know that young Master Hao and the other two had left God's city? After regaining his senses, Fu Xiong frowned and said, in other words, they secretly came to Azure Sea City? That should be the case. Fu Anshan fell into deep thought. It was reasonable to say that ancestor admiring was running around. After all, he was a person who liked to wander around. However, young Master Hao and Wang Yu were both priceless people and had never left the divine city before. Why did they suddenly run out? Fu Anshan said, do your best to investigate why they went to Qinghai City. Fu Xiong asked in surprise, Father, are you suspecting that they have some sort of motive? I can't help but be suspicious. Let's not talk about Ancestor Mu and Wang Yu for now. I know young Master Hao too well. If there's nothing important, he won't leave the divine city. I'm even thinking that their trip to Azure Sea City might have something to do with the Chief Tower Master. Fu Anshan said. Fu Xiong was secretly shocked. If it was really related to the Chief Pagoda Master, then this matter was not simple. Is this the good news you were talking about? Fu Anshan asked. Of course not. Fu Xiong shook his head and smiled. Just today, Ancestor Mu almost died in our trading pavilion. Really? Fu Anshan seemed very excited. Fu Xiong nodded and said regretfully, unfortunately, I'm only one step away. What's going on? Fu Anshan asked anxiously. Fu Xiong recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, Fu Anshan flew into a rage and shouted, are you courting death? How dare you instigate young Master Long to poison them? Old man, don't worry. Young Master Long is dead. I've also killed that staff member. No one will know. Fu Xiong smiled confidently. Although you're right, this is too risky. What if the matter is exposed? Fu Anshan said furiously. It won't happen. Without a witness, Ancestor Mu and the others won't be able to defend themselves. Shen Feiyun has already determined that young Master Hao and the others killed young Master Long for no reason. And you know the grudge between Shen Feiyun and the Chief Pagoda Master. He doesn't care about the identities of young Master Hao and the other two. Right now, I'm sending people to look for them. If I find them, I'm sure that Shen Feiyun won't be merciful. Fu Xiong laughed. Fu Anshan frowned and warned, then you'd better be careful, don't let Shen Feiyun notice anything. Shen Feiyun is no longer the same as before. He's just a useless drunkard now. There's nothing to worry about. Fu Xiong said in disdain. What a pity for a talent. Fu Anshan sighed deeply, and said, this Ancestor Mu came to the trading pavilion to embarrass me, even if he died 100 times, it would still be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. If you can really make him die in Qinghai City, you can be considered to have done a great service. This is what I should do. Fu Xiong smiled politely, then suddenly thought of something and asked, oh right, Father, how is the position of Vice Pavilion Master? Not good. Mentioning this, Fu Anshan was worried. What is it? Fu Xiong frowned. Didn't I tell you before? I don't know where he found a medicinal pill called Juku Yellow Dragon Pill. He relied on this medicinal pill to bring rich benefits and a lot of popularity to the trading pavilion. Now, the pavilion master has the intention to let him inherit the position of Vice Pavilion Master. Fu Anshan said, his face full of worry. Then who refined this Juku Yellow Dragon Pill? Fu Xiong frowned. I don't know. I've tried all kinds of ways to pry open Li's mouth, and even humbled myself to please him, but he just won't say anything. Fu Anshan sighed. His voice was filled with anger. Fu Xiong asked, what about the others, didn't you ask? No. Even the Chief Pavilion Master asked, that old thing didn't say anything. What a difficult bone to chew. Fu Anshan shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness. Then this matter is difficult. Fu Xiong said. We'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll think of a way to get rid of this old bastard. Fu Anshan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was determined to get the position of Vice Pavilion Master, and no one could stop him. All right, let's not talk about it. Pay close attention to the movements of Shen Feiyun and young Master Hao. Once there's any news, tell me immediately. Fu Anshan instructed. Okay. Fu Xiong nodded. Then, Fu Anshan turned off the image crystal. Humph, little bastard surnamed Mu, just you wait, I will never let you return to the divine city alive. Fu Xiong snorted from his nose, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he put away the image crystal and walked towards the bedroom. However, he didn't notice that in the left corner of the tea room, there was a pot of green potted plant, and behind the potted plant, there was a small figure hiding. After Fu Xiong entered the bedroom, the small figure also quietly left the room. In the mountain stream outside the city, the night was as dark as ink, and it was dead silent. On the peak of the mountain, Qin Feiyang and the other two sat back to back with their legs crossed, all of them closing their eyes to rest. Whoosh! Soon, a stream of light flashed across the sky like lightning, and finally landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. It was the Spirit Serpent Emperor. How is it? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and asked. Nonsense, is there anything that I can't handle? The Spirit Serpent Emperor said proudly. He took out an image crystal from his body and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang caught the image crystal, rubbed the Spirit Serpent Emperor's little head, and smiled lovingly. The Spirit Serpent Emperor raised its long and narrow eyes and smiled proudly. Then, it turned into an exquisite bracelet again and coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang immediately checked the image recorded in the image crystal. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu opened their eyes one after another. After watching the image, Wang Yu suddenly stood up and said angrily, "It's really this bastard behind all this." Young Master Hao was also very angry. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How did you know that there was something wrong with Fu Xiong?" Details. Qin Feiyang didn't explain much. Young Master Hao didn't ask much either. He shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, Father asked you to come. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to break this deadlock. Qin Feiyang smiled and stood up. I've let him laugh for so long. It's time for him to cry. Let's go. After this period of recuperation, the poison in his body had been completely removed and his injuries were healed. Whoosh! The three of them immediately rose into the air and flew toward Shanghai City. At the city gate, more than a dozen guards were on guard. Qin Feiyang and the other two didn't hide and directly landed in front of the city gate. It's them. A group of guards immediately drew their swords and surrounded the three of them. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "You don't have to do anything. Let's go." The leading guard sneered. "That's for the best. Let's go." The three of them looked at each other and smiled, then entered the city openly. The group of guards followed closely behind. A moment later, the three of them arrived in front of a mansion. The mansion was grand and imposing. It was brightly lit and the guards stood upright. Their eyes were extremely spirited. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, their eyes burst out with a cold light. "Go in," one of the guards shouted. The three of them entered the mansion. A guard at the gate of the mansion grabbed the leading guard and asked in a low voice, "Captain, how did you catch them?" The leading guard looked at the back of Qin Feiyang and the other two with a strange expression and whispered, "They delivered themselves to us." Delivered themselves to us? The guards at the gate were stunned. They had already escaped and yet they took the initiative to come back to die. Was there something wrong with their heads? In a certain courtyard in the mansion, Shen Feiyun sat on a chair. His eyes were gloomy. In front of him, an old man in black was kneeling. The old man's eyes were full of self-blame and guilt. Suddenly, Shen Feiyun, who was silent, looked at the old man in black and asked, "Old Nya, how do I usually treat you?" The old man in black said, Lord is very good to this old servant, like a relative. You still know. Then why did you let him run out when I told you to watch longer? More importantly, you didn't report to me immediately. Tell me, what are your intentions? Shen Feiyin shouted. The old man in black's eyes trembled and hurriedly said, Lord, this old servant swears that he is absolutely loyal to Lord. Shen Feiyin looked deeply at the old man in black and sighed, Old Nya, if you had told me earlier, Long, I wouldn't have died. I'm sorry, Lord. At first, this old servant thought that young master was only going to find trouble with young master Hao and the others. He wouldn't do anything out of line, so I didn't report to you. Who would have thought that young master would be so willful and poison them? Lord, this is this old servant's fault. Please punish me. The old man in black said guiltily. Pa. Shen Feiyin slapped the armrest of the chair and said angrily, You also think that Long poisoned them first? The old man in black didn't know how to answer for a moment. Although Long is a playboy, I don't believe that he doesn't even have a sense of propriety. This must be an excuse made up by young Master Hao and the others to kill them. Shen Feiyin snorted coldly. Dong. At this moment, there was a rush of knocking on the door. Shen Feiyin raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in black. Go open the door. The old man in black got up and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw a guard standing outside. What's the matter? The old man in black frowned. The guard said breathlessly, Master Nya, City Lord, we've caught them. Shen Feiyin suddenly quivered and immediately got up. He grabbed the guard's clothes and asked, Where is it? The meeting hall. The guard said. Little bastard, I'll kill you. Shen Feiyin growled and disappeared into the night sky with a murderous aura. Lord, don't be rash. Chapter 991. The Great Assembly Hall was located in the center of the City Lord's mansion. It was more than 10 meters tall, and there were obvious traces of weathering on the surface. At this moment, there were over 100 guards around the hall, and their cultivations were all between 5-star and 9-star war sect. Everyone's face was filled with vigilance. Greetings, City Lord. As soon as Shen Feiyin arrived, the guards all bowed and saluted. All of you, be more spirited. Shen Feiyin said coldly and strode into the Great Assembly Hall. Inside the hall, the lights were as bright as day. Qin Feiyang and the other two sat on a chair with different expressions. Qin Feiyang was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Young Master Hao crossed his legs in a frivolous manner. Wang Yu lowered her head, her eyes constantly flickering, but if one observed carefully, they would notice that she would glance at Qin Feiyang from time to time. The three of them did not have much of a reaction to Shen Feiyin's arrival. Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Shen Feiyin's heart became even stronger. Greetings, Lord. The leading guard bowed to Shen Feiyin, then swept his gaze towards Qin Feiyang and the other two, and shouted, Didn't you see that the City Lord is here? Quickly get up and kowtow to him. Does he have the qualifications? The corner of young Master Hao's mouth curled up, full of disdain. How dare you? The leading guard was furious and reached out to grab young Master Hao. Dare to touch this young master. Young Master Hao suddenly turned his head and stared at the guard, his eyes incomparably sharp. The leading guard's pupils constricted, and an indescribable sense of fear emerged in his heart. He doesn't dare, I dare. Shen Feiyin's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand to grab young Master Hao's head. My lord, stop. At this time, the old man in black hurried over and grabbed Shen Feiyin's wrist. What are you trying to do? Rebel? Shen Feiyin shouted. My lord, calm down. The old man in black anxiously shouted, then looked at the guards and said, All of you, go out and close the door. Yes, sir. The group of guards immediately turned around and ran out, closing the door of the hall tightly. In this way, inside the hall, only Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and Shen Feiyin's group were left. The black-clothed old man looked at Shen Feiyun and pleaded, "My lord, can this old servant ask a few questions first?" Shen Feiyun clenched his fist and shook off the black-robed old man. He said coldly, "I will only give you 100 breaths of time." The black-clothed old man let out a long sigh. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and asked, "Can you tell me the truth? Did young master poison you?" Young master Hao curled his lips and said, "If he didn't poison us, why would we kill him? Where's the witness? Who saw it?" Shen Feiyun angrily shouted. "Alas!" Wang Yuer sighed deeply and said regretfully, "Big brother Shen, I really didn't expect that after so many years, you would become like this today." Shen Feiyun said angrily, "Isn't this all thanks to Chief Pagoda Master and Gongsun Bei? You still haven't reflected on your actions, and you're still blaming them. You're really hopeless." There was a trace of anger in Wang Yuer's tone. "This is their fault to begin with." Shen Feiyun roared, as if he was recalling the past. His eyes were red and he was hysterical. Wang Yuer said, "Ask yourself, is it really their fault?" Shen Feiyun's expression was uncertain. After a moment, he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Since you say that Long poisoned you first, then find the witness for me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the city lord's mansion today." "Unreasonable. You want evidence, right?" Wang Yuer snorted coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Give it to him." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the image crystal appeared. Immediately after, an image appeared in the void of the Great Council Hall. It's actually him behind the scenes. Watching the entire conversation between Fu Xiong and Fu Anshan, the black-clothed old man's eyes gradually darkened. Shen Feiyun was the same. His hands clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. That gloomy gaze was as if he wanted to eat someone. "Damn bastard, I, Shen Feiyun, will not rest until you die." The image ended. Shen Feiyun roared and directly blasted the door of the hall, turning into a stream of light, breaking through the air like lightning. Looking at Shen Feiyun's back, the black-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, "It shouldn't be easy for the three of you to get this image." "It's okay." Young Master Hao said lightly. "Thank you three." The black-clothed old man bowed. "Thank us for what?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. "If you don't have this evidence, the Lord will definitely kill you. At that time, the Chief Pagoda Master will be alerted, and Lord's life will be in danger. So, the three of you have saved Lord's life." The black-clothed old man sighed. "You're quite loyal." Young Master Hao said in surprise. "Lord has done me a favor. It's only right for me to repay him. Let's not talk about it anymore. The three of you wait for a moment, I'll go take a look." After saying that, the black-clothed old man turned around and rushed out of the hall. He shouted to the guards guarding the door, "The three inside are the city lord's distinguished guests. Treat them well." Before his voice died away, the black-clothed old man rushed to the sky and chased after Shen Feiyun. Distinguished guests? The group of guards was dumbfounded. What was going on? Weren't they mortal enemies before? How did they become distinguished guests in the blink of an eye? What about us? In the hall, young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer. "There's a good show going on. Of course, we have to go and take a look." Qin Feiyang chuckled, got up and walked away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Wang Yuer and young Master Hao looked at each other. A cold light flashed in their eyes at the same time. They also got up and quickly followed. "Fu Xiong, get out here." All of a sudden, a roar resounded through the night sky, alarming countless people. Is this the city lord's voice? What happened? Why is he so angry? People were surprised. At the same time, Fu Xiong, who was lying on the bed and reading ancient books, also sat up, his eyes full of surprise. Boom! Before he could react, another terrifying emperor's aura erupted outside. Fu Xiong immediately felt a deep sense of uneasiness in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly got up and rushed out of a window. Boom! Crack! Just as he left, a dazzling battle chi blasted into the trading pavilion. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the entire building collapsed with a loud crash. Billowing dust and smoke rose into the sky, covering the waning moon. Standing in the void, Fu Xiong was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Shen Feiyan standing high in the sky, exuding a monstrous aura. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Fu Xiong shouted angrily. "Crazy? Yes, not only am I crazy, but I'm also going to kill you today. Die!" Shen Feiyan roared and swooped down toward Fu Xiong with surging killing intent. "What the hell are you doing?" Fu Xiong's expression changed, and he hurriedly flew away. At the same time, he roared without looking back. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly rushed out of the city and entered the mountains outside the city. Whoosh! At this moment, the old man in black, Qin Feiyang, and the other two flew into the sky one after another, looking at Fu Xiong and Shen Feiyan from afar. Wang Yuer frowned, looked at the old man in black, and asked, "How's Fu Xiong's strength?" "Very strong. But compared to Sir, he's still far from being strong." The old man in black smiled confidently. "That's good," Wang Yuer whispered. To be honest, she still had some sympathy for Shen Feiyan because when she was young, Shen Feiyan took care of her like an elder brother. Whoosh! The four of them moved and chased after him. Above a giant mountain, Fu Xiong paused, turned to look at Shen Feiyan, and said angrily, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Why did you attack me for no reason? How dare you say it's for no reason? I've always minded my own business with you, but you actually killed my son. Do you really think that I, Shen Feiyan, have become a good-for-nothing now?" Shen Feiyan roared, his hair flying in anger. "What?" Fu Xiong's eyes trembled. Did Shen Feiyan already know? Impossible. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Shen Feiyan had no way to know. Thinking of this, Fu Xiong calmed down a little and said angrily, "The one who killed your son is Wang Su's granddaughter. Why are you looking for me? It's true that Wang Yuer killed him, but you're the source of all this. Don't try to quibble anymore. Today, if I don't chop you into pieces, I, Shen Feiyan, am not a human." Boom! Shen Feiyan's body shook, and his battle chi surged out like a tide, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky and rushed toward Fu Xiong. That murderous intent was enough to make one tremble in fear. Damn it, how did I get exposed? Fu Xiong's mind was in a mess at this moment. Everything he had planned could be said to be flawless, and the facts also proved that there were indeed no flaws. Otherwise, Shen Feiyan would not kill young Master Hao and the other two in anger during the day. But how did Shen Feiyan suddenly find out? There was no time to think about it, because the battle chi had already rushed in front of him. He quickly raised both hands, and his battle chi surged, colliding with Shen Feiyan's battle chi. Puff! Sure enough, as the black-clothed old man said, Fu Xiong's strength was completely inferior to Shen Feiyan's. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite, crashing into a huge mountain behind. The huge mountain was more than 10,000 feet tall and shattered on the spot. In just one round, Fu Xiong suffered a fatal injury. Although my son is useless, he's not someone you can use. At this moment, Shen Feiyan was a living god of death, and no one could stop him. The battle chi all over his body was like a waterfall, constantly surging into the sky, turning the night into day. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge hand appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky and the moon, exuding a world-destroying aura, destroying everything in its path. "Go and be buried with my son." Next, Shen Feiyan roared into the sky, and the huge hand with an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder fell from the sky, slapping the ground below. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, and ravines appeared everywhere. Huge mountains collapsed crazily, and a thunderous sound shook the heavens. This is Shen Feiyun's strength. In the distant void, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, unable to conceal his fear. Wang Yuer said, if Shen Feiyun hadn't been so dispirited all these years, his current strength would be far more than this. Chapter 992. Is it far more than that? Qin Feiyang murmured and did not refute. Because that was the truth. With Shen Feiyun's talent, if he was willing to cultivate seriously these years, even if he did not obtain the inheritance, his current strength would not be inferior to Gongsun Bei. Unfortunately, he had chosen a path of desolation. The wind howled and heaven and earth shook. Shen Feiyun stood proudly in the void like a fiend god, his aura soaring to the sky. Below, the ground was cracked and dilapidated, filled with a tragic aura. Fu Xiong was buried underground, his life or death unknown. Is he dead? Young Master Hao mumbled. The old man in black said confidently, needless to say, he's definitely dead. Boom. However, before he finished, a destructive aura rushed out from the ground like a volcanic eruption. For a moment, the ground trembled and dust flew. Whoosh. Following that, a bloody figure rushed out from the soil, his body covered in wounds, some of them so deep that bones could be seen. It was Fu Xiong. Not dead? The old man in black raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're really lucky. But it's good, if you die like this, it'll be too easy for you. Shen Feiyun's black hair danced in the wind like a madman. He took a step forward, the battle chi under his feet surging as he stepped on Fu Xiong's head. Fu Xiong's expression changed and he hurriedly turned to flee. At the same time, he shouted anxiously, "You said I harmed your son, take out the evidence." Shen Feiyun did not answer and chased crazily. The murderous intent in his eyes made Fu Xiong despair. Shen Feiyun, don't go too far. Fu Xiong roared in horror. He wanted to buy some time and find a chance to escape, but he did not expect Shen Feiyun to ignore him. You're the one who's going too far. Shen Feiyun's gaze was extremely dark and his speed was faster than Fu Xiong's. The distance between them was closing bit by bit. What should I do? Fu Xiong was flustered and regretful. If he had known, he would not have instigated young Master Long. Seeing Shen Feiyun approaching step by step, Fu Xiong was so anxious that he was about to go crazy. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look at Shen Feiyun, his eyes flashing with madness. I advise you not to force me, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Who do you think you are? So what if I force you? Shen Feiyun smiled coldly and arrogantly. His footsteps did not slow down at all. Fu Xiong's eyes darkened as he said, even if I die, shouldn't you at least let me know the reason before I die? He still hadn't given up and wanted to fight for a chance to escape. However, Shen Feiyun still did not give him the chance to do so. Carrying surging battle chi, he furiously charged forward. Bastard! Since you won't let me go, then we'll die together today. Fu Xiong was in complete despair and gave up struggling. With a furious roar, he did not retreat, but instead charged toward Shen Feiyun. You overestimate yourself. Shen Feiyun sneered. Really? Fu Xiong smiled sinisterly, and a destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. This aura made Shen Feiyun feel horrified. What do you want to do? Shen Feiyun was bewildered. Do what? Of course I'll drag you down to hell with me. Speaking of which, it's a worthy death for me to have a peerless genius like you die with me. Be destroyed. Huh, Fu Xiong laughed maniacally. Rumble. Following that 7-foot-tall body suddenly exploded in the void. Immediately, a world-destroying wave of air surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Damn it. He actually self-destructed his body. Shen Feiyun's expression changed drastically, and he retreated without hesitation. But it was too late. That wave of air arrived in an instant and drowned him. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded through the heavens and earth. Lord, seeing this scene, the old man in black immediately bared his teeth and rushed toward Shen Feiyan crazily. But before he could get close, he was sent flying by the wave of air. That old body was instantly torn into pieces, and blood splattered across the sky. Run! Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted as he shouted at young Master Hao and Wang Yuer. Without a doubt, Fu Xiong was definitely a war king. The destructive power of a war king's self-destruction was not something they could withstand. That old man in black was the best example. In just an instant, he was killed instantly. Seeing the death of the old man in black, Wang Yuer was so scared that her face turned pale. The moment Qin Feiyang spoke, she immediately swept up Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer, turned around, and fled for her life. After running for a long time, the three of them finally felt that the danger behind them had disappeared. They stopped at the peak of a giant mountain that was about 10,000 feet tall. When they turned around, their faces turned pale with fright. They saw that the land in front of them had been destroyed. Not a single blade of grass was left, as if it was a land of death. That wave of air had not dissipated yet. In the void and on the ground, nothing could stop them from killing. That was close. Young Master Hao patted his chest with lingering fear. If they had been a step later, they would have followed in the footsteps of that old man in black. Yeah, the power of a war king's self-destruction is too terrifying. Wang Yuer's pretty face was also pale. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in their lives, and they finally understood how cruel the outside world was. As for Qin Feiyang, he was not that surprised, because he had already seen the scene of the war king's self-destruction. Back then in the 9 regions, the 2 divine envoys from the main tower were forced by the Mu family's great ancestor and second ancestor to self-destruct in despair. So it was no longer surprising. However, he felt quite sorry for the sacrifice of the old man in black. Knowing that he was going to die, he still rushed forward without hesitation. Such a loyal person was really rare. It was a pity that he died. After young Master Hao recovered, he looked into the depths of the mountain range and frowned. Is this Shen Feiyan dead? Shen Feiyan's strength is at most 1 or 2 small realms higher than Fu Xiong. And the power of self-destruction is stronger than a perfect battle art, so he should have no hope of survival. Qin Feiyang said. What a pity. Wang Yuer sighed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, a pitiful person must have something to hate. There's no need to be so sad. Let's go. You're so heartless. Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows. Heartless? Don't be naive. The outside world is a world where the strong preys on the weak. People like you who grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth will not understand. Qin Feiyang said lightly. His expression was indeed a little cold. But it was not because he was really heartless, but because he was used to this kind of thing, and it was difficult for him to sympathize. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, young Master Hao and Wang Yuer looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. No, the fear of Qin Feiyang was the fear of the ruthlessness of the world. Boom! However, just as the 3 of them were about to go back the way they came, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the mountain stream below. Following closely, a bright battle chi, carrying an astonishing killing intent, rushed toward the 3 of them like lightning. There's someone else? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were shocked and hurriedly rushed into the sky and fled for their lives. Because the aura that erupted from the mountain stream also carried a shocking emperor's aura. It was enough to explain. The person lurking in the mountain stream was a war emperor. But no matter how Qin Feiyang and the other 2 fled, the battle chi always followed behind them. How could this be? I didn't sense any aura locking onto me. Young Master Hao was surprised. Wang Yuer was also bewildered. Usually, in this kind of situation, only when the opponent's aura locked onto them would they be chased by the battle chi. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. At this moment, as he fled, he scanned the mountain stream with a gloomy face. Suddenly, He looked at young Master Hao and Wang Yuer and said in a deep voice, "I've been locked onto by a wisp of aura." What? Their expressions changed. Qin Feiyang said, "The aura only locked onto me, not you. It seems that this person's target is me. Hurry up and get away from me." "How can this do?" Young Master Hao was anxious. The person lurking in the mountain stream was a war emperor, and Qin Feiyang was only a one-star war saint. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. If they were hit by the battle chi, they would definitely die. "Cut the crap, hurry up!" Qin Feiyang shouted impatiently. "Let's go." Wang Yuer took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, grabbed young Master Hao, and dashed in another direction. As expected, the battle chi only followed Qin Feiyang and did not chase after Wang Yuer and young Master Hao. Who could it be? Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains and rivers below, his eyes extremely gloomy. "No matter who you are, you can dream on if you want to kill me." Suddenly, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. He suddenly dived down and rushed into the forest below. His speed was as fast as lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, he entered the forest. The battle chi also blasted into the forest. With a loud bang, the forest was razed to the ground on the spot. Several towering mountains nearby were also shattered in an instant. Dust and smoke covered the sky. "Brother Mu!" Young Master Hao shouted. There was an unresolvable sadness between his eyebrows. Wang Yuer's face also turned pale. Was there any way to survive after being hit by the battle chi of a war emperor? Time passed breath by breath. The world fell into a dead silence. After not sensing Qin Feiyang's aura for a long time, young Master Hao's eyes surged with strong killing intent. He shouted, "Who is it? Get out here!" Wang Yuer clutched her chest and remained silent. However, her heart could not help but ache faintly. Usually, when she saw Qin Feiyang, she was very disgusted. However, now that she saw Qin Feiyang die in front of her, she felt inexplicably sad. In the sky, a dark cloud surged from afar and covered the waning moon. The earth immediately fell into endless darkness. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared on a mountain ridge not far away. He raised his head and looked at young Master Hao and young Master Hao. Then, he looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang. His eyes flickered with a cold light. "Don't blame me. This is the leader's order." After a while, the black figure muttered and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly turned back and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a fiery red figure suddenly rushed out of the dust and smoke. Who else could it be other than Qin Feiyang? At this moment, not only was there no injury on his body, but even a strand of hair was not missing. He was full of vitality and energy. How is this possible? The black figure rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he looked again, he was instantly stunned. Chapter 993. Not dead? At the same time, young Master Hao and Wang Yuer also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Then, young Master Hao's face was filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly rushed to Qin Feiyang, looked up and down at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Give me a slap to see if I'm dreaming." Idiot. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, but his heart was warm. However, Wang Yuer did not stand on ceremony and slapped young Master Hao's face. "You really hit me." Young Master Hao immediately covered his face and glared at Wang Yuer, grimacing in pain. "If you know the pain, then you're not dreaming," Wang Yuer said, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes full of surprise. "Brother, how did you do it?" young Master Hao asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and did not explain. He lowered his head and scanned the mountains below again, looking for the black shadow. In fact, it was very simple. The moment he entered the forest, he hid in the castle, so the battle chi did not hit him at all. However, He could not tell young Master Hao and Wang Yu about the castle. Who is it? Wang Yu was also looking for the black shadow. The black shadow standing on the mountain ridge finally came back to his senses, and his eyes burst with strong killing intent. If you're not dead, then I'll kill you again. He muttered and was about to attack, but at this moment, an astonishing emperor's might suddenly erupted from the depths of the mountain range. The black shadow's pupils shrank, and he immediately turned around and merged into the dark forest without looking back. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other two also looked into the depths of the mountain range, their eyes full of surprise. They were very familiar with this emperor's might. It was Shen Feiyan's. Was Shen Feiyan not dead? Boom! Suddenly, they sensed that Shen Feiyan's emperor's might was soaring crazily. No way. Not only did he not die, but he also broke through. The three of them looked at each other. Sure enough, when Shen Feiyan appeared in their sight again, the aura exuding from his body was a level stronger than before. However, the injuries on his body were very serious. Not only was he missing an arm, but his body was also riddled with wounds, as if he was a bloody man. Wang Yu went up to him and said with a smile, "One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Big brother Shen, congratulations." Shen Feiyan stopped in midair and glanced at Wang Yu, before looking at Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao. His expression was extremely desolate. Sighing inwardly, Wang Yu consoled, "Big brother Shen, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please restrain your grief." Shen Feiyan didn't answer. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. He seemed to have aged several decades. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and said, "I believe you all know what I did in Divine City back then." Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded. "Actually, I also understand that this matter is my fault. I can't blame Chief Pagoda Master and Gong Sun Bei, but I just can't get over it. I didn't know how to face it either, so all these years, I drank day and night without stopping. Because only when I was drunk could I forget those things. But it was also because of this that I forgot my responsibility as a father. Ever since Long was born, I didn't take good care of him. After a long time, he began to rebel. Even when I discovered this, I didn't restrain him, which led to today's disaster. Actually, it's all my fault. I don't deserve to be his father at all." Shen Feiyan blamed himself in pain. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and chose to remain silent. A moment later, Shen Feiyan looked up at the three of them and smiled. "But I also have to thank you." The three of them were puzzled. Shen Feiyan said, "Because of your arrival, and also because of Long Er's death, I finally woke up." Wang Yu said, "Then what do you plan to do next?" "I want to return to Divine City and make up for my past mistakes. I want to let the world know that I, Shen Feiyan, am back." Shen Feiyan looked at the night sky and muttered, his body exuding an invisible domineering aura. Wang Yu smiled in relief. She could already predict that the Divine City would soon be stirred up by Shen Feiyan's return. Shen Feiyan suddenly thought of something and looked at the three of them. "Just now, I sensed an emperor's aura here. What's going on?" Young Master Hao's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Someone wants to assassinate Brother Mu." Shen Feiyan looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Did you offend someone?" "I've offended too many people. It's really hard to determine which clown is causing trouble in the dark." Qin Feiyang shrugged and said helplessly. However, the three of them did not notice that there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. "Clown?" Shen Feiyan's face twitched. The other party was a dignified combat emperor, but he was called a clown. This young man was too unique. "Wait for me." Shen Feiyan closed his eyes and carefully sensed. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said, "Within 100 miles, other than the aura of ferocious beasts, I didn't sense anyone else's aura. They should have already left." Young Master Hao and Wang Yu both heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Feiyan said, "All right, I still have to go and bury Long. You guys be careful. Okay. The three of them nodded. After Shen Feiyan opened the portal and left, young Master Hao immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Brother, why do I suddenly feel that I can't see through you? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked in confusion, what do you mean? Not only can you refine a magical pill like the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, but you can also escape safely from the assassination of a combat emperor. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Young Master Hao said. Cough, cough. Hearing young Master Hao mention the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, Qin Feiyang hurriedly coughed to remind him. However, young Master Hao only realized later that he had let it slip after saying it. Without a doubt. Wang Yu heard it. What is it? You refined the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill? She stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. It's all your fault for talking too much. Qin Feiyang glared at young Master Hao and was extremely annoyed. Young Master Hao turned his head and looked away guiltily, as if he didn't know him. Don't try to divert my attention. Tell me, did you refine it or not? Wang Yu asked. So what if I refined it? Qin Feiyang glanced at her and said lightly. Oh my god. Wang Yu immediately seemed to have discovered a new world and her beautiful eyes shone. Qin Feiyang looked at her eyes and felt uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, Wang Yu smiled and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder meaningfully. She said with a smile, you hit it well. Not bad, not bad. After saying that, she flew in the direction of Qinghai City. Sister, wait for me. Young Master Hao hurriedly chased after her. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang would continue to blame him. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu's back and frowned. For some reason, when he saw the smile on Wang Yu's face, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he said loudly to the two of them, I have something to do and have to leave for a while. Let's meet at the city gate later. You have something to do? Wang Yu and Qin Feiyang were stunned. They quickly stopped in the void and turned to ask Qin Feiyang. However, when they turned around, they discovered that there was no trace of Qin Feiyang. Where is he? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? As they scanned the empty space, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the castle. Qin Feiyang stood in the center of the castle with his head lowered and his eyes flickering. Lu Hong had also woken up from her cultivation and was thinking about something. Suddenly, Lu Hong's eyes lit up. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, the person who attacked you is actually very easy to guess. Really? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up at Lu Hong with interest and said with a faint smile, tell me about it. You have indeed offended a lot of people in the Forgotten Continent, but the people you have offended with your identity of Ancestor Mu can be counted on one hand. Let me think, it seems that other than Fu Anshan, the Scorpion tribe, there is only the Qilin tribe. And Fu Anshan is definitely impossible, because if it was him, he wouldn't just watch Fu Xiong being killed by Shen Feiyan. The Scorpion tribe is even more impossible, because the people of the Scorpion tribe are all dead. Then only the Qilin tribe is left. Lu Hong smiled. This little girl is really getting smarter and smarter. Qin Feiyang muttered. What Lu Hong said was basically the same as what he thought. After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang asked, then is it possible that it's someone from the Mu family? Are you testing me on purpose? Of course it's impossible. If it was really them, they would have already made a move on you when they got the Scorpion Flame. Lu Hong frowned her beautiful eyebrows, expressing her dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang laughed, not bad, next time when I let you go out alone, I can rest assured. I can already take care of myself, okay? Lu Hong pouted her red lips, looking quite charming. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, then turned around and took out the image crystal. Wu Yang's shadow quickly condensed. Although they were in the castle, because Qin Feiyang deliberately changed the direction, Wu Yang could only see one side of the castle wall. Qin Feiyang didn't waste time, and directly said, immediately go and investigate, whether or not your tribe has people who left today. Wu Yang's expression was confused. Why do you want to investigate this? Moreover, there are more than 1 million people in my tribe. Who knows how many people go out and come back and go out. How do you want to investigate? There's no need to investigate the others, just investigate those above the combat emperor level. As for the reason, I'll tell you later. Qin Feiyang said. If it's just investigating those above the combat emperor level, then it's much simpler. Give me a day, after I've finished investigating, I'll send you a message. Wu Yang said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, then turned off the image crystal, and sent a message to Yan Wei. After the shadow appeared, Yan Wei immediately asked, was the journey smooth? There were some accidents, but it's been resolved. Qin Feiyang smiled, then his face became serious, and said, there's something, help me pay more attention to it. Speak. Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang said, I'm worried that Fu Anshan might harm Li He, so pay more attention in the future. Harm Li He, would he dare? Yan Wei was surprised. There's nothing that some people don't dare to do after losing their minds. Qin Feiyang sneered. Yan Wei's pupils contracted, and he nodded, okay, I'll pay more attention. Then I'll leave it to you. Chapter 994. In fact, he could directly open the portal and go to the city gate to meet Mr. Hao and Mr. Wang. He did that because he wanted to see if he could lure the Black Shadow out. But it ended in disappointment. The Black Shadow didn't appear again until he arrived above the city gate. In front of the city gate, Mr. Hao and Wang Yu stood side by side. Mr. Hao's black hair was fluttering in the wind. Wang Yu was beautiful. Her clothes were fluttering, and her hair was dancing in the wind. The two of them were like a beautiful scenery in the dark night. Swish! Qin Feiyang flashed and landed in front of them. Greetings, Mr. Hao. The guards who were guarding the city immediately bowed and saluted. Their expressions were also extremely respectful. Obviously, Shen Feiyun had already greeted them. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Mr. Hao and Mr. Wang, and asked, did the person who attacked me appear again? Mr. Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang sighed, it seems that we have to be extra careful on the way. Wang Yu said, it's you who should be careful, not us. Don't confuse us. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, who said not long ago that we are a team and should work together? Did someone say that? Wang Yu pretended to be confused, looked at Mr. Hao, and asked, did you say that? Mr. Hao's face darkened, and he said, you can quarrel if you want, but don't drag me into it. Right now, I feel like a third wheel sandwiched between the two of you. What do you mean? A trace of anger rose in Wang Yu's eyes. See for yourself. Mr. Hao turned his head away, looking very unhappy. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression on his face. With this woman around, it seemed that he would not be able to have a quiet time on the way. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, cut the crap. Shall we go directly to Qinghai or rest in the city for a night? Mr. Hao thought for a while and said secretly, I think it's better to go during the day. After all, we don't know where the person who attacked you is hiding. If we rush to Qinghai at night, I'm afraid that we may be attacked by him on the way. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled, then let's rest in Azure Sea City for the night and depart tomorrow morning. Let's go. The two of them immediately walked into the city. Sneak attack. Behind him, Wang Yu glanced at the dim night sky. With a cold light flashing in her eyes, she turned around and followed him slowly. The night passed in silence. The next day, early morning. The sun slowly rose from the horizon and spread its rays over the earth, dispelling the lingering chill of the night. Qin Feiyang and the other two left Azure Sea City early and flew towards Azure Sea. Along the way, there were mountains and rivers as far as the eye could see. The ferocious beasts were densely packed, and their cultivations were not weak. They would encounter a few battle saint-level vicious beasts every now and then, but Qin Feiyang and the other two were not weak either. Wang Yuer was a 9-star battle saint. These ferocious beasts naturally posed no threat to them, and the three of them arrived at the blue sea without a hitch. The coastline stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, there were many people gathered on the beach. There were old and young, strong and weak. They were all adventurers in Qinghai. Some of them sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to rest. Some of them gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss the various secrets of Qinghai. When Qin Feiyang looked at the surface of the sea, a hint of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. The blue sea was sparkling and extremely calm. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The azure sea he had imagined was full of raging winds and turbulent waves. But now, the azure sea in front of him was so quiet and peaceful. He could not feel any danger at all. This is just the outer sea. There is no danger here. The real danger is in the inner sea. And there are rumors that the end of the inner sea is connected to the endless sea. As if seeing Qin Feiyang's doubts, Wang Yuer explained in a somewhat solemn tone. The endless sea. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard of the endless sea. Young Master Hao asked curiously, "Sister, is the endless sea really as terrible as the rumors say?" "I've never been there, so I don't know. But those rumors should not be groundless," Wang Yuer said. Young Master Hao looked at the vast sea with a yearning face and said, "I really want to see it if I have the chance." "Hey! I won't stop you if you want to go, as long as you're not afraid of death." Wang Yuer smirked. "Humph." Young Master Hao raised his middle finger with a disdainful face. "Do you know what you're thinking now? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers." Wang Yuer rolled her eyes at him, then looked at the end of the sea and said, "It's still early. Let's try to enter the inner sea before dark. Let's go." Whoosh! The three of them immediately turned into a stream of light and flew toward the sea. "Someone's coming?" The people gathered at the seaside all sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and the other two, and they all looked up at the three of them. Aren't they the three people who killed young Master Long yesterday? They actually came to Qinghai? Qinghai City was not far from here. And the people here were basically people near Qinghai City, so they had already received the news not long after the incident yesterday. Similarly, the news of Fu Xiong's death had also spread. However, as for why Fu Xiong had died, no one had figured it out yet. Because Shen Feiyun did not deliberately explain the reason to the public. Maybe he didn't want to explain. Or maybe it was because he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. After all, no matter what, young Master Long did die in the hands of these three people. It was also because of Shen Feiyun's silence that the people here found it difficult to make a decision. On one hand, they wanted to take down Qin Feiyang and the other two, and bring them to the city lord's mansion to receive the reward. But on the other hand, they received another piece of news last night. Some guards of the city lord's mansion privately told others that for some reason, these three people suddenly became the city lord's distinguished guests. This made them very confused. What in the world had happened here? Swoosh! Just as Qin Feiyang and the other two were flying over the beach, an old man with white hair and a white beard suddenly opened his eyes and sized up Qin Feiyang and the other two. He flew up and stood in front of the three. The old man's cultivation was at the level of a 2-star battle saint. He stroked his white beard and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and asked with a smile, "My three little friends, where are you going?" His expression looked very friendly. Qin Feiyang and the other two stopped in the void. "Hello, elder." Wang Yuer bowed politely and then replied, "The three of us are going to the Blue Sea." "The Blue Sea?" "My three little friends, the Blue Sea is not a good place. You have such high cultivation at such a young age, and I believe that your talents are not bad. So, it's better not to go there, lest you lose your life." The white-haired old man kindly advised them. Wang Yuer smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, elder. We have something to do and have to go there. In that case, I won't persuade you anymore. You have to be careful. The white-haired old man chuckled and returned to the beach, continuing to rest with his eyes closed. Young Master Hao glanced at the white-haired old man, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "The outside world is not as cruel as you said. There are more good people." Good people? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man, and an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. He murmured, "Maybe." Young Master Hao did not notice this slight abnormality. He looked at Wang Yuer and said, "Sister, they have been exploring here all year round. Maybe they know the location of the 7th grade alchemy fire. Why don't we ask them?" "That's right." Wang Yuer's eyes lit up, and she urged, "Go and ask." Young Master Hao was about to go down. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang pulled him back and said with a smile, "Let me go. Isn't it the same if you go and I go?" Young Master Hao looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang did not explain further. He landed in front of the white-haired old man, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "May I know your name, elder?" The white-haired old man opened his eyes and chuckled. "I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. What's the matter, my little friend?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just want to ask you, elder. Has anything big happened in the Blue Sea recently?" "Big things?" The white-haired old man was stunned. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry. He carefully paid attention to the white-haired old man's expression. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the people around the white-haired old man. Gradually, he found out. Although these people were cultivating with their eyes closed, there was a trace of vigilance between their brows, as if they were guarding against something. Moreover, whether it was their temperament or appearance, they were very ordinary, and their cultivation was not very good. They were basically between the 5-star and 9-star battle masters. But Qin Feiyang felt that this group of people and the others on the beach had an atmosphere that was out of place. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. When he looked at the white-haired old man before, he felt that something was wrong. This was not intuition. It was experience. All these years, he had been fighting and scheming with others. Even he himself could not remember how many life and death tribulations he had experienced. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the sense of crisis. Although the white-haired old man was a 2-star battle saint, he gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. This obviously did not make sense. Because, although he was a 1-star battle saint, it was easy for him to kill a 2-star battle saint with his means. Therefore, he stopped young Master Hao and took the initiative to come down. He wanted to personally explore the white-haired old man's background. And this trip was really not in vain. After a while, the white-haired old man looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "This old man carefully thought about it. Recently, nothing particularly important happened in Shanghai. Thank you, old man. Goodbye." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. He did not continue to ask. He soared into the sky and landed beside young Master Hao and shook his head at them. Wang Yuer frowned and said, "It seems that we have to enter the inland sea to find out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Whoosh! The three of them cut through the sky and quickly entered the sea. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the sea. Soon. The white-haired old man opened his eyes again and looked at the end of the sea. He got up and said with a smile, "Let's go. I hope we can gain something in Shanghai." Swish! Immediately, the people around him opened their eyes and followed the white-haired old man to the sea. Including the white-haired old man, there were a total of 36 people. At the same time, above the deep sea, Qin Feiyang and the other two were flying as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped. "What's the matter?" Wang Yuer and young Master Hao turned to look at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "It suddenly occurred to me that I have something to deal with. You go first. I'll catch up with you later." "Something else?" Wang Yuer frowned and said angrily, "Why do you have so many things to do? Why do you say that I'm a busy man?" "Well, I'll go first." "Be careful." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and turned around to go back. "Bastard." Wang Yuer gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang's back. Young Master Hao looked thoughtful. He suddenly turned to look at Wang Yuer and said with a frown, "Sister, why do I feel that this guy seems to be hiding something from us on purpose? It's not as if there is something that he doesn't want us to know." Wang Yuer snorted and turned to continue walking. "What kind of person are you? Why can't I see through you?" Chapter 995. And then there was Qin Feiyang. Along the way, his eyes were flashing with thoughts. About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, he quickly restrained his aura and hid in the sea below. After a while, dozens of figures passed through the sky in a grandiose manner. The leader was the white-haired old man. After the group of people went away, Qin Feiyang came out of the sea and stood in the air, looking at the back of the white-haired old man, his eyes flickering. Then he turned around and sped away. Soon he came to the sky above the beach again. "Why did you come back?" The people on the beach stared at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Swish! Qin Feiyang landed in front of a young man and said with a smile, "Brother, I have a question to ask you." The young man thought that Qin Feiyang was going to harm him, so he was quite nervous, but when he heard that he had a question, he was relieved. "What question?" the young man asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you know the white-haired old man who talked to me just now?" "I don't know." The young man shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked again, "When did he come here?" "I don't know. Because when I came, he was already here." The young man said. "Then when did you come?" Qin Feiyang said. The young man said, "Before dawn." Qin Feiyang frowned. The young man's answer was worthless. "I know when he came." But at this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Qin Feiyang looked at the voice and saw an old man in red sitting in the crowd not far away. He looked old, but his eyes were extremely sharp. And if one looked carefully, one would find that his left hand was empty. It was obviously a broken arm. Moreover, Qin Feiyang could not see through the aura of the one-armed old man. Qin Feiyang raised a trace of vigilance in his heart. He strode forward and said with a smile, "Please tell me the truth." The one-armed old man said, "They came last night around dawn." "Midnight." Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then may I ask if you've seen them in Shanghai before?" This old man can confirm that there is absolutely no such thing. Because this old man has been in Shanghai for many years. Anyone who has been here will have an impression of me. The one-armed old man said. "Thank you, elder. This is a small token of appreciation from this junior, please kindly accept it." Qin Feiyang took out a regeneration pill and handed it to the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man looked at the regeneration pill with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was actually a regeneration pill with 4 pill veins. However, the one-armed old man didn't reach out to take it. He smiled and said, "For some reason, this old man's severed arm can no longer be regenerated. However, I still have to thank little brother for his kind intentions." Unable to regenerate? Qin Feiyang looked at the one-armed old man's left arm in surprise. "Little friend, do you have any other questions?" The one-armed old man asked with a smile. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Thinking about it, it made sense. The one-armed old man's strength was even stronger than his. The regeneration pill was nothing for the old man. If it could be regenerated, the old man would have used the regeneration pill to regenerate it. Then he put away the regeneration pill and was about to leave. The one-armed old man suddenly said, "Little brother, wait a moment." "What's the matter, elder?" Qin Feiyang looked back at the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man said, "This old man wants to give you a piece of advice. After entering the inland sea, you must be careful of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. 10 heroes of Qinghai? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What the hell was this? You don't even know the 10 heroes of Qinghai. It seems that this is your first time in Qinghai. The 10 heroes of Qinghai are 10 people. Each of them has great talent and is the invincible king of the younger generation in the Inland Sea. As for their detailed information, it's not convenient for me to say more. You can take your time to find out. The one-armed old man said. Thank you, old man. I'll pay more attention. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he glanced at the others on the beach, only to find that they were all very afraid when they heard the name of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. It seemed that the so-called 10 heroes of Qinghai were indeed not simple people. Then Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He cupped his hands and said goodbye to the one-armed old man. Then he turned around and disappeared at the end of the sea. What an interesting little guy. The one-armed old man looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared. There was a strange light in his old eyes. On the other side, young Master Hao and Wang Yu also found an island. The island was not big, about half a mile. There were no plants on it, only bare rocks, which had been eroded by the sea all year round and were full of holes. Young Master Hao said, Sister, why don't we go to the island and wait for him? Do you know when he will come back? It's a waste of time to wait for him. Wang Yu snorted and flew straight over the island. Young Master Hao glanced at the island and had to follow her helplessly. When did such a beautiful little girl come to Qinghai? However, at this moment, a surprised voice sounded somewhere on the island. Someone is here. Wang Yu and young Master Hao looked at each other and stopped. They lowered their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Immediately, their pupils shrank. They saw a young man sitting cross-legged on a rock in the center of the island. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall. His upper body was naked, revealing 8 pectoral muscles. He only wore a pair of large underpants. His skin was bronze. His body was not very strong, but it was full of an amazing aura. Young Master Hao asked through sound transmission, Sister, what's his cultivation? 9-star battle saint. Wang Yu whispered. This, young Master Hao was dumbfounded. This man seemed to be about the same age as him. How could he be so powerful? Swish. The young man sized up young Master Hao and Wang Yu He suddenly stood up and landed in front of them. Little beauty, this young master has taken a liking to you. Have some fun with this young master. He stared at Wang Yu without scruples. The possessiveness in his eyes was undisguised. Young Master Hao was stunned. There must be something wrong with this man's brain. Others would avoid this little she-devil as soon as they saw her. How dare this man take the initiative to provoke her? It seemed that there would be a good show. As expected, Wang Yu was angry at the young man's frivolous words and attitude. Boom! The coercion of a 9-star battle saint suddenly erupted. She took a step forward and reached out her hand to slap the young man angrily. You're also a 9-star battle saint? The young man was surprised, but his action was not slow at all. He quickly dodged to the side and avoided Wang Yu's slap. Then he reached out his hand and grabbed Wang Yu's wrist. Feeling her soft skin, the young man's heart skipped a beat. He chuckled and said, "What a seductive little fox. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth." Wang Yu's eyes turned cold. Her arms shook violently and her battle chi surged, shaking the young man away. I haven't met such a hot-tempered little beauty for a long time. I like it. From now on, you are young master's woman. Come into young master's embrace. The young man opened his hands and laughed evilly. You're playing with fire. Young Master Hao muttered and glanced at Wang Yu, only to see her face as cold as ice. But suddenly, she flashed a smile that was full of charm. The young man couldn't help but be fascinated by her. Do you really like me? Wang Yu looked at the young man and asked with a smile, her eyes rippling with autumn light. Yes. The young man nodded. Wang Yu said, then are you willing to do something for me? Not to mention one thing, I can do 100 things for you. The young man said with rapid breathing. In his eyes, Wang Yu at this moment exuded a fatal temptation. A sly look flashed across Wang Yu's eyes. She said, take off your pants and run around the sea naked. Run around naked? Young Master Hao was shocked. But Wang Yu's voice seemed to contain an irresistible charm. The young man really took off his pants and ran past the two of them without looking back. However, when the young man took off his pants, Wang Yu also looked away. Young Master Hao looked at the young man's naked back and couldn't help but twitch his face. He turned to look at Wang Yu and said, Sister, aren't you a little immoral? Immoral? It's good that I didn't let him hit his head and die. Wang Yu smiled coldly and ignored the young man. She turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. You asked for it. Young Master Hao turned to look at the young man again, shook his head in amusement, and quickly chased after Wang Yu. Looking at the young man again, although he was running naked, he still had an infatuated look on his face. Look, isn't that someone running here naked? Ah, it's true. He's crazy. Dozens of people flew over. When they saw the young man, they were all stunned. It was the old man in white and his group. The young man didn't notice it at all and ran straight past them. The old man in white looked at his companions with a strange expression and asked, Is this popular in Shanghai? I don't know. Everyone shook their heads with a confused look. Soon, another figure flew over from a distance. It was Qin Feiyang who had returned. What do you mean? Seeing the young man running around naked, Qin Feiyang was also confused. Running around naked in broad daylight? Is there something wrong with him? When the young man passed by Qin Feiyang grabbed him and asked, Hey, brother, what are you doing? Are you doing some performance art? Boom! Qin Feiyang's words were like a blow to the young man's head, which suddenly woke him up. What's going on? He glanced around in confusion. Don't tell me he doesn't know he's running around naked? Seeing the young man's reaction, Qin Feiyang's expression was very strange. Why do I feel a little cold? The next moment, the young man suddenly felt that his lower body was a little chilly. Chapter 996. Following closely. The young man suddenly turned around, grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes, and roared, Where's my big underwear? How would I know where your big underwear is? Qin Feiyang pushed him away and rolled his eyes. It seemed that this person was really sick, and quite sick at that. It was better not to provoke sick people. Qin Feiyang prepared to leave. But the young man grabbed him again and said angrily, Don't even think about leaving if you don't explain yourself. Who did I offend? You ran naked yourself, and now you're asking me, are you really sick? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I ran naked myself? The young man was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, How can there be a person in this world who runs naked? Aren't you one? Qin Feiyang said weakly. The young man was at a loss for words. To be exact, he had not recovered yet. Try to recall what happened. Qin Feiyang said. The young man lowered his head and fell into deep thought, but his big hand was firmly holding on to Qin Feiyang. It seemed that he was not prepared to let Qin Feiyang leave until he figured it out. There's a woman. Suddenly, the young man's body trembled, and a shocking cold light emerged in his eyes. Woman? Qin Feiyang was startled, and a beautiful figure involuntarily appeared in his mind, and asked, What woman? A pretty woman. With the cultivation of a 9-star war saint, I have full confidence in taking her down. But her voice seemed to have a kind of magic. She told me to run naked, and I actually started to run naked. The young man said. It can't really be that little demoness, right? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, then glanced at a certain part of the young man, and coughed dryly. Shouldn't you put on a pair of pants first? Ah, the young man screamed, and only now did he realize that he was still naked. He instinctively reached out to touch the Cosmos bag, but found that it was also gone. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The young man said awkwardly, my Chinquan bag was tied to the underwear from before. I think it was thrown away together. I really admire you. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, speechless. He took out a new set of clothes from his Chinquan bag and threw it to the young man. The young man didn't say anything and quickly put it on. Only then did he feel a lot more comfortable. Subsequently, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with an embarrassed smile, I misunderstood you just now. Please forgive me. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked curiously, what does that woman look like? Why are you so infatuated? The young man was furious. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged and formed a figure in the void. It really is her. Qin Feiyang whispered as he looked at the young man with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Without a doubt. This man must have taken the initiative to provoke Wang Yu, and completely infuriated her. Otherwise, Wang Yu, wouldn't have used her charming skill. Hearing Qin Feiyang's whisper, the young man asked suspiciously, brother, do you know her too? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded vaguely. Then the next time you meet her, you have to be careful, lest you end up like me. It's really embarrassing. The young man was furious. I will. Are you going to get even with her now? Or? Qin Feiyang asked calmly. Nonsense, of course I'm going to get even with her. How dare she make me run naked? In the future, she won't have a good life in Qinghai. The young man snorted through his nose, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This man's aura was unfathomable and his character was so domineering. It seemed that he was not a simple character. The young man said, by the way, brother, I haven't asked your name. Wang Shan. Qin Feiyang made up a name casually. What a coincidence. My surname is also Wang, and my name is Wang Zicheng. It seems that we are destined. The young man smiled in surprise. Yes, it's quite destined. Qin Feiyang nodded unnaturally. What the hell? I just thought of a name casually, and I actually met someone with the same surname? Wang Zicheng smiled and asked, brother, what are you doing in Qinghai? I don't think I've seen you before. It's my first time here, and I want to go to the inland sea to have a look. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wang Zicheng nodded and said enthusiastically, that's great. I'm going to the inland sea too. Why don't we go together? Go together? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, aren't you going to find that woman? I think she's going to the inland sea, so there's no hurry. We'll meet sooner or later. At that time, I'll make her submit to my obscene power. Wang Zicheng snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. Well, thank you for taking care of me along the way, brother Wang. It's fate that we meet. Why are you so polite? Wang Zicheng said with dissatisfaction. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. Then the two of them chatted as they flew into the depths of the sea. Wang Zicheng was very talkative, and he was born to be familiar with others. Soon, he and Qin Feiyang became brothers. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng asked, brother, what do you think of that woman? Which woman? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman who tricked me. Wang Zicheng said. She's not bad. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said. That's not bad. Brother, you're a bit picky. Let me tell you, it's hard to see a beauty like her in Qinghai. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, brother Wang, do you know Qinghai very well? Of course. I'm not bragging, but there's nothing I don't know in Qinghai. Wang Zicheng said proudly. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, but but he pretended to doubt and asked, "Really?" "Of course, why would I lie to you? Now I'll tell you a secret that you don't know." "No, not only you don't know, even in the entire Central Divine Kingdom, few people know this secret," Wang Zicheng said mysteriously. "What secret?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wang Zicheng glanced around and said in a low voice, "A cluster of 7th-grade elixir fire was born in the inland sea." Qin Feiyang's expression went blank as he asked in surprise, "Really?" "It's absolutely true. And I know the location of the 7th-grade elixir fire. To tell you the truth, I went to the inland sea this time for the 7th-grade elixir fire," Wang Zicheng said with a smile. "You actually know the location?" Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. It was true that he had searched high and low for it, but found it without any effort. However, he didn't rush to ask about the location of the elixir fire, but asked, "Brother Wang, are you an alchemist?" "No." Wang Zicheng shook his head. "Then what do you want the elixir fire for?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Of course, to collect it. After all, it's a 7th-grade elixir fire. It's completely worth collecting. And if I don't rob it, it will definitely fall into the hands of those people. I don't want them to get it." Wang Zicheng pursed his lips. "Who are those people?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I'll answer this question later." Wang Zicheng smiled mysteriously, then looked down and said, "Here we are. I met that woman here." Qin Feiyang looked down and saw an island sitting on the sea ahead. "Wait for me, I'll look for my Qinkuan bag." After Wang Zicheng finished speaking, he dived into the island and looked around. Wang Zicheng, Qin Feiyang looked at the young man with an inexplicable light in his eyes. "Found it." A moment later, Wang Zicheng finally found the big pants and the Qinkuan bag in a crack of a stone. Then he flew to the front of Qin Feiyang and rejoiced, "Fortunately, they didn't pick it up, or I would have lost a lot." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "So there are a lot of treasures in Brother Wang's Qinkuan bag. I've been living here since I was a child, and Qinghai is rich in resources, plus there are many relics, so there are naturally many treasures." Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. "You've been living in Qinghai since you were a child?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "There's nothing to be surprised about. In addition to me, there are many people here who were born and grew up in Qinghai. Although Qinghai is also a part of the Central Divine Kingdom, it is a world of its own. In short, the people and things in Qinghai will be beyond your imagination," Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then Brother Wang, have you been to the Divine City?" "I've heard of it, but I've never been there. When I have time in the future, I'll go and take a look." Speaking of this, Wang Zicheng was slightly stunned, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're not from the Divine City, are you?" "No, but I've stayed in the Divine City." Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Zicheng suddenly became interested and said, "Then tell me, what's so fun in the Divine City?" "Okay. Let's talk as we walk." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them talked and laughed. After traveling for about a dozen miles, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his eyebrows, stopped, and looked at the sea a few miles ahead. On the surface of the sea, there was another small island, which was also completely bare. And on one of the huge rocks, dozens of figures stood. The leader was the old man in white. The old man with white hair looked at the sea in front of him, frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. The others also had rather irritated looks on their faces. They were facing the depths of the sea and had not found Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng also stopped, looked at the old man in white and the others suspiciously, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked in a low voice, "Brother, do you know them?" "I've met them." Qin Feiyang nodded. His face was a little solemn. The reason for that was because that sense of crisis had appeared once again. Suddenly, he withdrew his gaze, looked at Wang Zicheng, and said, "Brother Wang, we may have to part ways." "What's wrong? Are they your enemies?" Wang Zicheng asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't know now, but I feel very uneasy. I don't know what you're worried about. Besides, don't you still have me? Don't be afraid, if they really dare to harm you, I'll kill them all. A cold light flashed in Wang Zicheng's eyes as he forcefully swept up Qin Feiyang and flew towards the island without hiding his aura. They're not simple, don't be rash. Qin Feiyang's expression changed as he hurriedly said. However, it was too late. Chapter 997. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the white-clothed old man's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he concealed it in an instant. Whoosh! Immediately after, he soared into the air and flew towards Qin Feiyang. The others also followed behind the white-clothed old man, with a trace of killing intent hidden in their eyes. The situation is not good. Qin Feiyang muttered. The sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, both sides met. The white-haired old man and his group formed a line, blocking in front of the two. Wang Zicheng frowned, stopped in the air, and said, What do you want to do? The white-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, and laughed. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, it seems that we are quite fated. Is that so? But why do I feel that this is not fate, but deliberate? Qin Feiyang said. The white-haired old man's pupils shrank slightly, and he said suspiciously, Little friend, why can't this old man understand what you mean? Do you not understand, or are you pretending to be confused? Qin Feiyang asked. The group of people around the white-haired old man looked at each other. Listening to the meaning of these words, could it be that this child had already seen through their killing intent? But that shouldn't be the case. Ever since they met this child, they had not revealed any flaws. The white-haired old man was also very surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I don't have time to play with you, just say it, who are you? The white-haired old man's face was gloomy. Suddenly. He laughed out loud, and his temperament changed drastically. The amiable look between his brows disappeared, and was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The dozens of people next to him also changed their appearance, and their aura was fierce. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. There was indeed something wrong with these people. Suddenly, the white-clothed old man stopped laughing, and looked at Qin Feiyang. As expected of the person valued by the chief pagoda master, you were able to detect it so quickly. Someone valued by the chief pagoda master. Wang Zicheng was shocked. Who would have thought that this brother he had just met would have such a great background? The old man in white continued, but this old man is very curious. How exactly did you see through it? You were able to hide it from young Master Hao and the others because they rarely travel outside. They don't know how sinister people can be. But I've been wandering the world since I was young. No matter what, I've encountered all kinds of people. That little trick of yours is nothing at all. Qin Feiyang sneered. The old man in white was stunned for a moment before he nodded and smiled. The two of them have been living like princes, so they can't be compared to you. I have another question. Where did you go just now? Qin Feiyang said, Let's go back to the beach and ask about your situation. I see. No wonder you appeared behind us. I have to admit that you are a very outstanding young man. If it weren't for the orders from above, I really wouldn't be willing to kill you. The old man in white said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Who are the people above? Were you the one who ambushed me last night? Wait until you go to hell. Someone will tell you the answer. The old man in white smiled coldly. He then looked at Wang Zicheng and said, This has nothing to do with you. Leave immediately. Wang Zicheng smiled playfully and said, What if I don't leave? Then you'll die with him. Attack. The old man in white was filled with murderous intent. Whoosh. Instantly, the dozens of people around him moved in unison, surrounding Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng in the middle. Wang Zicheng swept his gaze across those people. There was deep disdain in his eyes as he said, With just the few of you? To him, crushing a group of combat masters was no different from crushing a group of ants. Bang! However, before he finished his words, the dozens of people's aura suddenly erupted. The aura of a combat master rapidly soared to that of a combat sage and did not stop there. 1 star. 5 star. 7 star. 8 star. In the end, everyone's aura actually stopped at 9-star combat sage. This, Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. 1. 2. 3. There were actually a total of 35 combat sages. Qin Feiyang was also dumbfounded. He had already expected that these people had hidden their cultivation, but he never expected that they were all 9-star combat sages. In that case, wouldn't that white-haired old man be even stronger? After Wang Zicheng came back to his senses, his expression was extremely ugly. He said in shock and anger, "Brother, you didn't tell me this. Before this, I didn't know their true cultivation, but I warned you not to underestimate them. You were the one who didn't listen." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Wang Zicheng was also very regretful. But now, it was too late to regret. Boom! Suddenly, he turned around and punched the 2 burly men behind him. His battle aura surged and shook the sky. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that these people had not reacted to take the initiative to launch an attack and quickly create a gap. But obviously, he had underestimated these people. The old man in white waved his hand and shouted, "Leave no one alive." The 35 people surrounding Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng actually all attacked in an instant. Rumble. Crash. Crack. Streaks of battle aura surged out and roared in the sky, surrounding Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng. The calm sea suddenly tumbled and white waves surged to the sky. The island below was instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Oh no! Wang Zicheng's expression changed greatly. If there were only 1 or 2 9-star combat sages, he was confident that he could kill his way out. But if 35 9-star combat sages attacked together, he might not even be able to survive, let alone kill his way out. But now, it seemed that there was no way to retreat. "If you have the ability, fight one-on-one with me. What kind of man are you to bully me with numbers?" Wang Zicheng shouted. "One-on-one?" The old man in white looked at him with ridicule. Apparently, he was mocking Wang Zicheng for being too naive. "Damn it, looks like I can only fight with my life on the line." Wang Zicheng saw that his provocation did not work. His face suddenly darkened and a destructive aura spread out from his body. This aura, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. This was the prelude to self-destructing his physical body. Seeing this, a trace of panic appeared on the faces of the 35 9-star battle saints. They could not help but be afraid. Because the self-destruction of the 9-star combat sages was enough to kill all of them. Some of them even retreated in fear. No one is allowed to retreat. I don't believe that he really dares to self-destruct his body. But at this moment, the old man in white shouted coldly. "Old thing, why don't you go and find out who I am? There's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do." Wang Zicheng sneered and had no intention of stopping. The destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger. He really dares to self-destruct? The old man in white was surprised. Wang Zicheng said, "Since there are so many of you and we can't escape, we might as well die together with you." Damn it. He doesn't look like he's joking. "Retreat quickly." One of the burly men shouted and retreated without hesitation. Once the burly man fled, the others could no longer control the fear in their hearts. They turned around and fled without looking back. A bunch of useless trash. The old man in white's eyes darkened and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. It was not the aura of a saint, but the aura of an emperor. Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng's mood instantly fell to the bottom. This old thing indeed had hidden his strength. "You want to self-destruct in front of me? Let's see if you have the ability." The old man in white laughed coldly. The emperor's aura was like a waterfall, instantly imprisoning Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng in the void. Wang Zicheng's self-destruction was also forcefully interrupted. "Brother, quickly think of a way," Wang Zicheng shouted. Just as the old man in white had said, he did not dare to self-destruct. After all, who would be willing to die unless they were truly at a dead end? He did this purely to scare these people and find a chance to escape. However, he did not expect that this old thing was actually a combat emperor. It was not impossible to stop the self-destruction of the physical body. As long as there was an overwhelming strength, like the old man in white who used the emperor's aura to imprison Wang Zicheng, he could forcefully interrupt it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice, "Find a way to break the restraints of the emperor's aura. I'll take you away." "Okay. Break for me." Wang Zicheng nodded and let out a hysterical roar. His aura soared to the sky. Boom! The next moment, he actually broke through the emperor's aura that imprisoned the two of them. How is this possible? The old man in white's eyes trembled. It was simply a fantasy for a combat saint to break through the emperor's aura. Qin Feiyang was also extremely shocked. Although Wang Zicheng was a 9-star combat saint and was only one step away from becoming a combat emperor, there was an uncrossable gap between combat saints and combat emperors. How did this person do it? However, there was no time to think about this now. "Restrain your aura," Qin Feiyang hurriedly said to Wang Zicheng. Then, he grabbed Wang Zicheng's wrist. The next moment, the two of them disappeared into thin air from the old man in white sight. What? The old man in white scanned the void in surprise. Those 9-star combat saints were also dumbfounded. They were right in front of them just a moment ago. How did they suddenly disappear? Was it a magic trick? "Brother, what's going on?" Wang Zicheng was also dumbfounded. This was because they had not moved at all from the beginning to the end. They were still standing in front of the old man in white. However, the old man in white and his group actually treated them like air. This was too strange, wasn't it? This is a combat art that can make one invisible. As long as we restrain our aura and don't make a sound, even if we appear in front of them, they won't be able to see us. Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice. That's right. This was the concealment art. The concealment art could not only make the user invisible, but it could also make the people and objects around them invisible as well. This was the most powerful part of the concealment art. However, the prerequisite was that there must be zero contact with the user. This meant that if they wanted to become invisible with Qin Feiyang, they had to capture Qin Feiyang. Damn, is there such a combat art in this world? When Wang Zicheng heard this, he felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. "If you don't believe me, I'll take you to try it." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and led Wang Zicheng to the old man in white. They were only half a meter away from each other. Wang Zicheng glanced at Qin Feiyang and raised his other hand tentatively. He waved it in front of the old man in white. Seeing that the old man in white did not react at all, he said in surprise, "It really works." Subsequently, he transmitted his voice and asked, "Is there a time limit to your concealment art? Or are there any other drawbacks?" "Yes. It can only be maintained for an hour. It can only be used once a day. As for the drawbacks, I have only used it twice. I haven't discovered them yet." Qin Feiyang said to himself. "This is also very heaven-defying." Wang Zicheng exclaimed. For people at their level, they could do a lot of things in an hour. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of 9-star combat saints. His eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice, "How is it? Do you have any ideas?" "Ideas?" Wang Zicheng was stunned. Following Qin Feiyang's gaze, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked up into an evil smile, and said, "Such a good opportunity, of course I have ideas." Chapter 998. Where on earth did they go? It's impossible for them to have vanished from the face of the earth. They must be hiding somewhere. The group of people scanned the void, their eyes full of bewilderment. The old man in white also scanned the surroundings, not missing any part of the void. Bang! Ah! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura emerged. Following closely, a shrill scream reverberated in the sky above the sea. The next moment after the scream, the aura disappeared in an instant. The white-haired old man and the rest heard the scream and immediately turned to look, only to see a middle-aged man falling into the sea below. There was a thumb-sized bloody hole between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. It was penetrated from the front to the back and blood spurted out like a fountain. How is this possible? The group of people turned pale with fright. The middle-aged man was their companion. He was in the middle of the group, but no one saw how he died. It must be them. Where are they hiding? Come out quickly. Don't hide. In addition to being angry, the group of people was extremely panicked. They could not see the other party and could not fight back. Bang! Ah! Suddenly, that terrifying aura emerged again. The previous situation happened again. Another middle-aged man spattered blood in the sky and quickly fell into the sea, swallowed by the sea. Bastard! If you have the ability, come out and fight fair and square. What kind of man are you if you hide and scheme? The white-haired old man gritted his teeth. In less than 3 breaths, 2 9-star battle saints had fallen. Such a loss was heart-wrenching. Previously, when I asked you to fight one-on-one with me, you were unwilling. Now that you can't do anything to me, you want me to go out and fight fair and square with you. Do you think it's possible? Wang Zicheng's mocking voice reverberated in the void. Die. The white-haired old man said coldly. He waved his big old hand and his battle aura was like a dragon, roaring in the direction of the voice. But in the end, there was no reaction. Instead, one of his companions was killed. His head was penetrated and he died on the spot. The remaining 32 battle saints were completely in a panic and their hearts were drowned by fear. The other party had been hiding in the dark and there was no way to guard against them. Moreover, after attacking, they immediately concealed their aura. They could not detect the location of the two at all. If this went on, they would be wiped out. Ah! Following a painful scream, the 4th 9-star battle saint was killed. I can't take it anymore. Run! A thin middle-aged man could no longer bear the torture. He turned around and fled frantically. However, as soon as he took a step forward, killing intent reappeared. A stream of battle chi appeared out of thin air and shot into the middle of the middle-aged man's forehead. Blood instantly dyed the sky red. The middle-aged man died in despair. Bastards, I'm going to tear you all apart. The white-haired old man roared. A dignified battle emperor could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one. This kind of grievance, this kind of powerlessness, made him go mad. Boom! A world-shaking emperor's aura roared in all directions. The space within a radius of 12 miles began to twist and contort violently. In the sea below, huge waves that were hundreds of feet high rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng appeared in the void a few miles away, looking rather miserable. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The concealment art was actually forcefully broken? Qin Feiyang found it hard to believe. But he didn't have time to think about it. Because the white-haired old man had already discovered them. And like an enraged beast, he charged over crazily. Retreat! Wang Zicheng's pupils contracted. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and rushed into the sea below with a thud. Chase after them! The white-haired old man roared and took the lead to chase into the sea. Did you see that? However, the remaining 31 9-star battle saints did not immediately chase after them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. I saw it. The blood at the corner of Ancestor Mu's mouth is purplish gold. Purplish gold blood, is there such a color in the world? What kind of monster is he? Could it be that he's a monster? It's possible. It's said that some ferocious beasts, after cultivating to a certain extent, can transform into human form. Don't think about it, chase after them. In an instant, Everyone rushed into the sea, setting off huge waves. In the sea, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng did not look back as they rushed to the bottom of the sea. The water pressure was surging from all directions. Wang Zicheng said anxiously, "Brother, quickly try. Can you still activate that invisibility technique?" Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art, but it was useless. He shook his head and said, "No. This is troublesome." Wang Zicheng's eyes darkened. The white-robed old man was a war emperor, and his speed far surpassed theirs. If they did not think of a way, they would definitely be in trouble. Qin Feiyang's face was also extremely gloomy. He did not expect that the concealment art would be broken by the emperor's might. It seemed that this battle art was not invincible. There was a limit to it. "Let's see where you can escape to today." Suddenly, the white-haired old man's murderous voice entered their ears. The two of them turned around and their expressions changed. The white-haired old man had already caught up. He was probably only about 100 feet away. "Don't be afraid. The water pressure in the deep sea is very high. It will limit his speed, and I have the water avoidance pearl." Wang Zicheng flipped his hand and a crystal-clear water droplet appeared, emitting a hazy luster. As soon as the water avoidance pearl appeared, the water pressure in the surroundings immediately disappeared. The two of them instantly sped up by a large margin. In this deep sea, even a war emperor would find it difficult to do anything without the water avoidance pearl. Moreover, we even killed 4 9-star war saints. It's not a loss. Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang's face also revealed a trace of a smile. However, in the next moment, the smile on their faces froze. Because they sensed that the white-haired old man's aura not only did not pull away, but was instead getting closer and closer. Swoosh! The two of them turned around in surprise and their expressions changed drastically. They saw that the white-haired old man was also holding a crystal-clear pearl in his hand. If that was not the water avoidance pearl, then what was it? They even prepared the water avoidance pearl in advance. It seems that this time they are determined to kill me. Qin Feiyang's eyes were hazy. Wang Zicheng said angrily, "Brother, who exactly did you offend?" Qin Feiyang said, "I am still unable to confirm their identity. Moreover, even if I tell you, you may not know." "All right. Although it's a headache, who asked me to have a brother like you?" Wang Zicheng smiled helplessly, glanced at the white-robed old man behind him, and said, "It seems that if we want to survive today, we have to show our trump card." Qin Feiyang was surprised. The difference in speed between a 9-star war saint and a war emperor was more than 1 or 2 times. Even a perfect battle art would not be able to make up for this difference. But this person was actually so confident. Wang Zicheng said, "Grab my shoulder." Qin Feiyang was stunned, then followed his words and firmly grabbed Wang Zicheng's shoulder. Next, Wang Zicheng's face was solemn, his hands placed in front of his chest, and shouted, "With blood as the plan, with life as the guide, as the law orders, go." Qin Feiyang looked at him in a daze. Why did he suddenly feel that this guy was like a fraud? Immediately after, he looked at the white-robed old man behind him. That's not right. His speed was still the same as before. What the hell was going on? He looked at Wang Zicheng strangely. I haven't used this move in a long time. It seems like the posture is wrong. Let's do it again." Wang Zicheng laughed embarrassedly. "The posture is wrong?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This was the first time he heard that to use a certain battle art, one needed the correct posture. Wang Zicheng glanced at Qin Feiyang awkwardly, then raised his right hand and stretched it forward. His left hand was placed in front of his chest. What kind of posture is this? Qin Feiyang looked at him blankly. He didn't even know how to describe this posture. It was as if Ultraman was fighting a monster. It was rather comical. Don't hold it in. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Wang Zicheng snorted coldly. His comical expression also made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, held back his laughter, and urged, "Don't dawdle, hurry up." Humph. Wang Zicheng snorted coldly, and chanted, "With blood as the plan, with life as the guide, as the law orders, go." As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody mist suddenly rose from his body. Whoosh. Following closely, the speed of the two soared like a bolt of lightning, crazily shuttling in the sea. In the blink of an eye, they left the white-haired old man behind. So fast. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. At this moment, their speed was definitely faster than a perfect battle art. It even gave people the illusion that they were teleporting. The white-haired old man and the group of 9-star battle saints behind were also dumbfounded. What the hell? This speed is too abnormal, isn't it? When they came to their senses, the two had already disappeared without a trace. What should we do? The group of 9-star battle saints looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Finally, they looked at the white-robed old man. Go to the inland sea. His target is the alchemy fire. As long as we go to the inland sea first, we will see him sooner or later. The white-haired old man said gloomily. That makes sense. The group nodded. One of them suddenly looked at the white-haired old man and asked, "By the way, did you see that the blood at the corner of Ancestor Mu's mouth was purplish gold?" Purplish gold? The white-haired old man was bewildered. Because he was too angry at that time, he did not notice this. The 31 9-star battle saints nodded. The white-robed old man frowned and said, "Impossible, how can there be such blood in this world? You must have seen wrongly." Did we really see wrongly? The group of people frowned. At the same time, Wang Zicheng was still shuttling through the sea with Qin Feiyang at an extremely fast speed. About 50 breaths later. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng stopped and looked back. Seeing that the white-robed old man did not follow, he breathed a sigh of relief. The blood mist on his body also dissipated. But just as Wang Zicheng turned back, Qin Feiyang looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of horror. At this moment, Wang Zicheng's face was full of wrinkles, like an old man in his 60s or 70s. Moreover, his originally strong body seemed to have been hollowed out. He was as thin as a matchstick and his temples were full of white hair. Isn't it just old? What's there to look at? Wang Zicheng did not care at all, as if it was a very normal thing. He raised his head and looked around, then continued to fly forward. But his speed was not as fast as before. It was his usual speed, or even slower, as if he was very weak now. What's going on? Chapter 999. Wang Zicheng said impatiently, "Isn't it enough to bring you out? Why are you asking so much?" "Alright, let's just say I didn't ask," Qin Feiyang said. Seems like this should be a secret in Wang Zicheng's heart. Actually, it's not that I can't say it. A moment later, Wang Zicheng suddenly said. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Previously, he didn't say anything when he asked. Now, he was taking the initiative to say it. Why was this person so fickle? Wang Zicheng said, "This is a forbidden technique." Forbidden technique? Qin Feiyang was startled. Yes. Forbidden techniques are not comparable to battle arts. Battle arts can be used as one pleases without any restrictions, but forbidden techniques can only be used to save one's life. Because using a forbidden technique will cause an indelible injury to the user, which is the so-called side effect. And the forbidden technique that I used before used my blood as a plan, my life as a guide, in exchange for surpassing my own speed limit. In other words, to use this forbidden technique, I need to use my blood qi and lifespan as the price. Wang Zicheng explained. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized, no wonder this guy was so old now, and asked, "Then how long can this forbidden technique of yours last?" 100 breaths. Once it exceeds 100 breaths, unless there is a peerless divine pill that can extend one's life, one will definitely die. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. Although Wang Zicheng's forbidden technique could be exchanged for unparalleled speed, the price was too great. I remember that from the beginning to the end, you lasted for about 50 breaths. That means, you only have half of your life force and blood qi left? Qin Feiyang said worriedly. Don't worry. I'm about to break through to the War King, and my lifespan will increase exponentially. Sacrificing this little bit is nothing to worry about. Wang Zicheng smiled confidently, without the slightest bit of worry. On the contrary, it seemed that Qin Feiyang was worrying too much. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He did not know Wang Zicheng's true age, but he reckoned that it was around the same age as young Master Hao. It seemed that this Qinghai was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Suddenly, he thought of another problem. Previously, how had Wang Zicheng broken through the white-robed old man's emperor's pressure? According to what he knew, only by opening the door of potential would one be able to break through the pressure that surpassed one's cultivation. In other words, it was very likely that Wang Zicheng had also opened the door of potential. He looked at Wang Zicheng's back and his eyes flickered. Right now, he really had the urge to immediately rip off Wang Zicheng's clothes. But in the end, he suppressed this impulse. That was because doing so would definitely incur Wang Zicheng's displeasure. At that time, Wang Zicheng might even turn hostile. Brother, I've told you everything you want to know. Shouldn't you tell me who you are? Wang Zicheng suddenly stopped and turned to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I won't hide it from Brother Wang. In fact, I am the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. What? You are so weak, yet you can become his personal disciple. What kind of foresight does he have? Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Yes. Compared to Wang Zicheng, his strength was indeed a lot weaker. But there was no need to be so blatant about it, right? Moreover, how much older was Wang Zicheng than him? If he was as old as Wang Zicheng, he had full confidence that his strength would definitely be stronger than Wang Zicheng. Hee. I'm a straightforward person. Don't mind me. Wang Zicheng laughed mischievously. You don't have the slightest sincerity in apologizing. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. But then again, since the Chief Pagoda Master accepted you as his disciple, I believe you should have something extraordinary. How about it? Let me see it. Wang Zicheng looked at him provocatively. Not interested. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Wang Zicheng teased, don't be shy. I'm not a pervert. Besides, I'm not interested in men. Don't go too far. Qin Feiyang's veins popped. Okay. I won't say any more. But you're really boring. I guess you can't even find a woman because your EQ is too low. Wang Zicheng glanced at him with disdain and then flew towards the surface of the sea. I'm sorry to disappoint you. There are quite a lot of women who like me. And I already have a fiancé. Do you have one? Qin Feiyang followed him unhurriedly and said indifferently. What? You have a fiancé? Wang Zicheng looked at him in shock and then laughed. Then I guess it must be a big dinosaur. Otherwise, why would she take a fancy to you? Big dinosaur? Qin Feiyang smiled playfully. If Wang Yuer heard this, Wang Zicheng would probably have to run naked again. Achoo! In the sky above a certain sea area, Wang Yuer, who was galloping, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and furrowed her beautiful brows. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone scolding me? It must be. And it should be that bastard ancestor Mu. But where did that little bastard go? He hasn't come back yet. Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng rushed out of the sea and stood in the sky above the sea area, looking ahead. A moment later, Wang Zicheng retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. It's still half a day's journey to the inland sea. Shall we rush there immediately or find a place to rest first? Qin Feiyang said, in your current state, it's better for you to rest first. Okay. I remember that there is an island in the northwest. It's not far from here. Let's go there to rest. Wang Zicheng said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Whoosh. Immediately after, the two turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the northwest like lightning. Another hour or so passed. An island finally came into their sight. This island was different from the islands they had seen before. It was more than 10 miles wide, like a small continent floating on the sea. And looking at it, the entire island was covered with a layer of green vegetation, and they could faintly feel the aura of fierce beasts. And as they got closer, the aura of those beasts became more obvious. Even Qin Feiyang sensed the aura of a few holy beasts. He couldn't help but be vigilant. Don't worry, I've been to this island several times. There are no beasts that can threaten us. No. To be exact, there are no beasts that can threaten me. Wang Zicheng said proudly. The implication was that if Qin Feiyang entered the island alone, it was likely to be a disaster. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and didn't say anything. Dozens of breaths later, the two entered the island and landed on the top of a 500 to 600 feet high mountain in the middle of the island. On the top of the mountain, there were weeds everywhere, but there were no dense trees. The field of vision was very open, and they could observe the situation of the entire island. However, on a rock at the edge of the cliff, there was a black falcon. Its body was very large, more than 10 meters long. It stared at Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng, and its eagle eyes were shining with a shocking light. Holy beast! Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. The aura emitted by the falcon frightened even him. Don't be afraid, we're all old friends. Wang Zicheng smiled, waved at the falcon, and shouted enthusiastically, Little Bean, long time no see. Chirp! The falcon suddenly soared, and a gust of wind blew. Qin Feiyang thought that it had become ferocious, but he didn't expect that it would actually flap its wings and disappear into the mountain stream below with a loud and clear cry. It didn't even look back. And in the falcon's cry, Qin Feiyang seemed to hear a trace of fear. Wang Zicheng shouted, Hey, 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 why are you running? I didn't plan to beat you up this time. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him with a strange expression. The first time I came, I was sneak attacked by it, and as a result, I gave it a good beating. The next few times I came, I would go look for it first. It was probably scared by me and ran away when it saw me. In fact, I'm not a bad person. As long as it doesn't provoke me, it can be discussed. Wang Zicheng said helplessly. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He could have killed the falcon directly, but he did not do so, and every time he came, he would run to beat it up. In the falcon's eyes, this guy was even more terrifying than a bad person. Buzz! Suddenly, the image crystal made a sound. Qin Feiyang's heart moved, and he looked at Wang Zicheng and said, You rest first, I'll go take a stroll around. What's there to stroll around? Wang Zicheng was suspicious. But Qin Feiyang did not answer. He turned around and flew towards the mountain stream below. I'm already mysterious enough, but this guy is even more mysterious than me. It seems that when I have time, I'll have to check up on him. Wang Zicheng muttered, looking at Qin Feiyang's back, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable color. Mountain stream. Next to a stream. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Guiyang's shadow quickly condensed. Qin Feiyang asked, Did you find it? Guiyang nodded and said, There is indeed a person who left the tribe yesterday morning. Who? Qin Feiyang said. One of the leader's trusted aides is called Guxiangzhong, and he has the cultivation of a 1-star war emperor. In addition, I also heard that there were dozens of 9-star war saints who left with Guxiangzhong, but I didn't find out exactly how many there were. Guiyang said. Guxiangzhong, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the image of the white-haired old man condensed. He asked, Is it him? No. Guiyang looked at the old man in white and shook his head. It's not. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and said, I understand, continue to monitor your leader. If there's any news, immediately report to me. Yes. Guiyang respectfully replied and turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, dispersing the image of the white-haired old man. Then, he kept the image crystal and lowered his head, deep in thought. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, a sneer crept onto his face. He was basically certain that the white-haired old man was Guo Xiangzhong. As for the difference in appearance, it must be because Guo Xiangzhong had deliberately changed his appearance. After all, he was now the direct disciple of the chief pagoda master. And assassinating the direct disciple of the chief pagoda master was not a small matter. If the assassination failed, the Qilan tribe would pay a heavy price. Qilan tribe, let's ride a donkey and see who will have the last laugh. Qin Feiyang whispered, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he prepared to fly towards the peak of the mountain. But at this moment. Chapter 1000. In Qin Feiyang's heart, a fatal sense of crisis immediately emerged. Swoosh. Without hesitation, he used the phantom steps and quickly dodged to the side. The next moment, that black shadow shuttled past where he was previously standing at lightning speed. Who is it? Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Because if he was 1 second late, no, half a second late. If he was half a second late, the black shadow would definitely pass through his body and he would definitely lose his life. However, when he saw the black shadow's face clearly, he was stunned. It was a falcon. Its body was only the size of an adult's palm, and its eyes were shining fiercely. As for this falcon, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Right. He remembered. This little guy in front of him was the falcon that was scared away by Wang Zicheng on the mountain peak previously. It was only because its body had shrunk that he did not recognize it at first glance. Why did you sneak attack me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily. I can't kill him, so of course I can only kill you to vent my anger. The falcon smiled sinisterly. His holy aura suddenly erupted and he pounced toward Qin Feiyang again. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. But in the next moment, he understood. It turned out that this falcon wanted to kill Wang Zicheng, but it admitted that it did not have the ability, so it planned to kill him to vent its anger. He sized up the falcon seriously and quickly deduced its cultivation level. It was a 4-star battle saint. If you want to vent your anger, you have to find the right person. You're courting death by coming to find me. Murderous intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He directly rushed forward and slammed his palm in the air. Golden light burst out from his palm. Return formula. Chirp. With a wail, Falcon was sent flying on the spot. His body cracked as blood stained the sky. So powerful. The falcon's pupils contracted. It thought that it could easily kill a 1-star battle saint, but it did not expect it to be so terrifying. Whoosh. It was scared. Using the impact of the return formula, it turned around and began to flee. I'm not as merciful as Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang coldly smiled as he used phantom steps to quickly chase after him. Whether it was a human or a beast, as long as they dared to plot against him, he would not let them off. Even though Falcon was a 4-star battle saint, his phantom steps could increase his speed by 4 small realms. In other words, Qin Feiyang's current speed was comparable to a 5-star battle saint. In just a few blinks of an eye, Qin Feiyang had caught up to Falcon. Crimson sword chi surged out, transforming into an apocalyptic torrent that rushed towards Falcon. I know I was wrong. Don't kill me. Sensing the intense killing intent and sharpness, Falcon's body and mind trembled as he panicked to the extreme. If I didn't have a perfect support-type battle art, would have died under your claws. Do you think it's possible for me to let you go now? Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. If you let me go, I'll tell you a secret. Falcon stopped running because there was no way he could escape. He turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Secret? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. With a thought, the crimson sword chi stopped in the air. He said coldly, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tell me." Falcon said, "There are ruins hidden under this island." Ruins. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and said, "The exact location." Falcon said, "The exact location is in the sea. If you enter the seabed from the southwest direction of this island, you will see a cave. It's inside the cave." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the southwest direction. He then looked at Falcon and frowned. "Why aren't you going to the ruins?" "I can't go in." Falcon said helplessly. "What? Even you can't go in?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "Yes. The entrance of the cave is sealed by a barrier. I have tried many methods, but I can't break that barrier." Falcon said. "That means this ruin is quite incredible." Qin Feiyang was tempted. Ruins were usually left behind by the ancients. If Falcon didn't lie to him, there must be some treasures hidden. "Brother, why are there battle fluctuations? Did something happen?" At this time, Wang Zicheng's worried voice sounded from the top of the mountain. Whoosh! Falcon's body trembled and he immediately turned and fled. It seemed that the fear of Wang Zicheng had been imprinted in the depths of his soul. However, Qin Feiyang didn't stop him and let him leave. "Brother, are you all right? Hurry up and answer me." Wang Zicheng's voice sounded again. "I'm fine. It's just that an ignorant beast attacked me. I've already dealt with it." Qin Feiyang replied. "All right, be careful. Although the beasts on this island aren't strong, there are still some that can hurt you." Wang Zicheng warned loudly. "Got it." Qin Feiyang replied. After pondering for a moment, he turned and headed southwest. Whether Falcon lied to him or not, it was necessary to confirm it. With Qin Feiyang's speed, he soon arrived at the seaside. Glancing at the calm surface of the sea, he took a deep breath, took out a water avoidance pearl and jumped in. The surface of the sea was calm, but the undercurrents were surging. However, with the water avoidance pearl, it didn't affect him. He quickly sank all the way. After about 100 breaths, he finally reached the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was covered with a layer of mud that had accumulated for countless years. The traces of sea beasts could be faintly seen nearby. However, their aura wasn't very strong. Next, Qin Feiyang was at the bottom of the sea, carefully searching around the island. There really is one. After about 10 breaths, he was overjoyed. He really found a cave. The diameter of the cave entrance was about 2 meters, extending all the way to the depths of the island. It was pitch black inside. It just said that this entrance is sealed by a barrier. Staring at the cave, Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment. He tentatively raised his hand and reached towards the entrance. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling light curtain appeared at the entrance of the cave, blocking Qin Feiyang's hand. Qin Feiyang was shocked. This light curtain actually contained a terrifying emperor's might, giving him a strong sense of oppression. Obviously, this was really a relic, and it was left behind by a war emperor. Although there were many war emperors in the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire, it didn't mean that one could underestimate them. In this era where fake gods didn't appear, the war emperor was an existence that stood at the top of this world. Every one of them had the ability to reach the heavens. Therefore, the relics left behind by each war emperor were comparable to a great treasure. And for a war sage like Qin Feiyang to be able to obtain the relics of a war emperor was also a great fortune. Therefore, Qin Feiyang was very excited. He didn't expect to come to this place unintentionally and actually encounter a treasure. Bang! Suddenly, battle chi gushed out from his palm, and he slapped the barrier with all his might. However, not only did the barrier not show any signs of breaking, it even rebounded and sent him flying. His body also suffered heavy injuries, and a mouthful of purple gold dragon blood spurted out. It seems like there's no way to forcefully break it. After stabilizing his body, he stood not far away and looked at the pitch-black cave, his brows tightly knitted together. So you're here. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He raised his head and saw Wang Zicheng standing above, looking at him angrily. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why are you here?" "When I heard your reply, I felt that something was wrong, so I followed you all the way here. I didn't expect you to find a relic. But that's not the point. The point is, I trust you so much, yet you actually hid it from me. Isn't that a bit too much?" Wang Zicheng said angrily. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Say it again with your conscience, do you really believe me?" Wang Zicheng was at a loss for words. "I admit, I do have a good impression of you. But I can't trust you and pour my heart out to you. After all, we just met not long ago. I believe that you think so too, otherwise you wouldn't be speechless now." Qin Feiyang said. "So what if I am? At least I won't be like you, always on guard against others." Wang Zicheng snorted and landed beside Qin Feiyang, looking at the entrance of the cave. "I don't know you, what's wrong with being on guard?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. In this world, except for a few people, there was no one he could completely trust. "All right, I won't talk nonsense with you." Wang Zicheng waved his hand impatiently and then rushed into the cave. Qin Feiyang's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, "I tried just now, I can't forcefully break it, come back." "Can you compare with me?" "You can't, but it doesn't mean that I can't either." Wang Zicheng smiled disdainfully. Whatever. Qin Feiyang simply did not care anymore. He advised him out of kindness. Not only did he not appreciate it, he even mocked him back. "Fine. You want to suffer, right? Go ahead. Break for me." Wang Zicheng rushed to the front of the hole, roared, and punched the barrier with all his strength. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying aura rolled out in this place, and the sea water immediately surged. Qin Feiyang retreated like lightning. At the same time, Wang Zicheng howled in pain and was sent flying by the barrier. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his arm was also lacerated. In the end, with a bang, he smashed into the mud not far from Qin Feiyang, looking extremely miserable. It seems that the stronger the force, the greater the rebound force. Qin Feiyang looked at the barrier, looked at Wang Zicheng and said indifferently, "I tried to persuade you, but you didn't listen." Wang Zicheng got up, shook off the mud on his body, and said angrily, "But you didn't say that this barrier has a rebound force, and it's so strong." Unreasonable. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, looked at the barrier again, and fell into deep thought. Wang Zicheng also looked at the barrier, his face full of anger. Got it. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. "What is it? Don't say that you have a way to break this barrier." Wang Zicheng said. He did not believe that with Qin Feiyang's cultivation, he would have this ability. "Sorry, I really have a way." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wang Zicheng was slightly stunned, and asked suspiciously, "What way?" Qin Feiyang turned his hand, and a rib appeared. Yeah. Chapter 1001. He had grown up in Qinghai and had seen countless rare treasures, so he could tell at a glance that the rib was extraordinary. "Can you let me have a look?" He quickly moved in front of Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of desire. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at the barrier at the entrance. This barrier was left by a combat arch, and Mu Tianyang was probably a god of war at his peak. Therefore, this rib bone should be useful. Boom! He rushed forward, raised the rib, and smashed it at the barrier. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the enchantment really did shatter, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. The barrier left by a combat arch was broken so easily. Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. Whose rib was this? How could it be so terrifying? Splash. Boom. The barrier was broken, and the seawater immediately surged into the cave. Hurry! Qin Feiyang shouted. They were at the bottom of the sea, and the impact of the seawater was extremely terrifying. If they didn't stop it quickly, the things inside might be destroyed. Whoosh! The two turned into a stream of light and rushed into the cave. There was a dark tunnel inside, and the echoes of the seawater were deafening. Soon, the two rushed out of the seawater and landed on dry ground. Wang Zicheng immediately turned around, and his battle chi surged and turned into a barrier, sealing the tunnel behind him and blocking the seawater outside. Phew! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, put away the water-repelling pearl and the rib, and turned to look into the tunnel. Brother, who did that rib belong to? It's so powerful. Before he saw the rib, he was quite interested in this relic. But now, his thoughts were all on the rib. He felt that even if there were some peerless treasures hidden in this relic, they wouldn't be as valuable as that rib. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said vaguely, "It belongs to a powerful expert. Can you make it clear?" Wang Zicheng was a little depressed. What was the difference between this answer and not answering at all? I can't explain it clearly now. Let's go inside and take a look, Qin Feiyang said, and then walked deeper into the tunnel. Wang Zicheng frowned and followed behind Qin Feiyang. He did not continue to ask, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but become vigilant. He hadn't known this person for long, so he had no idea what kind of person he was, so he had to be on guard. The seawater outside gradually calmed down, and the echoes disappeared. The tunnel fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. Why do I feel so depressed? Wang Zicheng spoke in a low voice while a trace of vigilance arose in his heart. Qin Feiyang stared ahead, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. This was because he also felt oppressed, and even found it difficult to breathe. This atmosphere made him very uncomfortable. Several hundred breaths passed. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng stopped and stared at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Look, there's light over there. Actually, even without Wang Zicheng's reminder, Qin Feiyang had already seen it. It was a wisp of weak flame. Moreover, the air also became a little hot. We should be there soon, be careful, Qin Feiyang warned in a low voice. I've seen more relics than you've eaten. Do I need you to remind me? Wang Zicheng smiled disdainfully. My good intentions are taken for granted. Qin Feiyang glanced at him coldly, but did not continue to pester him and continued to move forward. As they continued to go deeper, the weak flame became more and more obvious. The heat also became more and more intense. In the end, the two felt as if they were in a sea of fire, sweating all over. How could this be? Is there a volcano in front? Wang Zicheng muttered. Qin Feiyang also had the same feeling. After dozens of breaths, the light of the fire finally appeared clearly in front of the two of them. It turned out that the flame was the light emitted from the tunnel. The tunnel ahead was completely red, as if it was a piece of red-hot iron. Qin Feiyang bent down and reached out his hand to touch the crimson ground. It was very hot. If a mortal came here, they would be burned to ashes in an instant. However, Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng were both battle saints, so this temperature was not difficult for them. Qin Feiyang got up and looked deeper into the tunnel, frowning slightly. What was at the end of this tunnel? The two stepped forward again, stepping on the rolling ground, and continued to go deeper. Another few hundred breaths passed. Wang Zicheng was overjoyed, pointed forward, and exclaimed, "Is that the end?" In front, there was an exit 100 meters away. Through the exit, the two could clearly see that there was a large grotto outside. The grotto was also red. Let's go. Qin Feiyang quickened his pace and quickly came to the exit. Standing at the edge of the exit, he scanned the grotto. The grotto was unimaginably large. The height was 500 to 600 meters, and the diameter was 300 to 400 meters. It was natural and not man-made. At the bottom of the grotto, there was boiling magma, emitting an extremely high temperature. It really is an underwater volcano. Wang Zicheng was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's look for it." With that, he took the lead and rushed into the grotto. "Let me tell you, we found this place together. Even if there are treasures, I have a share. Don't play tricks." Wang Zicheng also quickly flew in and said to Qin Feiyang, "Let's find it first." Qin Feiyang replied expressionlessly, then scanned the walls of the grotto, not letting go of any place. But in the end, he didn't find anything. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown, looked at Wang Zicheng beside him, and asked, "Did you find anything?" "No. Could it be that we're thinking too much, and this isn't a relic at all?" Wang Zicheng shook his head, also confused. "Impossible. If it's not a relic, how do you explain the barrier at the entrance? Furthermore, although this grotto is naturally formed, the tunnel is man-made." Qin Feiyang said. "When we passed by before, I also observed carefully, and it was indeed man-made." Wang Zicheng nodded, then said, "But there's really nothing here. Could it be that we've overlooked something?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The two of them looked at the grotto again. Suddenly, the two of them lowered their heads and looked at the magma below at the same time, their eyes flickering. Whoosh! The next moment, the two of them dove down at the same time with tacit understanding. A battle chi barrier appeared on the surface of their bodies, and then they plunged into the magma. Swoosh! Not long after the two of them entered the magma, another figure appeared at lightning speed. It was a young man with a strong build. He was 2 meters tall. His upper body was bare like Wang Zicheng. His 8-pack abs were bulging, and he had a head of thick black hair. He was like a small giant, exuding a wild aura. His lower body was wearing a pair of large pants made of animal skin, and his feet were bare. The aura he exuded was unfathomable. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Wang Zicheng, today, I'll settle all our old scores." The young man stood at the edge of the tunnel and looked down at the churning magma below. His dark eyes were filled with mockery. Time passed breath by breath. About an hour later, 2 figures suddenly rushed out of the magma. It was Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng. It was also at this moment. The young man standing at the entrance of the tunnel suddenly released his aura. He rushed into the grotto like lightning and slammed his palm toward Wang Zicheng's chest. "Someone's here?" Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng were shocked. But it was too sudden, and Wang Zicheng had no time to counterattack or dodge. The young man's palm landed squarely on his chest. "Ah!" Wang Zicheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and with a painful howl, he fell into the magma below again. Qin Feiyang finally reacted. He quickly retreated to a corner of the grotto and looked at the young man warily. However, the young man didn't pay any attention to him at all. He stared straight at the lava below, as if treating Qin Feiyang as air. Looks like his target is Wang Zicheng. But why would he appear here? And his aura is so strong. He should be a 9-star battle saint like Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The grotto was dead silent. The churning magma gradually calmed down. Wang Zicheng did not appear. Is he dead? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The young man suddenly shouted, "Wang Zicheng, I don't believe you're so weak. Come out." Not only was he tall, his voice was also extremely loud, shaking Qin Feiyang's eardrums. "Big bull, I really can't hide anything from you." Splash! Wang Zicheng rushed out of the magma and stood in front of the young man. His face was full of anger. "Looks like you're very angry now. But didn't you sneak attack me like this back in the internal sea? I'm just returning an eye for an eye." The young man sneered. Wang Zicheng clenched his fists and said angrily, "That was a few years ago, and you still remember it. You're too narrow-minded. You still have the face to say that?" If it was just once or twice, I wouldn't be bothered to argue with you. But you actually stabbed me in the back time and time again. This is unforgivable. The brawny young man roared, his anger burning the heavens. Can you blame me for that? You're stupid and don't remember. Wang Zicheng said helplessly. Bastard, I'm not stupid. I trust you and treat you like a brother. The young man roared like an angry beast and punched at Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Zicheng. This guy was indeed unreliable. Although he did not know what happened between Wang Zicheng and the young man, it was not difficult to tell from the young man's words that Wang Zicheng had betrayed his friend. When he saw the young man fly into a rage, Wang Zicheng did not take it head-on and dodged to the side, saying anxiously, "We're brothers after all. Is there a need to fight to the death the moment we meet? Brothers my ass." The young man spat in disdain and executed a mysterious footwork. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wang Zicheng and punched out furiously. A perfect support battle technique. Qin Feiyang's gaze narrowed. Damn it, you're serious. At the same time, Wang Zicheng's expression changed starkly as he executed a mysterious footwork without hesitation and dodged to the side. Boom! The young man punched the stone wall behind Wang Zicheng and created a huge hole. The entire cave began to tremble violently. Chapter 1002. It's also a perfect support-type battle art. Qin Feiyang dodged the falling rocks as he stared at Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng, his eyes flashing. Who were these two people? How could they both have perfect support-type battle arts? One had to know. Even in the Divine City and main pagoda, perfect support-type battle arts were very rare. Bang bang bang. Boom. Wang Zicheng and the brawny young man started a chase in the cave. But what puzzled Qin Feiyang was that not only were the two of them at the same cultivation level, but they also had perfect battle arts. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched. But Wang Zicheng had only been defending from the beginning and had never fought head-on. Could it be that this brawny young man was hiding some shocking method that made Wang Zicheng not dare to fight head-on? After a while, Wang Zicheng had a bitter face and said with a pleading tone, "Big bull, I'll apologize to you, okay? Is this something that can be solved with an apology?" The brawny young man was so angry that he laughed. Wang Zicheng's temper also rose as he roared, "Then what do you want?" The brawny young man said, "Give me all the treasures you got here." "There's nothing here, how can there be treasures?" Wang Zicheng said angrily. "How can there be no treasures in the ruins left behind by a war emperor? Do you think I'm stupid? Selfish bastard, die for me." The brawny young man's hair shot into the heavens as he threw out another punch. His aura reached the rainbow and shook the entire island. "It's true, I'm not lying to you. Ask him if you don't believe me." Wang Zicheng anxiously pointed at Qin Feiyang. The brawny young man frowned, stopped in the air, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "We really didn't find anything here." He was not lying. Previously, under the magma, he and Wang Zicheng had searched carefully, but they did not find anything. What kind of ruins is this if there are no treasures? The brawny young man scanned the cave, his rough face filled with anger. Wang Zicheng frowned, "Big bull, shouldn't you be in the inner sea? Why are you here? Are you following me?" "Humph. Following you? You think too highly of yourself. I've discovered this ruin long ago, but I haven't been able to break the barrier at the entrance." The young man snorted coldly. Wang Zicheng said, "So, you didn't stay in the inner sea after we separated last time?" "That's right. After we separated, I came here directly to find a way to break the barrier, but I haven't found any clues. Just as I was about to leave, you guys came. I thought that there would be some great treasure in here, but I didn't expect that there wouldn't even be a single strand of hair. What a waste of time." The muscular young man said. "I knew it." Qin Feiyang was deep in thought when the young man was telling the story. After the young man finished speaking, he immediately asked, "Did you hear it from that falcon?" "No. That falcon found out about it from me, because I was the first one to discover the ruins. The muscular young man said. You discovered it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Don't tell me that you deliberately designed the falcon to tell me the location of the ruins? Yes. Yes, I deliberately designed it. Because I can't do anything, I want you to try. But I only told it to tell you, but I didn't expect that bastard to secretly follow me. Originally, I was quite unhappy. But on second thought, why don't I take advantage of this opportunity to kill him here? The muscular young man looked at Wang Zicheng and sneered. Wang Zicheng was furious and shouted, You bastard, you actually planned to kill me. So what? The muscular young man looked at him provocatively. Okay, I'll play with you today. Wang Zicheng was so angry that he laughed, and his aura suddenly erupted. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The muscular young man laughed angrily, and the muscles all over his body exploded, filled with a destructive force. Okay, I'll send you to hell today. Wang Zicheng growled, and with a surging aura, he charged toward the muscular young man. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang quickly retreated to the side. The battle between the two was not something he could participate in. However, just when Qin Feiyang thought that the two of them would definitely fight until the sky turned dark, Wang Zicheng suddenly turned in the air and rushed into the tunnel like lightning. After that, he rushed towards the deep sea outside without even looking back. What's going on? Running away without fighting. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The muscular young man was also dumbfounded. Huh, big bull, do you think I'm stupid to fight you head on? I don't have the energy. I'm going to pick up girls, goodbye. Wang Zicheng's complacent laughter echoed in the tunnel. Bastard, don't run. The muscular young man was immediately furious and chased after Wang Zicheng. That's it? Qin Feiyang's expression was strange. Why did he feel that the relationship between these two was like his relationship with Wang Yu? These two are really the best. He shook his head, glanced at the grotto in disappointment, and also flew toward the tunnel. He came here full of expectations, but he did not expect to return disappointed. His efforts were in vain. Qin Feiyang, wait. But suddenly, a voice entered Qin Feiyang's ears. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang stopped and lowered his head to look at the spirit snake emperor coiled around his wrist. This emperor seems to have found something. After the spirit snake emperor finished speaking, it flew out and floated somewhere on the left side of the grotto. Its ethereal little eyes kept scanning the stone wall in front of it. Qin Feiyang turned around and saw that there was a broken hole in the wall in front of the spirit snake emperor. It was the result of the punch from the muscular young man. He walked over suspiciously and stood beside the spirit snake emperor to observe it closely, but he did not find anything strange. Just when he was about to ask, the spirit snake emperor suddenly raised its head and looked at the top of the hole. The rocks there were also broken. There is indeed a problem. A few seconds later, a light flashed across the spirit snake emperor's eyes. What problem? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Shwa. The spirit snake emperor flew up, raised its tail, and pointed at the broken rock, saying, Come and take a look. Is there a ray of light that is different from the magma in this crack? Different light from the magma? Qin Feiyang was startled, and hurriedly flew to the side of the spirit snake emperor and looked over. Yeah. Soon. A trace of surprise crept up in his eyes. Between the cracks of this rock, there was indeed a ray of light of a different color. This grotto had been burned by the magma all year round and had long turned red. However, the light that seeped out from the cracks of the rock was white. It was just that it was very weak. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it. Could it be that there is something hidden inside? Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit snake emperor. Could it be the treasure left behind by the war emperor? The spirit snake emperor also looked at Qin Feiyang. Immediately, the man and the snake were both in high spirits. Qin Feiyang immediately raised his hand, placed it on the rock and shook it forcefully. Boom! Accompanied by a low and deep sound, a large piece of rock instantly shattered. A bright cave immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Snake Emperor. At the same time, a terrifying stream of heat surged out from the cave. This heat current was actually countless times more terrifying than the temperature of the magma. Even the 9 stars war sex Spirit Snake Emperor could not withstand it. Qin Feiyang immediately activated a battle chi barrier to protect the Spirit Snake Emperor. Following closely, Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Snake Emperor scanned the cave in front of them. The cave was about 50 to 60 feet tall, and a palm-sized flame floated in the middle. However, this flame was different from other flames. This flame was completely white, like a bone flame. It was clearly emitting an extremely high temperature, but it gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. And the light they saw outside was the light emitted by this pill fire. Below the flame, there was a jade box lying quietly on the ground, covered in a thick layer of dust. Other than that, there was nothing else in the cave. Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Snake Emperor looked at each other, and both of them rushed into the cave and landed in front of the white flame. The temperature is so high, it should be a pill fire, right? The Spirit Snake Emperor looked at it for a while and said suspiciously, "Let's give it a try. If we can sign a blood contract, it will definitely be a pill fire." Qin Feiyang cut his finger, and drops of purple gold dragon blood continuously flowed towards the white flame. A moment later, the flame suddenly emitted a wisp of blood light. Seeing this situation, Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Snake Emperor were overjoyed. Because this was the sign of a successful blood contract. After successfully signing the blood contract, a wave of information also entered Qin Feiyang's mind. At that moment, his body trembled, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. "What is it?" The Spirit Snake Emperor looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang said excitedly, "This is a pill fire, and it's a 7th grade pill fire." "What?" The Spirit Snake Emperor was dumbfounded. Their luck was too heaven-defying. How long had it been since they came to Qinghai, and they actually encountered a 7th grade pill fire? "I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it." Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. Now, as long as he could get the 7th grade pill fire in the internal sea, he would only need one more. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the Nether Devil Flame could be upgraded to the 8th grade. Sure enough, luck was on his side, and he couldn't stop it. Then, Qin Feiyang bent down again and grabbed the jade box on the ground. If the pill fire was 7th grade, then the thing in the jade box must be even more amazing. He couldn't wait to open it. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't open the jade box. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Spirit Snake Emperor's eyes were also full of surprise. Qin Feiyang tried a few more times, and simply put it away, and said to the Spirit Snake Emperor, "We'll study this later, quickly look for other things." One man and one snake immediately got up in the cave. "Hey! Come and see, what's this white powder?" After a few breaths, the Spirit Snake Emperor's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang hurried over and looked down at the ground, which was covered with a layer of white powder. He squatted on the ground, stretched out his index finger, dipped it with the tip of his finger, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed, and suddenly frowned. "Can you smell it?" the Spirit Snake Emperor asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "This is the ashes of a person, who should be the owner of this pill fire." "I see." The Spirit Snake Emperor suddenly lost interest, but suddenly seemed to think of something, and said, "Since he died here, his Qinkuan bag should also be here, why don't I see it? The temperature here is so high, even if there was a Qinkuan bag, it would have been burned to ashes." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "That's right." The Spirit Snake Emperor nodded and then turned its head to look elsewhere. Chapter 1003. But in the end, it ended in disappointment. In the cave, there were no other secret rooms or compartments. There were no other treasures. However, Qin Feiyang was content. Not to mention what was in the jade box, just the 7th grade pill fire, this trip to Qinghai was not in vain. Whoosh! Putting away the 7th grade pill fire, a man and a snake rushed out of the cave. The phantom snake emperor turned into an exquisite jade bracelet and wrapped around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a stream of battle qi rushed into the cave. The cave immediately collapsed. The ashes would be buried here forever. It's time to leave. Qin Feiyang whispered, then turned and rushed into the tunnel, flying out of the sea like lightning. In fact, this time, although it was the phantom snake emperor who found the cave, the real person who should be grateful was that blockhead. After all, if it wasn't for that blockhead who smashed the stone wall with one punch, the phantom snake emperor would have found the cave. Along the way, Qin Feiyang could clearly sense the aura of Wang Zicheng and the other man. A moment later, he finally rushed out of the tunnel and entered the deep sea. The water avoidance pearl was glowing with a dim luster, isolating all the water pressure. Then, he waved his hand again, collapsed the tunnel, and rushed to the sea. Boom! Splash! Very soon, he immediately sensed a series of powerful ripples of battle. Whoosh! 10 breaths passed. Finally, Qin Feiyang rushed out of the sea and stood in the sky, looking at the island in front of him. He saw Wang Zicheng and the young man fighting in the air above the island. The terrifying aura was earth-shattering, the nearby sea waves were monstrous, and the island was about to be torn apart. As for the ferocious beasts on the island, they had already fled. "Big barbarian bull, are you done yet?" Wang Zicheng shouted. He was still defending and looked very embarrassed. "I said that I will tear you apart today." The young man's aura was like thunder, and an invisible force roared in all directions. He was like a giant spirit god, and his every move could shake the sky. "Damn! Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Tai Ching illusion. Wang Zicheng roared at the sky, and another Wang Zicheng appeared beside him. The two kings grew up to be exactly the same. Even their behavior and strength were the same. Those who didn't know would definitely think that the two of them were twins. Beat him up. Following closely. With a low roar, the two Wang Zicheng moved together, attacking the young man from the left and right. Faced with the storm-like attacks of the two Wang Zicheng, the muscular young man was a little flustered. A short while later, his body was riddled with wounds. Is this a cloning technique? Spirit Serpent Emperor was bewildered. Qin Feiyang was silent, but his eyes were extremely solemn. The brawny young man's battle prowess was obvious to all and could not be underestimated. However, Wang Zicheng's strength was also somewhat astonishing. The strength displayed by the doppelganger was in no way inferior to Wang Zicheng's real body. In other words, the young man was now facing two Wang Zicheng at his peak. Boom! Puff! After a dozen breaths of intense battle, the youth was sent flying by Wang Zicheng's avatar with a single palm strike, causing him to wildly vomit blood. Hee. However, when the brawny young man stabilized his body, he grinned without the slightest fear. "Your Tai Ching illusion is still as headache-inducing as ever. However, you should also know my strength. The Tai Ching illusion is useless against me." King Ming's celestial phenomenon. At the end of his words, the brawny young man suddenly roared towards the sky. A shocking scene appeared. His 2-meter-tall body began to grow with the wind. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter-tall giant appeared. The muscles all over his body were like a dragon, releasing a destructive aura. "Have a taste of my fist." The brawny young man waved his millstone-sized fist and furiously smashed it towards Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng's expression changed as he quickly retreated. However, the doppelganger was shattered by the brawny young man's punch. Puff! Wang Zicheng spat out a mouthful of blood and said angrily, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want to fight to the death today? Do I look like I'm joking?" The brawny young man punched again, and a terrifying force shook the surroundings. It was simple and violent. "All right. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Azure Dragon Seal. Wang Zicheng's gaze turned cold as he once again used the Tai Ching illusion, and another doppelganger appeared. Following that, the original body and the doppelganger raised their hands at the same time and placed them in front of their chests to form seals. A destructive aura quickly rolled out from between their hands, destroying everything in all directions. Azure Dragon Seal. The brawny young man's gaze froze, and his expression became extremely solemn. It was obvious that he was also quite afraid of Wang Zicheng's move. These two people are too terrifying. They are strong enough to be considered heroes below the War Emperor. The Spirit Snake Emperor said in a low voice. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. If the War Emperor did not appear, no one would be able to take them down. They were two true invincible kings. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have discovered something as he turned to look at the other side of the island. He immediately saw a group of people rushing over. How did they find this place? Qin Feiyang was bewildered as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Because the person in the lead was the white-haired old man. At the same time, the white-haired old man and the others also entered the island and stood in the distance, watching the battle between Wang Zicheng and the brawny young man. It's them. Wang Zicheng naturally also noticed the white-haired old man and frowned slightly. But the white-haired old man did not recognize Wang Zicheng. Because Wang Zicheng's current appearance had become old. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity from the aura he's emitting? However, among the group of people behind the white-haired old man, someone noticed something strange. That's right. I remember now. His aura is exactly the same as the person who helped Ancestor Mu escape. But that's not right. Wasn't it a young man who helped Ancestor Mu escape? The group of people were bewildered. No, it's him. His appearance can be changed, but his aura is very difficult to change. Furthermore, the way you look at him is exactly the same as that person's. The white-haired old man looked at Wang Zicheng seriously for a moment, and killing intent flashed in his old eyes. In that case, it really is him. So it's him who's fighting with someone. Is Ancestor Mu also nearby? The group of people immediately scanned their surroundings. Finally, the white-haired old man discovered Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the air above the sea, and a trace of coldness crept up his old face. I'll kill him alone. You guys go and help that burly man kill that person. Immediately, the white-haired old man ordered, and with a murderous aura, he swept towards Qin Feiyang. The other 31 9-star battle saints also immediately charged towards Wang Zicheng. Oh no, I've been recognized. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng's heart trembled. He hurriedly looked at the burly young man and said anxiously, "Big barbarian bull, we're in trouble. Quickly stop." The burly young man glanced at the 31 9-star battle saints who were charging towards him. He raised his thick eyebrows and shouted, "All of you, get lost. Don't misunderstand. We're here to help you." A middle-aged man smiled kindly. Do I still need your help? This is a personal grudge between me and him. Get lost immediately. The burly young man roared. His voice was like thunder, shaking the ears of the group of people. You don't know what's good for you. Kill the two of them together. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. The 31 9-star battle saints waved their arms in unison. Streaks of battle aura roared out, drowning the sky. You're courting death. The burly young man was furious. He immediately abandoned Wang Zicheng and charged towards the 31 9-star battle saints. His entire body was boiling with battle intent, and there was not the slightest bit of fear. Big barbarian bull, I knew that you haven't forgotten about me, your brother. Today, let's work together again and kill all these reckless fellows. Wang Zicheng laughed loudly and also charged over with his doppelganger. Who wants to work together with you? Just these pieces of trash, I alone am enough. The burly young man smiled disdainfully, displaying an incomparable domineering aura. Without a doubt. The 31 9-star battle saints were completely enraged. They were all 9-star battle saints, but he actually dared to call them trash. Too arrogant. At the same time, in the sky above the sea, Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man approaching and snorted coldly, "You're really like a lingering spirit." The white-haired old man turned his head and glanced at Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "I have to thank the two of them. If they weren't fighting here, I wouldn't have known that you were hiding here." The white-haired old man originally planned to go to the inland sea and wait there. However, when he passed by the island, he suddenly felt the fluctuations of a battle here. Thus, he curiously came over to take a look. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would be here. Qin Feiyang frowned and shook his head with a smile, "Laugh while you still have time, because you won't be able to laugh soon." "Really?" The white-haired old man smiled playfully. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Zicheng and said indifferently, "Didn't you notice their strength? The group of trash you brought isn't enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. You don't have to worry about that." The white-haired old man chuckled. He indeed didn't know the strength of Wang Zicheng, but the 31 people he brought were all 9-star battle saints. 2 9-star battle saints against 31 9-star battle saints. Even if the two of them were heaven-defying, they still had no chance of winning. "Is that so? Then let's wait and see," Qin Feiyang said. "Wait and see? You're too naive. Do you think I'll give you a chance to struggle at death's door?" The white-haired old man's speed became faster and faster. His emperor's aura also emerged and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he suddenly said, "Guoxiangzhong." The white-haired old man's body suddenly trembled and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. "It's really you," Qin Feiyang sneered. Although the white-haired old man didn't respond directly, his reaction was enough to prove everything. "I don't know what you're talking about." The white-haired old man's killing intent surged. No matter what, he had to eliminate this kid today. Otherwise, the Chilan tribe would face a great disaster. However, at this moment, cries of agony echoed in the sky. The white-haired old man was shocked and immediately turned his head to look. His face immediately turned pale with fright. He saw that the tribesmen he brought were as vulnerable as dead wood in front of Wang Zicheng. No. That was simply a massacre. Chapter 1004. This feels great. Wang Zicheng was delighted. Previously, because of the white-haired old man, he could not fight as freely as he did now. Of course. The burly young man was also a huge factor. Both of them were invincible kings and could share a lot of his burden. Am I someone to be trifled with? Obviously not. All of you, go to hell and repent. Wang Zicheng's hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god of death, venting the anger in his heart. One had to know. Not long ago, when they escaped, he had burned half of his lifespan. Although he did not seem to care, his heart ached for it. Most importantly, he felt very embarrassed when he escaped in a sorry state. Therefore, he wanted to pay back 10 times, 100 times. Why is it that the current him is different from before? Could it be that something happened before? Looking at Wang Zicheng's current appearance, the burly young man was full of doubts. He knew Wang Zicheng too well. He had seen Wang Zicheng's current appearance more than once. It was obvious that he had used that forbidden skill. In other words, it was highly possible that these people had forced him to use the forbidden skill. Wang Zicheng shouted as he slaughtered in all directions, "Big barbarian bull, they are all my prey. Hurry up and scram to the side." "Bullshit. They are my prey," the burly young man shouted angrily. His 5-meter-tall body was filled with a destructive aura as he stomped in the air. Two middle-aged men were directly stomped into meat patties and died on the spot. His methods were extremely cruel. Scoundrel. Wang Zicheng was not to be outdone. He used the perfect auxiliary skill and rushed to the front of a burly man. With one palm, he shattered the burly man's heart. At the same time, his doppelganger also used the same perfect support-type battle art and instantly killed one of them. They are simply two demons. Run! The remaining 9-star combat saints were scared out of their wits and frantically fled. Hee hee. Isn't it too late to run now? Wang Zicheng smiled coldly and chased after them with his avatar. Scoundrel, you are hunting my prey. Don't blame me for turning hostile. The burly young man shouted angrily and used a mysterious footwork to chase after them. All of them have mastered perfect support-type battle arts. Who are they? The white-haired old man watched with trepidation. Were the young people of Qinghai so terrifying? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, I told you, the people you brought are not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Who are they? The white-haired old man abruptly turned his head and stared at Qin Feiyang like a ferocious beast choosing its prey. Who they are is not important. What's important is that if you don't go and help, the trash you brought will all die. Qin Feiyang sneered. It's all right. Because you will be buried with them. The white-haired old man was so angry that his hair stood on end. He rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a murderous look. Naive. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up slightly. He turned into a stream of light and charged into the sea below. The white-haired old man followed him into the sea. But looking around, there was no trace of Qin Feiyang. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Where is he? Where are you hiding? Come out. The white-haired old man was so angry that his aura swept in all directions. The calm sea suddenly became turbulent and huge waves covered the sky. Ah! At the same time. On the other side of the island, accompanied by 3 desperate screams, the 31 9-star battle saints were also completely annihilated. Their corpses floated in the void and their blood dyed the sky red. Continue our battle. The young man did not stop at all and immediately charged towards Wang Zicheng. I'm not free now. After Wang Zicheng said this, he turned around and flew towards the sea where Qin Feiyang was. What's going on? He's actually worried? What the hell? This selfish bastard is actually worried about others. Is he still the Wang Zicheng I know? The brawny young man was shocked. Then, he also flew toward the sea. Boom! Splash! At this moment, the white-haired old man rushed out of the sea with monstrous anger. His eyes were firmly fixed on Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. Beneath his feet, the waves were surging. At this moment, he was like a demon king standing on the top of the waves, exuding a terrifying aura. Not good. Run! Wang Zicheng's pupils shrank. He immediately dispersed his doppelganger and turned to escape. The young man looked at the white-haired old man's eyes and could not help but be frightened. He fled with Wang Zicheng. Both of you will die. The white-haired old man let out a fierce roar. Like an arrow, he suddenly tore through the air. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was in front of Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. The two of them braked and stopped in the void. They looked at the white-haired old man with gloomy faces. What should we do? The young man asked secretly. Wang Zicheng said, what else can we do? We can only rely on your forbidden technique. The young man raised his eyebrows and sneered, don't you also have a forbidden technique? Why don't you activate it? You want to trick me? Trick your sister. If I could activate it, would I beg you? Wang Zicheng said angrily. The young man's heart skipped a beat as he sent a voice transmission. When did you activate the forbidden technique? Wang Zicheng said in a deep voice, not long ago. In fact, it lasted for about 50 breaths. The young man's eyes widened and he said in shock and anger, 50 breaths? You really don't want to live anymore. Can you cut the crap now and kill him with your forbidden technique? Wang Zicheng roared anxiously. In the blink of an eye. The white-haired old man pointed his index finger in the air and a resplendent battle chi appeared. It carried a bone-chilling killing intent as it roared towards Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. Fuck. Seems like we'll have to fight with our lives on the line today. Blood, burn. The young man gritted his teeth and a scarlet blood mist rose from his body. Roar, immediately after. His 5-meter-tall body expanded once more. However, he seemed to be in pain and let out a beast-like roar. However, the aura he exuded was increasing wildly. The white-haired old man was surprised, but his old face was instantly filled with a sneer as he said, "There is an insurmountable gap between a war emperor and a war saint. No matter how hard you struggle, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to block this old man's attack. After all, you are just an ant." Roar. The young man turned a deaf ear to him and continued to roar towards the sky. His aura also became more and more terrifying. Finally, his swollen body stopped. However, at this moment, his tall and sturdy body was more than 100 feet tall, as if a giant spirit god had descended. "Old bastard, you're too arrogant." Immediately after, the young man punched down. Just his fist alone was like a small mountain. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the white-haired old man's battle chi was actually shattered by him. Damn, this is simply divine power. On the surface of the sea, a head popped out. It was Qin Feiyang. Seeing this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. A 9-star war saint was able to disperse the war emperor's battle chi with a single punch. How terrifying was this power? The white-haired old man was also dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. So what if you're a war emperor? If you provoke me, I'll still destroy you. The young man directly stomped towards the white-haired old man. It was as if he was possessed by a demon, domineering and overbearing. Then come and try. The white-haired old man sneered and quickly rushed up to the sky, slapping the young man's foot with his palm. The battle chi in his palm surged and with an unparalleled sharpness, it tore the flesh on the young man's foot into pieces. Roar. However, this aroused the young man's battle intent and anger. He roared and stomped down with all his might. The white-haired old man in the air was shocked to find that he could not block this force and kept sinking down. Moreover, there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This blockhead actually injured the white-haired old man? How strong was his power at this moment? Hee. Although we are all 9-star war saints, once we put our lives on the line, we can still kill a 1-star war emperor. Because we are the Blue Sea's 10 heroes, the kings of the Blue Sea. No one can defeat us. Wang Zicheng stood in the air and looked down at the white-haired old man with an air of arrogance. What? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. So these two were the Blue Sea's 10 heroes. No wonder they were so unbelievably strong. I don't care if you are the Blue Sea's 10 heroes or the Blue Sea's 10 dogs. Anyone who provokes me must die. The white-haired old man shouted. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched the young man's foot. Roar. Bang. The young man roared in pain and his huge body fell down, smashing onto the island below. A few tall mountain ridges were instantly razed to the ground. Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows. Old bastard, you have completely infuriated me. The young man roared and jumped up. His mountain-like fist smashed towards the white-haired old man crazily. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you have the strength to fight against the combat emperor, once I use my battle art, you will be nothing but a chicken or a dog. You won't be able to withstand a single blow. The white-haired old man landed on the broken ground and looked at the two with disdain. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands in front of his chest. A shocking aura spread out. It was obvious that he was practicing some kind of battle art. Hey. Did you forget about me? Before the white-haired old man could finish his words, a sneer sounded behind him. When did he go over? Qin Feiyang stared at Wang Zicheng in disbelief. He was still in the air just a moment ago. How did he suddenly appear behind the white-haired old man? Moreover, he was holding a dagger in his hand that was shining coldly. However, when he saw the blood mist rising from Wang Zicheng's body, he understood. Wang Zicheng had also activated the forbidden skill. But there was another problem. Wang Zicheng needed the correct posture and chant to activate the forbidden skill, right? But he didn't see Wang Zicheng preparing for it just now. The white-haired old man was also in disbelief. This speed was too ridiculously fast, wasn't it? Even he didn't notice it. The big bull is just a cover. I am the one who is going to take your life. Wang Zicheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The dagger in his hand directly pierced into the white-haired old man's sea of energy. Ah, the white-haired old man instantly screamed. His old face was filled with hatred and indignation. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. The combat emperor was a combat emperor after all. Even if his sea of energy was destroyed and his cultivation was lost, he didn't give up resisting. He suddenly turned around and slammed his palm towards Wang Zicheng's chest. Ha! Wang Zicheng grinned. He moved his feet slightly and retreated a few feet away. The white-haired old man missed his attack and lost his balance. He fell to the ground, looking extremely pathetic. So powerful. Chapter 1005. 31 9-star warriors and a 1-star combat emperor all died here. This was the strength of the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea. No wonder the one-armed old man repeatedly warned him to be careful of these 10 people on the beach. He didn't take it seriously at first. They were not old monsters or living fossils. How powerful could they be? But when he saw them with his own eyes, he found that they were even more terrifying than what the one-armed old man had said. He didn't expect to meet the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea so soon. And he met 2 of them. The young man's body had changed. He must have used some kind of forbidden skill. What a group of scary guys. Qin Feiyang muttered in a low voice. He took a deep breath and then turned into a stream of light, flying toward Wang Zicheng and Wang Zicheng. The blood mist on their bodies was dissipating. The young man's body shrank rapidly and finally returned to his normal height. Compared to before, he seemed to have aged a little. Obviously, this forbidden technique of his also paid the price of his blood and lifespan. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang landed beside Wang Zicheng and shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect you to be the famous 10 heroes of the Azure Sea. You don't know? The young man was surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The young man said, "This is strange. Isn't Wang Zicheng close to you? Why didn't he tell you? I'm afraid of scaring him." Wang Zicheng snorted. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Do I look like I'm scared? But then again, you're hiding something. Are you secretly plotting something? It's possible. Let me tell you. He's not reliable. Don't trust him. Otherwise, you'll have to count the money for him when he sells you." The young man sneered without hesitation. Wang Zicheng glared at him and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Humph. Do you still have a reputation? Ridiculous. The young man gave him the middle finger with a look of disdain. Qin Feiyang could tell that the 2 of them were enemies. Then, he turned around and walked to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man struggled to raise his head and stared at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, his eyes full of resentment. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Although your current appearance is different from Guoxiangzhong, I can confirm that you are the Qilin tribe steward Guoxiangzhong." "How did you know?" Guoxiangzhong said gloomily. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Because I have a spy in your Qilin tribe. Moreover, this spy's status in the Qilin tribe isn't low." "Who?" Guoxiangzhong was bewildered. "I can't tell you, but one day in the future, you will meet him in the underworld. Now, answer my question. As long as you answer truthfully, I'll give you a quick death. Were you the one who ambushed me last night?" Qin Feiyang said. Guess. Guo Xiangzhong grinned, looking rather ferocious. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply, then turned to look at Wang Zicheng and the other two, and laughed. He is your prey, you can deal with him. Wang Zicheng glanced at the white-clothed old man and said, just throw him into the sea to feed the fish, but, at this point. He chuckled and rushed towards the white-haired old man like lightning. His target was the white-haired old man's cosmos bag. Don't even think about it. Almost at the same time, the young man roared. His fan-like hand quickly reached out and grabbed Wang Zicheng's arm. He was crippled by this young master, so the cosmos bag naturally belongs to this young master. What are you snatching? Wang Zicheng said angrily. Without me fighting him head-on, would you have found a chance to cripple him? The young man snorted from his nose, and threw Wang Zicheng out like a ball. Following closely, he took a step forward and snatched the white-haired old man's cosmos bag. How hateful. To think that I, a dignified war king, would actually lose to 3 brats. I'm unwilling. The white-haired old man roared in grief and indignation. Even if you're unwilling, you still have to die. The young man's gaze turned cold, and with a kick, the white-haired old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. This guy was even more ferocious than Wang Zicheng. What was even more terrifying was that although this person's limbs were well developed, his mind was not simple at all. You big barbarian bull, you've gone too far. At this time, Wang Zicheng, who was thrown out by the young man, roared angrily. What is it? You still want to fight? With your current state, even if you use all your skills, you won't have the slightest chance of winning. The young man lowered his head and said coldly as he checked the white-haired old man's cosmos bag. All right. I'll consider myself unlucky today. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Wang Zicheng glared at him fiercely, then sat at the side and closed his eyes to recuperate. Afraid of you? The young man looked at him with disdain and continued to check the cosmos bag. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and said angrily, You're at least so old, but you don't even have a decent treasure. What a disappointment. After saying that, he clenched his big hand and directly crushed the cosmos bag. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground, took a healing pill, and began to recuperate. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He noticed that the healing pill that the burly young man had consumed actually had 5 pill veins. He walked to Wang Zicheng's side and asked quietly, Brother Wang, is your friend an alchemist? Do you think he looks like an alchemist? Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes at him. No, he doesn't. Qin Feiyang shook his head and then asked, Then where did the healing pill he took just now come from? Wang Zicheng said, A friend of his refined it. Of course, he's also my friend. Friend? Is he one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Wang Zicheng nodded, then opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said suspiciously, Why are you asking about this? Do you want to ask him to refine pills? But I advise you to give up. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Why? This person is unreasonable and difficult to get along with. Moreover, he never refines pills for strangers. Even if old friends like us ask him to refine pills for them, he will ask for compensation. To put it bluntly, he's a person who only cares about profits. Wang Zicheng said with a trace of annoyance on his face. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, He's an alchemist. Of course he's a little arrogant. So what if he's an alchemist? I'm not an alchemist, but I'm still a tyrant in Qinghai, right? Wang Zicheng said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that this guy was very prejudiced against alchemists. Wang Zicheng said again, However, since we're brothers, if you really want to refine pills, I can help you find him. There's no need for that. After all, I'm not inferior to anyone when it comes to alchemy. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Wang Zicheng was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked secretly, Brother, you're not an alchemist, are you? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, I'm going to take a look around the island. Then, he turned around and left. After Qin Feiyang left, the young man opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. He then turned to look at Wang Zicheng and said, Your friend is a little mysterious. Wang Zicheng said, I've already noticed it. I don't need you to remind me. The young man didn't argue for once and asked, Who is he? Wang Zicheng frowned and said, I heard him say that he's the Chief Tower Master's personal disciple, but I feel that he's just bragging. The Chief Tower Master's personal disciple. The young man's eyes flashed and said, I don't think so. Do you like to go against this young master's tune? Wang Zicheng said angrily. I'm not going to disagree with you this time. When Guoxiangzhong chased him into the sea to kill him, did you notice anything? The young man said. Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously and said, I was too engrossed in killing and didn't notice. You didn't notice, but I did. After Guoxiangzhong chased him into the sea, he immediately went crazy. This means that he didn't find him when he chased him into the sea. In other words, the moment he entered the sea, he escaped from Guoxiangzhong's sight. Let me ask you, can you do it in such a short time? The young man said. Unless I activate a forbidden technique. Wang Zicheng said. Yes, you need to activate a forbidden technique. But this person is only a one-star battle saint. How did he do it? So I guess that this person must be hiding some amazing means. It's not impossible for someone like him to be valued by the Chief Tower Master. The young man said. That makes sense. Wang Zicheng nodded, his eyes filled with an inexplicable color. Seems like he's up to something again. The young man looked at Wang Zicheng's eyes, his rough face full of disdain. At the same time, Qin Feiyang arrived at a forest. He glanced around and instantly disappeared without a trace. In the ancient castle, Lu Hong and the others opened their eyes and looked at him with concern. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It's okay, you guys continue to cultivate. Then he took out the jade box, wiped off the dust on it, and carefully observed it. The jade box was made of a very rare jade without any impurities or flaws. After wiping off the dust, it emitted a hazy glow. However, there was not a single crack on the jade box. If it was not for the obvious traces of polishing, he would definitely think that it was a complete piece of jade. Could there be some kind of mechanism? The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked. Qin Feiyang said, The jade box is only so big. If there was a mechanism, I would have found it. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch? The Spirit Serpent Emperor said. Hey! How can such a small thing be difficult for me? Qin Feiyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then with a flip of his hand, Chang Shui appeared out of thin air. Chang Shui could even break Mu Tianyang's ribs, let alone this thing. However, he was very careful. After all, no one knew what was inside the jade box. If it was really a treasure, it would be a huge loss if Chang Shui damaged it. Chapter 1006. Crack. Chang Shui was invincible. The crack on the jade box was getting bigger and bigger. Buzz. Suddenly, wisps of five-colored divine light shot out from the crack. It was extremely dazzling. Moreover, there was a strong fragrance spreading out. What is it? In an instant, everyone in the castle opened their eyes and looked at the jade box in surprise. Because the fragrance was too special. It was not a medicinal fragrance, nor was it a fragrance. It was a very strong fruit fragrance. Furthermore, smelling this fruity aroma made one feel relaxed and refreshed, making one feel comfortable all over. Qin Feiyang became more and more careful. Because it was obvious that there might be some kind of fruit in the jade box. And one thing for sure was that it was definitely not an ordinary fruit. After all, if it was just an ordinary fruit, the jade box would not be sealed so tightly. Crack. Dozens of breaths later, Qin Feiyang finally cut the jade box in half. And just as the jade box was opened, beams of intense five-colored divine light illuminated the whole castle. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the contents of the jade box with bewilderment in their eyes. Inside the jade box, there were 3 fruits that were about the size of an egg. They were multicolored and emitted a strong fruity fragrance. What kind of fruit is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Wolf King was suspicious. The double-winged snow eagle said, I've never seen it before either. Swish. Then everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. As the son of an emperor, Qin Feiyang had read a lot of books since he was young. He definitely knew what kind of fruit it was. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and shook his head. Don't look at me. I don't know either. What? Even you don't know? Everyone looked at each other. Qin Feiyang grabbed a fruit, looked at it for a moment, and said, but these 3 fruits don't look like something that will take people's lives. Don't mess around. Although they look harmless, who knows if that's the case? If there is a strong poison hidden in them, the loss will outweigh the gain. Lu Hong quickly grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist and advised. There was a saying that the more beautiful something was, the more one had to be careful. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Wolf King rolled his eyes and looked at the 2-winged snow eagle. He smiled and said, Old eagle, why don't you give it a try? Scram. The double-winged snow eagle glared at Wolf King. Wasn't he using it as a lab rat? Lu Hong said, why don't we ask Li He? He's the manager of the trading pavilion and has seen a lot. Maybe he knows the origin of this fruit. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out an image crystal. Wang. A short while later, Yan Wei's illusory figure appeared. Looking at the people in the castle, Yan Wei smiled and said, everyone is here. The 2-winged snow eagle teased, Old Yan, you've been eating and drinking at the trading pavilion every day. Even I can't help but envy you. If I had to choose, I'd rather follow you outside and take risks. Yan Wei smiled bitterly, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, what's the matter? Qin Feiyang nodded and said, go find Li He immediately. I have something to ask him. Okay. Yan Wei turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the fruit while waiting for Yan Wei's message. Wang. About 10 breaths later, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's hands suddenly made a sound. It's coming. Everyone looked at the image crystal impatiently. Calm down, don't be so impatient. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, shook his head and smiled. He then mobilized a trace of battle qi and poured it into the image crystal. At the same time, Lu Hong and the others also quickly retreated to a corner to avoid being discovered by Li He. Soon, 2 figures appeared. It was Yan Wei and Li He. Li He laughed and said, little brother, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to look for me. It's rare. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, it's because you're busy and I don't want to disturb you. Li He rolled his eyes and said, don't say such polite words. Just say it. What do you want to ask? Qin Feiyang raised his hand, and the 5-colored fruit immediately appeared in front of Yan Wei and Li He. What's this? Li He looked at the fruit and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, that's what I want to ask. Do you know what fruit this is? Li He was stunned. He looked at the fruit carefully for a moment and shook his head. I've never seen it before. Even you haven't seen it before? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This was a little unbelievable. Li He smiled and said, I've never seen it before, but if you need, this old man can help you check it out. Where to check? Qin Feiyang asked. This old man remembers that the pavilion master has an ancient history book that records all kinds of rare treasures. Maybe there's information about this fruit. Li He said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, then I'll leave it to you. Is that it? Shouldn't you say something? Li He looked displeased. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This was just a small matter, yet he still wanted him to express his gratitude. This old man was too worldly. He smiled playfully and asked, "Then tell me, what do you want?" Cough cough. Last time in the Fire Phoenix mountain range, this old man helped Yen Wei open the door of potential. Speaking of this, He didn't say anything. He laughed meaningfully, obviously thinking about the potential pill, and small creation pill. Yen Wei said with a dark face, "Old Li, you're taking the opportunity to blackmail me." He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Blackmail? That doesn't exist. This is just an equivalent exchange." What a sanctimonious old fox. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and nodded, "All right, as long as you can find out, I'll give you this pill." "You're the one who said it. Don't go back on your word, this old man will immediately investigate." He immediately became excited, opened a transmission door, and left in a hurry. When the transmission door dissipated, Yen Wei frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You really want to give him the potential pill? We'll talk about it when the time comes." "Oh right, has Fu Anshan made any moves in the past 2 days?" Qin Feiyang asked. Mentioning this matter, Yen Wei's expression became slightly serious, and said, "This morning, a person came to Divine City." "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "A person called Shen Feiyan. The moment he appeared, he caused a huge commotion in Divine City. Even the chief tower master was alarmed. Later, I asked Li He. It turned out that when this person was young, he was actually on the same level as Gong Sun Bei." Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, shook his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect him to really go back." Yen Wei said in surprise, "You know him?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you that there was an accident in Qinghai City, and this accident is related to Shen Feiyan? Then is he an enemy or a friend?" Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Not an enemy, but not a friend." After he went back, did he find trouble with Fu Anshan? Yes. The first person he came to Divine City was Fu Anshan, and he even fought with Fu Anshan in public. If Gong Sun Bei didn't come to stop him in time, I'm afraid someone would have died. Yen Wei said. Did Shen Feiyan mention me and young Master Hao? Qin Feiyang asked again. He didn't. But I heard that Shen Feiyan's son died in the hands of Fu Anshan's son, and Fu Anshan's son was also killed by Shen Feiyan. Yen Wei said. I see. Continue to pay attention to Fu Anshan. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Yen Wei nodded. Then Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal. The double-winged snow eagle immediately said with a smile, I didn't expect Shen Feiyan to be so loyal. He didn't give you up. You're too naive. Young Master Hao, Wang Yu, and I can't get away from this matter. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Although Shen Feiyan didn't mention us in Divine City, Fu Anshan will definitely send people to Qinghai City to investigate this matter after receiving the news of Fu Xiong's death. At that time, young Master Hao, Wang Yu, and I didn't disguise ourselves. He'll know it's us if he asks around. So, I'm afraid our situation will be more dangerous in the future. Qin Feiyang sighed. I don't think so. Even if he knows you have something to do with Fu Xiong's death, he won't dare to do anything to you. After all, he can't afford to offend you now, let alone young Master Hao and Wang Yu, The double-winged snow eagle said. But don't forget that we're in Qinghai City now, far away from the Emperor. But, it's more interesting this way. It'll be too boring if it's peaceful all the way. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. People always say that we want to see the world in chaos. Now, I think you're the one who wants to see the world in chaos. The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang. It doesn't matter if it's chaotic or not. As long as he dares to come, I'll make sure he won't be able to return. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He kept the 3 fruits and left the ancient castle. He returned to Wang Zicheng and Wang Yu, and closed his eyes to cultivate. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his essence, qi, and spirit had recovered to their peak state. Wang Zicheng also opened his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother, if you have something urgent to do, you can leave first." Qin Feiyang was startled. He asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" "Nothing. I'm just going to stay here and cultivate." "You saw it too. I activated the forbidden technique twice yesterday. I don't have much time left. So, I have to break through to the combat emperor realm as soon as possible." Wang Zicheng sighed. Qin Feiyang asked, "What about the alchemy fire in the internal sea? Don't you want it?" "Of course. But for the time being, the alchemy fire won't appear." Wang Zicheng smiled. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. He pondered for a while and smiled. "That's great. I'll take the opportunity to cultivate in seclusion for a while." Wang Zicheng looked at him in surprise. He nodded and smiled. "Sure. Let's compete and see who can break through first. I'll definitely be the winner." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. He sat cross-legged on the ground again. Then, he took out a battle chi elixir and threw it into his mouth. He began to cultivate. Cultivating was only one of the reasons why he chose to stay. On the other hand, he didn't know where the alchemy fire was. As long as he followed Wang Zicheng, he wouldn't need to waste time to find out. He could go there directly. As for young Master Hao and Wang Yu, he wasn't too worried. After all, Wang Yu, was a little devil girl who could even fool Wang Zicheng. Chapter 1007. Time flew by. 3 days later. Divine City. In a secret chamber. Fu Anshan sat on the chair and gripped the armrests tightly with both hands. His old eyes flashed with bone-piercing killing intent. A middle-aged burly man stood respectfully in front of him. This person was more than 9 meters tall. He was dressed in black and his eyes were sharp. There was a hideous scar on the right side of his face that was filled with a ferocious aura. A moment later, Fu Anshan looked up at the middle-aged burly man and said in a deep voice, "Did you find out where they went after leaving Qinghai City?" "Yes. We've asked around. It's said that someone saw them enter Qinghai City." The middle-aged burly man said. "All right. Bring people to Qinghai City immediately. Do it cleanly and don't leave any traces." Fu Anshan said. The middle-aged burly man's pupils constricted and he asked, "Do we just kill Ancestor Mu or kill them all?" "Kill them all." Fu Anshan said word by word, his eyes filled with killing intent. The middle-aged burly man's body trembled and he said in a deep voice, "This is not child's play. You have to think carefully. That's why you have to make sure nothing goes wrong." Fu Anshan said. "All right, I'll try my best." The middle-aged burly man nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Fu Anshan pondered for a moment and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A while later. A middle-aged man's shadow appeared. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the leader of the Divine Python tribe. When he saw Fu Anshan, the leader of the Divine Python tribe raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Steward Fu, how have you been?" Fu Anshan snorted. "Aren't you asking the obvious?" "What do you mean?" The leader of the Divine Python tribe was puzzled. Fu Anshan said, "I don't believe that the Divine Python tribe hasn't received news that my son, Fu Xiong, has been killed." "Oh, that's it." The leader of the Divine Python tribe came to a realization and sighed. "I do know about this, but the dead can't come back to life. My condolences. Don't say such useless nonsense. Now, I need you to help me with 2 things. Fu Anshan said. The leader of the Divine Python tribe said, "Tell me first." I have to see if I have the ability to do it. You definitely have it. First, help me eliminate Shen Feiyun. Second, help me ascend to the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. Fu Anshan said. Eliminate Shen Feiyun. The chief of the Divine Python tribe raised his eyebrows. Although Shen Feiyun used to be an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gongsun Bei, ever since that incident, he has been unable to recover. Thus, he is only a 3-star combat emperor. I believe that with the strength of your Divine Python tribe, getting rid of him should be an easy task. Fu Anshan said. It's not difficult to get rid of him, but I'm afraid I don't have the ability to help you ascend to the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. After all, the next Vice Pavilion Master will be personally appointed by your Pavilion Master. The chief of the Divine Python tribe said. Fu Anshan said, that's simple. As long as Li He dies, I have the confidence to take this position. You still want to kill Li He? The chief of the Divine Python tribe was bewildered. He is too much of a threat to me. He must die. Moreover, if I take the position of Deputy Pavilion Leader, it will be of great benefit to your Divine Python tribe. Fu Anshan said. To be honest, I don't see what benefit it will bring to my Divine Python tribe. The chief of the Divine Python tribe said indifferently. I promise that after this matter is done, I will give the Divine Python tribe members the best discount if they come to my trading pavilion. Also, no matter what you want, I will do my best to help you find it. Fu Anshan said. The chief of the Divine Python tribe lowered his head. His eyes flickered as if he was having a hard time making a decision. Fu Anshan suddenly sneered and said, actually, you don't have to think about it because you don't have a choice. You must do as I say. His tone was extremely forceful. However, to everyone's surprise, the chief of the Divine Python tribe did not refute. It felt as if Fu Anshan had something on him. He nodded and said, okay, I promise to help you, but only this time. Thank you very much. Fu Anshan smiled proudly and then turned off the image crystal. Divine Python Tribe. In a room, the chief of the Divine Python tribe had a strong murderous intent in his eyes. He growled, this damned old thing, I will cripple him sooner or later. This old guy hides very well. We sent people to assassinate him several times but failed, so it's better not to be impulsive. A woman walked out of the room next door. It was the high priest of the Divine Python tribe. The chief of the Divine Python tribe said, do you mean that we really have to help him? The high priest sighed and said, as he said, we have no choice. The chief of the Divine Python tribe clenched his fists. His face was full of unwillingness and anger. The high priest patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Bear with it. There will be plenty of time. We will seize the opportunity. Sigh. Then help me think about how to get rid of Shen Feiyun and Li He. The chief of the Divine Python tribe loosened his hands and sat on the chair behind him weakly. He looked rather haggard. The high priest lowered her head and pondered. Time passed by. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said with a smile, hasn't that Qin Feiyang been causing a lot of trouble recently? Why don't we frame him? Qin Feiyang, the chief of the Divine Python tribe, was stunned. He immediately straightened his body and nodded with a smile. Good idea. Anyway, this person is already wicked beyond redemption. One more crime doesn't matter. Another day passed. 2 months later, in the morning. On the peaceful island, there was a sudden burst of shocking holy aura. So fast. In the mountain stream. Wang Zicheng and the burly young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. That's right. Qin Feiyang, who had been in seclusion for 2 months, had finally broken through to a 2-star battle saint. Moreover, during this period, his mental strength had also broken through by 1 level. Now, it was already at level 21. However, the breakthrough of his mental strength did not cause any commotion, so Wang Zicheng and the burly man did not know. As I said, I will definitely break through first. A moment later, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, restrained his aura, and looked at Wang Zicheng with a smile. You can be smug. Wang Zicheng pursed his lips. Others have the right to be smug. Do you? The burly young man looked at Wang Zicheng with disdain, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Mu, when did you break through to a one-star battle saint? Qin Feiyang said vaguely, about a year ago. What? The burly young man was dumbfounded. Broke through to a one-star battle saint a year ago? Didn't this mean that he only took a year to cultivate to a two-star battle saint? Wasn't this speed a bit too fast? Wang Zicheng also had a look of disbelief. The 10 heroes of the Azure Sea were already considered monsters among monsters, but he did not expect that there would be someone even more monstrous than them. You're surprised? Looking at the two's reaction, Qin Feiyang could not help but secretly laugh. Actually, he broke through to a one-star battle saint not a year ago, but the last time he returned to the imperial capital. And it had only been 2 months since the last time he returned to the imperial capital. If Wang Zicheng and the burly man knew about this, they would probably jump in shock. But to be honest, he was also shocked by the speed. After all, when he was in the battle sect, even if he did not copy the 6-word divine formula, it would take more than this time to break through a small realm. Not to mention a battle saint. A battle saint was more time-consuming than a battle sect. He originally thought that it would take at least 4 or 5 months, or even half a year, but he did not expect it to be so fast. It seemed that this purple gold dragon blood could indeed improve his foundation by another level. Of course. What made him most happy was the improvement of his mental strength. Because this showed that the soul refining technique was indeed useful, and in the future, his mental strength would continue to strengthen step by step. After calming down, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Zicheng and asked, When can you break through? Wang Zicheng sighed, It's still early. Qin Feiyang said, Then will you continue to cultivate in seclusion, or? Of course I will continue to cultivate in seclusion. Now that the alchemy fire has not appeared, it's a waste of time to go there. Wang Zicheng said. But after saying that, he suddenly frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, and said, Why do I feel that you are also interested in that alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a calm smile, It's a 7th grade alchemy fire, who wouldn't be tempted? But I admit that I can't compete with you, so I'm just going to take a look. You're quite self-aware. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, Do you know the exact time when the alchemy fire will appear? I don't know. But when the alchemy fire appears, someone will inform me. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang said, Is it the other Qinghai 10 heroes? Yes. Wang Zicheng nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, I think we'd better go to the inland sea first. Why? Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, Because you are so unreliable, so they must be unreliable. What if they deliberately hide it from you when the alchemy fire appears? What did you say? Who is unreliable? Come on, say it again if you dare. Wang Zicheng rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was going to fight. The young man snorted and said, Did he say anything wrong? You've always been an unreliable person. I'm bad-tempered. Did I talk to you? Why are you interrupting? Wang Zicheng suddenly became angry. How could this bastard be so mean? I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. The brawny young man suddenly stood up and said expressionlessly, Brother Mu is right. None of the 10 heroes of the Blue Sea is reliable. I don't care if you go to the inland sea or not. I'm going anyway. No one can take away the alchemy fire from me. After saying that, then, the young man soared into the sky. Then, he rushed towards the inner sea like a bolt of lightning. Wang Zicheng glanced at the young man and then looked at Qin Feiyang angrily and said, Brother, why are you so talkative? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How can I not know what you said? And I said I would stay, not to practice, but to think about how to send the big bull away. Wang Zicheng said in distress. Send it away? Chapter 1008. Send him away? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You may not know this, but among the 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea, the bull isn't the strongest, but he's the most difficult to deal with. As long as he's here, the chances of us snatching the alchemy fire are less than 50%. Wang Zicheng said. Is he that difficult? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. Didn't you see his forbidden technique? This forbidden technique of his allows him to possess extremely terrifying power. Let me put it this way. As long as he activates the forbidden technique, none of the 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea will dare to fight with him. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang came to a sudden realization and said, no wonder you were always dodging when the two of you fought. In my current state, when he activates the forbidden technique, he can blast me into a meat patty with one punch. How can I not dodge? Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, well, I didn't understand what you meant. I apologize. What's the use of apologizing? Hurry up and catch up with him. Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes and turned into a stream of light, streaking across the sky like lightning. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. These 10 heroes of the Qinghai Sea were indeed hiding something. Buzz. Just as he was about to chase after him, the image crystal suddenly vibrated. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. A shadow quickly appeared. It was Fatso. Fatso's face was full of anxiety. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said in a deep voice, something bad happened. Li He and Shen Feiyin were killed. What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He hurriedly asked, when did it happen? Last night. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said in shock and anger, how could this be? Didn't I ask Yan Wei to keep an eye on Fu Anshan? Fatso said, it's not Fu Anshan who killed them. Then who? Qin Feiyang said. You. Fatso said. Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He said, I was in Qinghai, how could I kill them? Besides, I don't have the ability to do so. Fatso said, of course, Fat Lord knows it's not you, but someone saw you at the scene of the incident with their own eyes. Who? Qin Feiyang said. Fatso shook his head. I don't know. This person is very well hidden. After he spread the news, he disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, no matter what, we must find this person. The person who killed Li He and Shen Feiyin was definitely the person who spread the news. Even if it wasn't him, he knew who the real culprit was. I will continue to investigate. But now, everyone believes that you did it. Not only has the chief pagoda master personally given the order to find you, but even Li He's children have been searching all over for you. Furthermore, the transaction pavilion's pavilion master has also issued a kill order for you. Fatso said. It doesn't matter much. As long as the Mu family and the young lady of the Longfeng Pavilion don't say anything, no one will know that I am Qin Feiyang. Hurry up and investigate this matter. I will contact Yan Wei. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Fatso nodded and turned off the image crystal. Buzz. Soon. Yan Wei's shadow also appeared. Looking at Qin Feiyang's gloomy face, Yan Wei's pupils shrank slightly, and said, it seems that Fatso has already told you about Li He and Shen Feiyin's deaths. Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. Didn't I ask you to pay attention to Fu Anshan? How did this happen? I swear, I have been monitoring him all this time. And I can guarantee that when the incident happened last night, Fu Anshan did not leave the North City Trading Pavilion. Yan Wei said. Did not leave? Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he thought that the culprit was Fu Anshan. Because only Fu Anshan had a grudge with Shen Feiyin and Li He at the same time. Shen Feiyin had killed Fu Xiong, and the enmity of killing his son was irreconcilable. Fu Anshan would definitely not let this matter rest. As for Li He, because of the matter of him inheriting the position of vice pavilion master, Fu Anshan had already thought of getting rid of Li He. Therefore, the culprit should be Fu Anshan. But now, Yan Wei told him that Fu Anshan had never left the North City Trading Pavilion. Didn't this mean that this matter had nothing to do with Fu Anshan? As for saying that Yan Wei was lying to him, that was impossible. Because there was an enslavement seal. Moreover, the current Yan Wei had already followed him wholeheartedly. Even without the restriction of the enslavement seal, he would not lie to him. But if it wasn't Fu Anshan, who else could it be? Although Fu Anshan had never left the North City Trading Pavilion, could he have ordered someone else to do it? In short, no matter what, Fu Anshan was the most suspicious. Yan Wei suddenly said, "Do you think it could be someone from the Mu clan?" Mu clan? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was not impossible. After all, the Mu clan had framed him like this before. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where did they die?" Yan Wei said, "Outside the city, in a valley far away." Qin Feiyang said, "What about their corpses?" Yan Wei sighed and said, "When we received the news and rushed over, their corpses had already been killed by the beasts. Only 2 arms were left." Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He had always had a good impression of Li He. Because this old man was not hypocritical. Whatever he wanted to do, whatever he wanted to say, he would say it directly. As for Shen Feiyan, although he had almost killed them in Shanghai City some time ago, he was actually a good person. He was deeply saddened by the deaths of these 2 people. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, looked at Yan Wei and said, "Has Li He found out the origin of the 5 colors fruit?" "I'm not sure, he hasn't mentioned it during this period of time." Yan Wei shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Then I'll give you a mission now, change your appearance and enter the North City Trading Pavilion. Gain Fu Anshan's trust as soon as possible, I want to know his every move." "All right." Yan Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. In the end, he still planned to ask Mu Qing. Because Mu Qing was a very arrogant person, if it was really done by the Mu clan, she would definitely not deny it. Buzz. A moment later, Mu Qing's shadow condensed. When she saw that it was Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing immediately cried out, "Ayaya, isn't this the famous person of our forgotten continent?" "Famous person, what business do you have with a nobody like me?" Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and said, "Don't be sarcastic, did you kill Shen Feiyun and Li He?" Mu Qing chuckled, "As I expected, you will definitely suspect that this matter has something to do with my Mu clan. Then is it true or not?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing looked at him playfully, and said, "Take a guess." "My patience has a limit." Qin Feiyang said gloomily. Hey, are you kidding me? You're the one asking me, how can you use such an attitude? But then again, you're really a natural-born person, no matter where you go, people will frame you. Mu Qing laughed jokingly. Looking at Qin Feiyang's appearance, she felt inexplicably happy. "So, it's not your Mu clan?" Qin Feiyang said. "Nonsense, if it's really my Mu clan, why would I accompany you to talk nonsense here?" Mu Qing rolled her eyes. "Then it's all right," Qin Feiyang said, and was about to turn off the image crystal. "Wait. I think it's necessary to give you a piece of advice. Be careful in Shanghai," Mu Qing said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Qing said lightly, "Nothing, it's just that someone is very curious about you, and may cause trouble for you." Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, I'm not afraid of trouble." "Don't be too confident, this time the opponents are not ordinary, because they are all influential people of my Mu clan." Mu Qing laughed, and the virtual image disappeared in an instant. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. It seemed that the Mu clan had also received the news of the alchemy fire's appearance, and intended to interfere. Influential people, humph, I'd like to see how great they are. Qin Feiyang snorted, put away the image crystal, and flew in the direction of the inland sea. Wang Zicheng and Mu Qing would definitely not be able to catch up with him now. Because they were delayed for too long, and both of them were 9-star battle saints, their speed was much faster than him, so he planned to find Wang Yu, and Mu Qing. But not long after, he actually saw Wang Zicheng in front of him. He saw Wang Zicheng standing alone in the sky above the sea, his brows tightly knitted. "Are you waiting for me?" Qin Feiyang muttered and quickly flew over. Wang Zicheng said unhappily, "What are you doing behind me? I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Are you really waiting for me? What is this person trying to do?" Qin Feiyang was very confused, but he did not show it on his face. He smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I received a message at the last minute, so I was delayed for a while." "You're really a busy man." Wang Zicheng snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly, glanced around the void, and asked, "Where's that blockhead?" "He's long gone." Wang Zicheng pursed his lips, but then grinned. "But that's good, walking with him, I always have to guard against him, it's too tiring." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Then you have to guard against me, because I might do something to you." "Is that so? I really didn't expect you to have the guts." Wang Zicheng looked at him with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "Haha." Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. In fact, he was guarding against Wang Zicheng. Although they had known each other for 2 months, they did not know each other at all, and were not close to each other. But this person was actually waiting for him here, which was too abnormal. Wang Zicheng turned around and smiled meaningfully, then took Qin Feiyang and quickly disappeared at the end of the sea. At the same time, at the junction of the outer sea and the inner sea, there was a huge island. The island was about dozens of miles long, like a giant beast lying on the sea. On the island, the mountains were stacked, and the vegetation was lush. A wide river, like a giant python, meandered across the east, west, north, and south. At this moment, on the east side of the island, there was a 5,000 to 6,000 feet high mountain, on which a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged. The man was slender and had an extraordinary aura. The woman had an exquisite figure, her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was crystal clear, and her dress was spotless. She could be called a beauty. Chapter 1009. Both of them were cultivating with their eyes closed. Suddenly, young Master Hao opened his eyes and shook his head. "No, I can't calm down." "Me too. He won't even let go of Brother Shen and Li He. This Qin Feiyang is crazy. I really hope that Brother Gongsun and the others can find this guy as soon as possible. Then I will kill him with my own hands." Wang Yu'er opened her eyes, and her face was full of anger and killing intent. If it were so easy to catch him, the old man and the others wouldn't have such a headache. Young Master Hao sighed. Wang Yu'er couldn't help but feel weak when she heard that. Even the divine emissary of the main pagoda couldn't find him. Where was this person hiding? Obviously, young Master Hao and Li He had also received the news that Shen Feiyun and Li He had been killed. Then, Wang Yu'er said angrily, "This ancestor Mu, we've been waiting for him for 2 months, but he still hasn't come. What the hell is he doing? He must have been held back by something." Young Master Hao guessed. Wang Yu'er said angrily, "Even if there is something, it shouldn't take so long." On the evening when they separated from Qin Feiyang, they had already come here. They wanted to wait for Qin Feiyang here, but they didn't expect that they would wait for 2 months. The most hateful thing was that there was not even a message. "How about I send a message to him?" Young Master Hao asked. "No. Why should we take the initiative to send a message to him? He is nothing." Wang Yu'er snorted. Young Master Hao shook his head helplessly. In fact, this was not the first time that he had taken the initiative to send a message to Qin Feiyang, but he was stopped by Wang Yu'er every time. Of course, young Master Hao knew that Wang Yu'er did this purely because she was angry with Qin Feiyang. He also found out. This little witch had a trace of affection for Qin Feiyang, but Wang Yu'er didn't notice it at all. Wang Yu'er suddenly said, "How about we just leave him alone? Young Master How was slightly stunned and frowned. That's not good. After all, we came here together. Besides, the internal sea is extremely dangerous. Without the protection of you, a 9-star battle sage, I'm afraid he will die here. Annoying. Wang Yuer was furious. There was a hint of a smile in young Master Hao's eyes. Although the little sorceress talked big, she actually couldn't let go of Qin Feiyang. Let's not talk about Brother Mu for now. The behavior of those people is very puzzling. Young Master Hao walked to the edge of the cliff. He lowered his head and looked down at the mountain stream, his eyes flickering. His gaze landed on a pond that was several feet wide. 9 burly men sat cross-legged around the pool. All of them looked ferocious, and the aura they emitted was extremely powerful. Young Master Hao said, "They haven't left yet. What exactly do they want to do? He should be waiting for that scarred man." Wang Yuer walked to young Master Hao's side, glanced at the 9 burly men, and said in a low voice. This group of people had arrived more than a month ago. There was also a big man with a scar on his face. However, the scar-faced man had left the 9 of them behind on the day he arrived and entered the inland sea alone. For more than a month, the 9 of them had not taken a single step away, nor had they spoken a single word. It was inevitable that people would feel puzzled. Furthermore, the strength of these people was very strong. The 9 burly men were all 9-star battle saints. The scar-faced man who had left exuded an emperor's aura. It was precisely because they had discovered the strength of these people that Wang Yuer and young Master Hao did not greet them and had been hiding at the top of the mountain to observe. After all, this was Qinghai. No matter who they met, they had to be careful. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Wang Yuer's eyes trembled. She pulled young Master Hao and quickly hid behind a rock. Then, the 2 of them stuck their heads out to look. Soon, in the direction of the inland sea, they saw a burly middle-aged man galloping toward them. The middle-aged man was 9 meters tall and wore a pitch-black robe. There was a finger-long scar on the right side of his face, which looked quite frightening. It's the man who entered the inland sea alone. Young Master Hao's eyes narrowed. The scar-faced man flew into the island, landed directly in front of the 9 burly men, and whispered something. Wang Yuer and young Master Hao also walked out from behind the rock. They came to the edge of the cliff again and stared at the scar-faced man. They were a little far away, so they could not hear what the scar-faced man was saying. Young Master Hao said telepathically, "Sister, he came back from the inland sea. Maybe he knows the location of the alchemy fire. Do you want me to go and check it out? I can tell at a glance that they are not good people. Don't go and complicate things." Wang Yuer said to herself. "Sister, when did you learn to judge people by their appearance?" Young Master Hao smiled bitterly. "Is there a need to learn? That bastard surnamed Mu is the best example," Wang Yuer said. Young Master Hao said helplessly, "Sister, you have wronged Brother Mu. Although he is not very good-looking, he is still a good person." Wang Yuer snorted, "He is not only good-looking, but also ugly." Young Master Hao was stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. As the saying goes, beating is love, and scolding is love. It seemed that this sister had unknowingly fallen in love with him. Beside the pond. After the scar-faced man finished speaking, he found a place to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. "They are still here?" Young Master Hao was surprised. "There must be something fishy," Wang Yuer whispered. The 2 simply found a hidden place, took out 2 armchairs, and lay on them comfortably, chatting while monitoring the scar-faced man and the others. Time flew. At noon, a stream of light rushed to the inland sea like lightning. "Is it Ancestor Mu?" Wang Yuer and young Master Hao immediately looked up. At the same time, the scar-faced man and the others below also opened their eyes and looked up at the stream of light. Their eyes were shining with a fierce light. After a while, the stream of light entered the sky above the island. Everyone finally saw it clearly. It was a young and muscular man. His entire body was bare except for a pair of large underpants made of beast skin. What a strong aura. Young Master Hao muttered. Yes, his cultivation is the same as mine. Wang Yuer nodded. The scar-faced man and the others showed a trace of disappointment on their faces. The young man did not notice young Master Hao and the others. He flew straight over their heads and went away without looking back. When we first entered the Blue Sea, the man we met was a 9-star battle saint. And this one, who is about the same age as me, is also a 9-star battle saint. Why are all the people in the Blue Sea so abnormal? Young Master Hao frowned. I used to underestimate the people here. Now I am thinking that some people here are not even comparable to the geniuses in our divine city. Wang Yuer said. Is this the so-called there is always a higher mountain? It seems that I have to work harder. Young Master Hao whispered. He finally felt the pressure. In the past, when he was in Divine City, he was quite proud of his talent and cultivation speed. But now, after seeing the strength of Wang Zicheng and the young man, he realized that he was just fooling himself. Wang Yuer glanced at young Master Hao, and a smile crept up her face. It seemed that the Chief Tower Master's wish had been realized in advance. But the bastard surnamed Mu hadn't come to meet them yet. It was really annoying. Her eyes were filled with anger. She glanced at the scar-faced man and the others below, got up and said, I can't wait any longer. Let's go. Young Master Hao hurriedly got up and grabbed her. He smiled apologetically and said, Don't be angry. Let's wait a few more days. If he doesn't come, we'll ignore him and go directly to the inland sea. I really don't know what benefits he gave you to make you protect him so much. Wang Yuer said. Ecstasy? Young Master Hao was stunned. He shook his head and said with a smile, You're wrong. I'm not protecting him. I really treat him as a brother. As he said this, a trace of disappointment crept up between his brows. He continued, You also know that with my identity and status, I don't lack friends at all. But which one of them is sincere? Wang Yuer was silent. Sister, don't think that I'm a playboy just because I usually bring a group of friends to the Dragon Phoenix house to have fun. Actually, I know very well that they are all fawning over me and trying to get benefits from me. But I can't help it. Being born in such a family, I'm destined to never make true friends in my life. So I can only pretend that I don't know anything and fool around with them. At least I won't be so lonely. Young Master Hao said. Wang Yuer looked at young Master Hao in surprise. She really didn't expect young Master Hao to say such things. Only now did she realize that this was the most honest side of young Master Hao. As the son of the Chief Tower Master, I look so glorious and dignified. But in fact, I'm not even as good as an ordinary person. Young Master Hao shook his head and laughed at himself. There's no such thing as having the best of both worlds in the world. Wang Yuer said. Yes. Power, status, friendship, family, you can't have them all. But when I met Ancestor Mu, I found that he was a person worth befriending. Young Master Hao said. Is that so? But why did I hear that it was you who made him become your father's personal disciple? Wang Yuer frowned. This matter is indeed related to me. I also know that he is using me, but at that time, I didn't think too much about it. In any case, we are just using each other. But later on, after getting along with him, I found that he is quite a righteous person, not like those despicable people who speak honey and have a heart attack. Let me tell you another secret secretly. Young Master Hao said mysteriously. What secret? Wang Yuer was stunned. Young Master Hao said, In the past, my cultivation was always stuck at the 9-star battle master, unable to break through, right? I know. You even came to find me for this matter, but in the end, you were kicked out by me. Because this kind of thing can only rely on your own efforts. No one else can help you. Wang Yuer said. No. This guy can do it. He just gave me something to eat, and it allowed me to easily break through to the one-star Battle Saint realm. Young Master Hao laughed softly. What? What did he give you? Chapter 10:10. I can't tell you that. Don't threaten me, because I promised him that I won't tell anyone, including my father. Don't force him to ask, lest he finds out and accuses me of being nosy. Young Master Hao said. Wang Yuer really wanted to threaten him, but she gave up when she heard that. She knew young Master Hao's character. He would definitely keep his promise. But if she didn't figure it out, she would feel uncomfortable all over as if there were ants biting her heart. All of a sudden, her eyes lit up. Since threats didn't work, she would use the soft approach. Brother, you know my character. I'm very curious. If I figure it out, I'll be in a mess all the time. Just tell me. I promise you that I won't tell anyone. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Wang Yuer looked at young Master Hao with a pitiful look. Young Master Hao was very determined. He shook his head and said, No, I can't break my promise. Wang Yuer immediately became angry and said, Do you have to force me to use my charming skills? Don't. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I shouldn't have told you. Young Master Hao said with annoyance. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. I used to take care of you so much. White-eyed wolf, you value your lover over your friend. Wang Yuer snorted and looked unhappy. Value my lover over my friend? Young Master Hao's face twitched and he said angrily, What are you thinking? Brother Mu and I are pure revolutionary friends. Pure? Why are you still explaining? The more you try to cover it up, the more conspicuous it is. Wang Yuer sneered. Young Master Hao rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Okay, I admit defeat. You can say whatever you want. Whoosh. At this time, another air-piercing sound was heard. Young Master Hao raised his head and saw two silhouettes streaking across the sky like lightning. Young Master Hao's face suddenly showed a touch of joy. The reason for that was because the person who had arrived was precisely Qin Feiyang. But when he saw Wang Zicheng next to Qin Feiyang, the joy on his face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by surprise. Why is this bastard with him? When Wang Yuer looked up, she was even angrier. Simultaneously, the scar-faced man and the others opened their eyes once again, and looked at Qin Feiyang and Shimu. It's him. Immediately, killing intent burst out from the scarred man's eyes. The other 9 burly men also had ominous glints in their eyes. At the same time, in the sky above the outer sea, Qin Feiyang also saw the island. However, young Master Hao, Shao Chen, and the scarred man did not notice it. Wang Zicheng glanced at the island and said with a smile, The inner sea is at the end of the island. That guy should have already gone in. The guy he was talking about was naturally the young man. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the inland sea. A trace of surprise crept into his eyes. He saw that the sky above the inland sea was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Although he was still far away, he could already vaguely hear the deafening sound of thunder. On the surface of the sea, there were also strong winds and huge waves. It was a completely different world from the outer sea. Wang Zicheng said, You must be very shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. What's going on? I don't know either. But there is an invisible barrier between the inner sea and the outer sea. This barrier goes deep into the sea. Whether it's the wind and waves of the inner sea, us humans, or sea beasts, they can't pass through this barrier. The only entrance is this island. Wang Zicheng explained. This, Qin Feiyang was shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a thing between the inner sea and the outer sea. Wang Zicheng was silent for a while and said, But there are rumors that this barrier was set up by a god. A god? Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. That's right. It is said that a long time ago, a divine beast was born in the inner sea. Listen carefully, it's not a divine beast with the bloodline of a divine beast. It's a real divine beast at the level of a god. But no one knows what kind of divine beast it is. It is said that this divine beast is very ambitious. It wants to rule this continent, so it led countless sea beasts to invade our human world. You can imagine how terrible the scene of the sea beasts invading was. It is said that in those years, millions of corpses were lying on the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. Humans were no match for them at all. Seeing that humans were about to be wiped out, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared. This person was very powerful. He fought with the divine beast for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he finally subdued the divine beast and drove all the sea beasts back to the outer sea. After that, the mysterious expert set up a barrier here to prevent the sea beasts from coming back. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "Why do I feel that it's so incredible?" Wang Zicheng said with a smile, "This is a legend. No one can prove it." Of course it sounds incredible. Qin Feiyang nodded, but then shook his head and said, "The legend may not be false. We just saw it with our own eyes." That's true. However, regardless of whether this legend is true or not, this barrier has indeed played a role in protecting us humans. Because the sea beasts in the inner sea are at least sacred beasts. If they launch a beast tide, the consequences are simply unpredictable. Wang Zicheng said solemnly. Qin Feiyang did not deny this point. Suddenly, he glanced at the sky above the island and frowned. That's not right. Although the barrier can stop the sea beasts, they can come out from the sky above the island. No. It is said that this island contains the will of the mysterious expert. Only humans can enter and leave freely. Once the sea beasts of the inner sea pass by here, they will be instantly killed. As for the sea beasts of the outer sea, they can also enter the inner sea through here. But once they enter, they can never come out again. That is to say, for the sea beasts here, they can only enter but not leave. Because of this, our descendants call this island the Island of Gods. And there is an even more magical phenomenon on the Island of Gods. No matter how you destroy it, you can't destroy it. And the destroyed place will be restored the next day. Wang Zicheng said. Is it that magical? Wang Zicheng's words immediately aroused Qin Feiyang's curiosity. Because he had heard a lot of strange stories in the world, but it was the first time for him to hear such a strange story. It seemed that he had to take a good look at it. After a while, the two finally entered the sky above the island. Qin Feiyang immediately stopped, and a trace of surprise appeared between his eyebrows. What's wrong? Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously. At the same time, beside the pond, the scarred man's pupils also shrank, and he murmured, "Did he find out?" On the top of Shangfang Mountain. Wang Yu'er looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng and sneered. Birds of a feather flock together. Young Master Hao pursed his lips and said, "Sister, I don't agree with this." "Did I say you?" You interrupted. Wang Yu'er said angrily. Young Master Hao said discontentedly, "I have been with him a lot these days. If you say that about him, you are also talking about me." Cut the crap. Wang Yu'er glared at him fiercely, then looked at Qin Feiyang again and snorted. You actually colluded with that dirty guy. I will teach him a lesson today. After that, she picked up her clothes and was ready to fight. But at the same time, young Master Hao seemed to have found something. He looked down at the scarred man and the others, and suddenly his face changed. He grabbed Wang Yu'er and said secretly, "Wait." What? Wang Yu'er was a little angry. Young Master Hao pointed at the scarred man and the others and said, "Look at them. There seems to be a murderous aura." Wang Yu'er was shocked and immediately looked down. As expected, she could feel a murderous aura from those people. Is their target Ancestor Mu? She withdrew her gaze and looked at young Master Hao in surprise. Brother Mu is standing together with that pervert you're talking about, but their eyes are locked on Brother Mu. It's obvious that they are. Young Master Hao said in a deep voice. Wang Yuer said in surprise, this shouldn't be. He is your father's disciple now. Who dares to touch him? Don't worry about that. Inform Brother Mu quickly. Young Master Hao said. Above the island. Seeing Qin Feiyang lowered his head and didn't say anything, Wang Zicheng lost his patience and urged, Brother, what's wrong? Tell me if you have something to say. It's so strange. Qin Feiyang shook his head and murmured. What's strange? Wang Zicheng was confused. Qin Feiyang looked up at Wang Zicheng and said, as soon as I entered the sky above the island, I felt a very familiar feeling. Familiar? Wang Zicheng's face darkened. He rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, you must be dreaming. This is your first time here. How can you feel familiar? Dreaming? Qin Feiyang frowned. He was sure that this was not a dream because that familiar feeling had always been there. But Wang Zicheng was right. This was indeed his first time on the island. How could he have such a feeling? Don't waste time. Let's go. Wang Zicheng grabbed Qin Feiyang and flew forward. Soon. The two of them went 5 to 6 miles deep into the island. They were only half a mile away from Wang Yuer and the scar-faced man. As they went deeper, Qin Feiyang felt more and more familiar with the island. He kept his head down and thought about it. Brother Mu, be careful. Someone is going to attack you. Suddenly, a shout exploded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Boom! He suddenly quivered. He instinctively stopped and scanned the mountains below. What's wrong with you? Wang Zicheng was about to go crazy. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He frowned slightly. If he didn't hear it wrong, was that young Master Hao's voice? The people who want to attack you are at a pond half a mile away from you. There are 10 people in total. 9 9-star battle saints and 1 1-star battle emperor. That voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind again. It is indeed young Master Hao. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He thought that young Master Hao and Wang Yu had already entered the inland sea. He didn't expect them to be waiting for him here. However, his expression didn't change at all. He raised his head and looked at Wang Zicheng. He transmitted his voice, we might be in trouble again. What do you mean? Wang Zicheng was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said to himself, someone is lying in ambush half a mile ahead. 9 9-star battle saints and 1 1-star battle emperor. Ambush? Why didn't I see them? Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously and turned his head to look ahead. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, don't look. Let them think that we haven't found them. Wang Zicheng's body stiffened. He pretended to look around casually and then withdrew his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said to himself, are you sure? Yes. Because my sixth sense has never been wrong. Qin Feiyang replied secretly. Sixth sense? The corner of Wang Zicheng's mouth twitched. Didn't only women have a sixth sense? However, looking at Qin Feiyang's serious expression, he didn't seem to be joking. He asked secretly, are they coming for you or me? How would I know? Either way, it's possible. Qin Feiyang said vaguely. They don't know what's good for them. Wang Zicheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. He transmitted his voice, can you activate your invisibility technique? What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Then, let the hunt begin. Chapter 10-11. What are they going to do? The scar-faced man was surprised. Why did they suddenly enter the jungle below? One of the burly men whispered, did they really find us? Impossible. We're so far away, and we're so well hidden. Unless they received the news in advance, they would never know that we're lying in ambush here. I think they must have found something else. Let's go and have a look. The scar-faced man said in a low voice. Then he hid his breath and rushed toward the jungle where Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuqing had disappeared. The 9 burly men looked at each other and quickly followed, hiding their breath to the extreme. Young Master Hao whispered, "Sister, what should we do?" Wang Yuer said, "Nonsense, of course we're going to support them. But don't expose our whereabouts. We'll play it by ear." Young Master Hao laughed and said, "Sister, it seems that you care about Brother Mu a lot." "I care about him? Boy, don't be so naive. I just don't want to be cursed for abandoning my companions and escaping alone." Wang Yuer snorted and jumped down from the top of the mountain. Her clothes and hair fluttered, like a fairy descending to the earth. "If you care, just say it. No one will laugh at you. Why do you have to find such a lame excuse? Aren't you tired?" Young Master Hao shook his head and muttered. He put away the 2 armchairs and followed her. Mountain stream, jungle. Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng stood side by side on a hillside, scanning the front. Wang Zicheng frowned and said, "Brother, I think something is wrong." Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "I've offended many people in Qinghai, but few dare to plot against me." Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang thoughtfully and said, "Why do I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship?" "I'm not a pirate, and there's no ship here." Qin Feiyang laughed. Wang Zicheng sneered and said, "Are you playing dumb? Believe it or not, I'll turn around and leave now." "Don't. We're brothers. How can you be so heartless?" Qin Feiyang said anxiously. "Brother?" Wang Zicheng's face twitched as he said helplessly, "I'm just being polite by calling you brother. You really want to climb up this bamboo pole?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Wang Zicheng rolled his eyes at him. He looked at the forest in front of them and said, "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. We must first take down that 1-star combat emperor." Qin Feiyang nodded. The concealment art was not invincible. If the concealment technique was forcibly broken by the emperor pressure like last time when they faced Guoxiangzhong, then their situation would be quite dangerous. The reason for that was because Wang Zicheng no longer dared to use the forbidden technique. Without forbidden arts, they had no way of retaliating against the combat arch. However, as long as he could get rid of that 1-star battle emperor, even if the concealment art was broken, with Wang Zicheng's methods, he could easily get rid of the other 9 9-star battle saints. Taking a step back, even if Wang Zicheng couldn't solve it, there was still Wang Yuer, who hadn't shown up yet. With her terrifying charm technique, dealing with these people would be a piece of cake. Clang! Wang Zicheng waved his hand and took out a dagger. The dagger was completely black and emitted a dazzling light. Qin Feiyang looked at the dagger in surprise. This dagger was the one that Wang Zicheng used to assassinate Guoxiangzhong. But last time, he was shocked by the strength of Wang Zicheng and did not observe it carefully. And now, he discovered that this dagger actually contained a trace of saint pressure. Qin Feiyang asked, "This can't be a sacred artifact, right?" "What do you mean it can't be?" "It is a sacred artifact." "No. From your tone, it seems that I have a sacred artifact. Is it something that you find hard to believe? How much do you look down on me? I am one of the Blue Sea's 10 heroes after all. Is it strange to have a sacred artifact?" Wang Zicheng glared at him angrily. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just casually asking, but he didn't expect this guy to have such strong self-esteem. "In front of a great enemy, I won't argue with you first. I'll talk to you later. Quickly activate the concealment technique," Wang Zicheng said coldly. Qin Feiyang gave a wry smile. The current situation was really like the old saying, illness comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth. But then again, such a small matter made Wang Zicheng so flustered and exasperated. How much trauma had he suffered before? Of course. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to ask this question casually. He grabbed Wang Zicheng, and with a slight thought, the two immediately disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. Even the aura of the sacred artifact was hidden. "Let's go." Immediately, the two of them rushed forward silently. After a while, They ran into the scarred man and others. Is there really an ambush? Brother, tell me the truth. Are you a woman dressed as a man? Otherwise, how can you have a sixth sense? Wang Zicheng's eyes widened when he saw the scarred man and the others, and he asked through voice transmission. At the same time, his sneaky eyes scanned Qin Feiyang's body up and down. Especially Qin Feiyang's chest and underwear, he took a few glances. Being stared at by a man like this, Qin Feiyang had goosebumps all over his body. He said vigilantly, "You may be lecherous, but don't look for me. I have no problem with a certain orientation. Then you have to be careful, because I am a man who is good at both offense and defense." Do you know what it means to be good at both offense and defense? I don't know. Let me explain it to you a little. It means that you can attack and retreat. Wang Zicheng laughed. His laughter was very wretched, like a weasel seeing a little white rabbit, which made Qin Feiyang feel a chill. Don't joke around. Get ready. Qin Feiyang said with a dark face, and then looked at the scarred man and others. The group of 10 people walked quietly in the forest. Their gazes swept in all directions, and they were very careful. But they didn't know that the person they were looking for was standing in front of them. Wang Zicheng grinned and said with a sound transmission, "We're right here, and they're still looking for us. Are they stupid? You're so proud." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. However, this feeling of them being able to see others but others not being able to see them was indeed very satisfying. The two of them walked in front of the scarred man. "Be careful, don't let them find out." Not only did the scarred man not notice it at all, he even whispered to the 9 burly men behind him. He looked very serious and cautious. But in the eyes of Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng, it was an idiotic behavior. Wang Zicheng waved his hand in front of the scarred man's eyes, and secretly joked, "Believe it or not, this guy should be thinking that this time, he will definitely succeed in assassinating us. How long are you going to be cocky for?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Looking at this guy's appearance, he was a little too proud. What's the hurry? It's rare for such a fun thing to happen. Of course, I have to tease him. Wang Zicheng's playful heart rose. He stretched out his devil's claw and gently touched the scarred man's butt. The scarred man's body suddenly stiffened. Qin Feiyang was also dumbstruck. This guy couldn't really have a problem with his sexual orientation, right? Otherwise, why would he touch a man's butt? Looking at the scarred man again. After freezing for a moment, he glanced at the 9 burly men behind him from the corner of his eyes, pretended not to know anything, and continued to move forward. However, before he could take 2 steps, he felt someone touching his butt again. His eyebrows twitched, and it was obvious that he was about to go crazy. But he endured it and ignored it. But soon, the devil's claw appeared again. And this time, not only did it touch him, but it also needed his butt. Immediately, the scarred man's veins bulged and his face darkened. He turned around abruptly, looked at the burly man closest to him, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" "What do you mean, what am I doing?" The burly man was stunned and looked at him in confusion. The other 8 burly men were also suspicious. "Still playing dumb? I know that you admire my strength and regard me as your idol, but there's no need to secretly touch my butt behind my back." The scarred man said angrily. "Touch your butt?" The burly man was stunned on the spot. The other 8 men were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that there was a gay relationship? "I'm warning you, if you dare touch my butt again, I'll directly cut off your dog's claws," the scarred man said gloomily and continued to walk forward with a dark face. "Brother, I really didn't expect you to have such a hobby. But you're really bold, you actually dare to touch Master Fu Han's butt. Admirable, admirable." Looking at the angry scarred man, the other 8 men looked at the burly man and began to tease him in a low voice. The burly man still hadn't reacted. When did he touch Master Fu Han's butt? Master, after coming back to his senses, he quickly chased after Fu Han. Fu Han's face darkened. He turned around and pointed at the burly man angrily, shouting, "Stop right there, don't come near me, just looking at you makes me sick." "Master Fu Han, lower your voice, don't let Ancestor Mu hear you." The other 8 men's faces changed, and they immediately gestured for Fu Han to keep quiet. Fu Han couldn't help but tremble. He actually forgot that there was an important matter. "From now on, you and I have to maintain a distance of 1 meter at all times." "No, it's 2 meters, no, it's 10 meters. If you dare to exceed this distance of 10 meters, don't blame me for castrating you." "Did you hear that?" the scarred man shouted angrily. The burly man nodded repeatedly. His expression was full of fear, but his eyes were full of grievance. What was this and what was this? He wasn't a pervert, how could he touch a man's butt? Did Master Fu Han take the wrong medicine? This is really too interesting. Looking at this scene, Wang Zicheng held his lower abdomen and tried his best to hold back his laughter, his face turning red. Qin Feiyang's face kept twitching, and he transmitted his voice, "You can't be too immoral. What do you know? This is just looking for fun. One look and I can tell that you're an emotionless person. I don't even know how you found a fiancé." Wang Zicheng looked down on him. Emotionless? Qin Feiyang felt a chill again. Touching a man's butt was called emotionless? If it was, then forget it. He couldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. Go, go, go. Continue. Chapter 10-12. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead, and he said angrily, "I say, aren't you annoying? Just teasing me a few times will do. Why was this guy as playful as a child? This is the last time." Wang Zicheng stretched out his index finger and laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang helplessly slapped his forehead, and could only reluctantly follow. How unlucky. Those who don't know would think that I have a problem in some aspect. Fu Han, who was walking in front, muttered in a low voice as he scanned the forest. He was extremely angry. What he did not know was that at this moment, there was a devil's claw that was silently reaching towards him. Wang Zicheng bent over with a sneer on his face. Suddenly, he grabbed Fu Han's pants and pulled it down forcefully. Fu Han's bare buttocks were immediately exposed to the air. This, the 9 burly men behind him were petrified on the spot. At the same time, Fu Han was also stunned, and instinctively lowered his head to look. Ah, bastard. Immediately, he was furious, covered his butt and old bird in panic, turned to look at the 9 burly men, and roared, "Who is it this time?" "It's not us." The 9 burly men quickly waved their hands. "There are only you guys here. If it's not you guys, is it still a ghost? Stand out immediately, don't force me to do it." Fu Han looked at the 9 of them ferociously, like a wild beast that had gone mad, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Master, it's really not us. I saw it with my own eyes just now. No one touched your pants at all, and it suddenly fell off by itself," the 9 of them said in panic. Fu Han shouted, "Bullshit. I clearly felt that someone pulled it off forcefully. Master, please believe us. It's really not us. We don't have the guts either." The 9 of them knelt on the ground in fear. That's right. They don't have the guts at all. Fu Han's gaze trembled, and said in a deep voice, "It's really not you guys?" The 9 of them shook their heads like a rattledrum. Crap. Fu Han's heart trembled. He quickly picked up his pants and looked around vigilantly. A burly man asked suspiciously, "Master, what are you doing?" Fu Han gloomily said, "I suspect that someone is playing tricks in the dark." What? The 9 people's expressions changed, and they immediately stood up and surrounded Fu Han, looking extremely vigilant. Hee. You only realized it now? I'm really worried about your IQ. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded out of nowhere. Who? Get the hell out here. Fu Han roared. The one who will take your dog life. That voice sounded again. Furthermore, it sounded right next to Fu Han's ears. Fu Han's hair stood on end. But before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. He instinctively looked down and saw a black dagger piercing his lower abdomen. However, the dagger was instantly pulled out and disappeared. How is this possible? Looking at the bloody hole in his abdomen, Fu Han's face was filled with disbelief. Then, he slowly collapsed to the ground. His originally overbearing eyes quickly dimmed. What exactly happened? When the 9 burly men saw Fu Han's situation, they became flustered and lost their spirit for a moment. Ah! Suddenly, the 3 burly men screamed one after another. The remaining 6 people looked over and suddenly turned pale with fright. There was also a bloody hole in the lower abdomen of the 3 burly men. Blood spurted out like a fountain. There's a ghost. Run! The remaining 6 people howled and fled in all directions in fear. Don't run, come back quickly. Fu Han shouted. The other party was hiding in the dark and was impossible to guard against. Escaping would only speed up their deaths. But if they worked together, there might be a chance. However, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, there was a bloody hole in the lower abdomen of the 6 people. In less than 3 breaths. 1 1-star battle emperor and 9 9-star battle saints had their sea of chi crippled, and their cultivations were gone. Wang Zicheng glanced at the 10 people lying on the ground and secretly said excitedly, "Brother, your invisibility technique is really too awesome. If you activate this invisibility technique to snatch the alchemy fire, I guarantee that you will be able to get it easily." Although he had already seen the invisibility technique 2 months ago, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission with a smile. "Then tell me, if I help you snatch the alchemy fire, what benefits can you give me?" The expression on Wang Zicheng's face froze, and he said with a cold face, "This is too much. We are brothers. You have the nerve to ask me for benefits?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Didn't you say before that brother is just a polite form of address? Don't take it too seriously." "Did I say that? You must have remembered wrongly. How could someone as loyal and affectionate as me say something like that?" Wang Zicheng said righteously. "Loyal and affectionate?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched and said speechlessly, "Why didn't you blush when you said that?" "Hee hee." Wang Zicheng laughed awkwardly. What's going on?" Suddenly, 2 surprised voices sounded not far away. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Wang Yu, and young Master Hao running over in a hurry. When they saw the scarred man and the others lying in a pool of blood and wailing, the 2 of them froze and were dumbfounded. "It's them?" Following closely, Wang Zicheng's surprised voice also sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Huh?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked back at Wang Zicheng, only to see Wang Zicheng staring at Wang Yu, and young Master Hao with a cold light in his eyes. "Looks like there's trouble again," he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm and said excitedly, "Brother, the woman I mentioned last time is her." "What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang asked calmly. "Give me a taste of my own medicine. Last time, she made me run naked and humiliated me. This time, I naturally have to let her have a taste of being stripped naked." Wang Zicheng smiled evilly. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "That's not good. After all, she's a woman. Is it interesting for a man like you to be so calculative with her? I'm a man who will take revenge, no matter if the other party is a woman or a man." Wang Zicheng snorted coldly. After he finished speaking, he dragged Qin Feiyang and silently walked towards Wang Yu and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Even if it were another woman, he would not allow Wang Zicheng to do this kind of thing, let alone Wang Yu. After all, Wang Yu was his fiancée now. How could he let her be stripped naked by another man? But what could he do to stop Wang Zicheng? Qin Feiyang pondered. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind and a smirk appeared in his eyes. Wang Zicheng did not notice. Because he only had eyes for Wang Yu now. At the same time, because the concealment spell had not disappeared, Wang Yu and young Master Hao did not notice Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao. Not only did they not notice them, but they also took the initiative to walk over. They were still alive just now. Why are they all lying on the ground all of a sudden? It's too weird, isn't it? The two of them glanced at the scarred man and the others, feeling extremely surprised and suspicious. They also secretly became vigilant. Why are they here? Could it be that they were the ones who attacked us before? The scarred man and the others only had their cultivation destroyed and did not die, so when they saw young Master Hao and young Master Hao appear, they suspected them. Little beauty, come on, I'll definitely love you. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Wang Zicheng rubbed his hands and the smile on his face became brighter. Finally, the distance between the two sides was only 1 meter. Wang Zicheng stopped. But Wang Yu and young Master Hao did not react at all and continued to walk towards the scarred man and the others. You have such a good figure. There must be something to see. Wang Zicheng smiled wretchedly and reached out to grab Wang Yu's dress. Hey! Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang smirked, let go of Wang Zicheng's wrist and retreated like lightning. The concealment method required the user to grab the person next to him so that the person next to him could be invisible. So, when Qin Feiyang let go of Wang Zicheng's wrist, Wang Zicheng was immediately exposed to Wang Yu and young Master Hao. The two of them were shocked and suddenly braked and stopped. Where did you come from? What do you want to do? Wang Yu looked at Wang Zicheng in surprise. But when she noticed Wang Zicheng's big hand that had reached out to her chest, her eyelids suddenly jumped. You can see me? Wang Zicheng looked at Wang Yu and then at young Master Hao, directly dumbfounded. Because all this happened too fast and his mind had been on Wang Yu he did not notice that Qin Feiyang had let go. This place fell into a dead silence in an instant. Time also seemed to have stopped and everything was frozen in the void. But this atmosphere did not last long. Ah, damned bastard, shameless pervert, go to hell. Suddenly, an angry scream exploded, breaking the dead silence here. Smack. Immediately after, a resounding slap resounded in this place. Wang Yu raised her hand and slapped Wang Zicheng hard in the face. Wang Zicheng was slapped away on the spot and half of his face was directly swollen. Then, he crashed into a big tree behind him and immediately saw stars and blood gushed out. Wang Zicheng was stunned. He touched his burning face and kept thinking about what was going on in his mind. Finally, he remembered. He glanced at the empty void and roared, "Bastard, I trusted you so much, but you betrayed me." Who is he talking to? Right. Where is Brother Mu? Wasn't he with this person before? Why didn't I see him? Young Master Hao was surprised. Wang Yu also looked at the void suspiciously. Could it be that the sudden appearance of this pervert had something to do with that bastard? Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying saint aura emerged. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu were shocked and hurriedly turned their heads, only to see that Wang Zicheng had already stood up. He stared at Wang Yu evilly and said with a smile, "Last time you made me run naked, and this time you slapped me again. You have completely infuriated me." So what? Wang Yu sneered. So what? Let me tell you, today I will punish you on the spot to show my authority.